Most humans could have the entirety of their fleeting lives chronicled in but a few short lines. Their stories really make for terribly dull reading.
Hay muchos sumiles. Hay muchos sumiles. Y sumillas, tú eres la única. Eres la reina de las sumillas.
Did you sleep well? That's good. I was worried. So, what's item 1 on today's schedule? I imagine this must have taken Baisher completely by surprise. Sure, there's no harm in changing my schedule around once in a while. My schedule is usually very tightly packed, and any extra time I can squeeze out is spent on preparing for the future. So, it'll be quite nice to take a break.
Pues un encuentro de la diosa Ningguang, chavala, que es muy poderosa. Es waifulítica del Liyue.
I don't often feel tired. Seeing the Mora come in, still, your idea is very sensible. Mora can only lift. So then, the days ahead of us. Something I never have the opportunity to do.
Solo te queda Diona de hacer.
Interesting.
¿No te queda más? Joder, te los has pulido todos. Qué chetil eres. Qué chetilla eres, que te has pulido todos los encuentros. Madre del amor hermoso. Solo te queda Diona, la chetil. Solo te queda Diona, la chetil. Ah, que solo tienes hecha a Diona. Que sumil eres. Pues ahí tienes muchas protos chetíferas.
Yes, you're absolutely right. This is what I appreciate about you. You see things the way they are, rather than how they appear. I want to do something a little self-indulgent. Is that okay by you?
Estaba haciendo las misiones de mundo.
A mí es que no me quedan misiones de mundo ya.
Asaqua. Dice, las de los aranaras y el desierto.
Thank you. All right, here it is. I was born into a humble family, and all the wealth you see now began with Fishing isn't the half of it. A lot of the old folks like to brag about how I used to be their errand runner back in the day. They were tough times, but I had a clear goal, and if I didn't make any money in the morning, I'd have no food for lunch. I want to relive that time for my life. So how about it? Will you join me? Great. Then let me lay down the ground. We're not to use our status or reputation.
A ver, a lo mejor me queda alguna por ahí no descubierta, pero así de las... Seguro que me queda alguna por ahí random, pero de las que van encadenadas o tal y cual, ¿sabes?
Okay. But why don't we go down they periodically throw out a lot of unclaimed or abandoned goods. We might find something that we can exchange. What does it matter? Come on, let's go down to...
A mí no me quedan misiones ya. A ver, me puede quedar alguna por ahí escondida, pero que no sé dónde está, ¿sabes? Pero estas encadenadas y todo, me he hecho hasta la de los narcisos, tía, que no la tengo acabada en la cuenta principal. Los narcisos veloces. Madre mía, los narcisos. Madre mía, los narcisos veloces, maja.
Asaqua. Dice, ayer me fui puse modo misión y gané como 1600 protos.
Joder, que sentir eres. Claro, yo el otro día gané bastantes porque hice bastantes, pero es que ahí no me quedan, solo me quedan los encuentros y las legendarias. Soy muy sumil. Mira que no te miento. No, aquí no. Esta es la que estoy haciendo y la ascensión de rango de aventura, ya está. Y estos son 2 diarias que se han quedado ahí por la pericia. O sea, sumil del 1000.
Lady Ningguang, to what do I... Are you here to inspect the goods in the warehouse? You may have to wait a moment. Sorry, I won't be long. I'll grab all the...
Calm down. No need to panic.
Oh, you're just looking... I haven't done anything. Have I? I mean, I don't think so. All right, the periodic clearances. Yeah, I've been handling. I make sure I post all the necessary notices and notify It used to be a huge problem, but with a bit of hard work, I've managed to reduce the amount of goods we need to clear out by at least... It's hard to say. It really depends. Everyone... But as far as the warehouse is concerned, they all fall into these categories. Unclaimed goods. As for the damaged ones, I guarantee you it's nothing to do with how they're stored.
Sí, tía.
It's because some things go bad more easily than others.
Qué ganas, ¿eh? Tengo muchas ganas de la zona nueva, Aquasumilla. Pero muchas. Tengo muchas ganas de la zona nueva. Qué chetil somos, joder. La verdad es que el Liu es muy bonito.
But don't worry, Lady Ningguang. If you're here for an inspection, then I'm here to make it happen. Hang tight. I'll grab some of the smaller items.
Hold on. Oh. I don't think he has quite grasped the nature of this situation.
Lady Ningguang, I had a quick run through the list and cleared out some more items.
Let me see here. Soggy food, an odd shoe, a broke... It's a shame we missed the last clearance. We're down to the slim pickings now. Some of these are true junk, but there are a few items of value here.
Ah, bueno, yo la de la tormenta ya me la he explorado. Bueno, Sumeru me la he explorado entera. Pero a mí la que se me hace muy cansina es Fontaine, Asqua. Es que es todo el rato igual, tío. No. Es como un Mozart 2.0, joder.
Huh? You want it? Well, sure. Take whatever you want.
Great. This is going well. Yes. And once we're done, we will...
I have no idea what's going on here.
Asaqua dice, yo viendo la nueva zona está bonita.
Yo he visto un poquito porque me saltó el otro día un vídeo de la preservadora por la zona nueva y me encantó. Con riachuelos, ¿sabes? Con terrazas, muy chetil, me encantó, la verdad me encantó. La música de Liu siempre es God, bueno, la del juego en general. Pero la de Liu me gusta mucho, Con lo cual... Yo tengo muchas ganas de la zona nueva, más que otras cosas de la zona nueva, por encima de...
Lady Ningguang.
Además nos darán 300 flotillos, que siempre vienen bien. La de Liu y Inazuma para son buenas, con alguna cosita y tal. No entiendo bien lo que quiero decir, pero me lo imagino.
Dice, hola Sumillo.
Hola Miguelillo.
Oh, I see. I mean, I can take them. I have a... But...
What's wrong? If it's too much trouble,
No, it's nothing like that.
Ah, sí, están muy chulas. Bueno, todas, en todo el juego.
I'll give you 150,000 mora. How does that sound?
Oh, well...
No worries, no worries. The price is negotiable, of course, so we can discuss it further. If that figure's not what you had in mind, I can...
What are your thoughts? Yes. At most, these items are only worth a couple of thousand mora.
Huh? Wait. And specifically, I thought that was all code for some kind of inspection or something.
It appears so. Let's try something else. As long as we're in Leo, if I wasn't Ningguang, Go Sonar probably would, and you likely wouldn't be willing to buy them.
To be completely honest...
This goes against the rules we set for ourselves at the start. Are there any other ways for adventurers to make mora besides their remuneration from the guild? Great. I don't mind. Let's give it a try. Lead...
You two have a good one.
You can't beat the atmosphere here.
¿Para quién estás ahorrando? ¿A Asqua? Si ya tienes a Shogun. ¿Para la preservadora chetífera o qué?
This must be the place.
Ah, coño, que tengo a esta señora.
Gather!
Don't waste my time.
¿Quién está ardiendo ahí? ¿Quién está ardiendo ahí?
It feels like it's been the feeling of creating your wealth with your own two hands is just as... Yes, I'd say so. Everything starts out small. You focus on quantity at the out. And let's not forget, we started with no initial capital. In any case, the sight of Mora, I intend to. I'm not this time. Let's...
Qué chetillas, Ningguang, joder. Mira, me la siguen dejando, qué pro es, joder. A ver cómo me la han dejado. 1199 ataque chetil. Con sinfonía. Qué chetiles son.
Solidify!
It's nothing.
Gather!
Another satisfying haul. That's very kind of you. But I know, for me, a battle is just a form of exercise. A way to keep fit and you— Oh no, not yet. Hey, look! What's that hole in the ground? Oh, I see. So if we catch it, there's more for the taking? Oh, how quaint. That was your Beto impression, was it? Well, I'm afraid I'm having far too much fun to stop what I'm doing and— Come on. There it is! After it! Goodness, this reminds me of fishing. But we didn't let it slip away, and the haul is now ours. Let's see. We can't do any serious business with this amount of starting capital. We need to keep working hard.
Hola, Zeno, ¿qué tal?
Now that you mention it,
Hola.
I'm suddenly a little hungry. Huh. Amidst the Wang Shu Inn is right there. But same thoughts here. After how hard we worked to get our hands on this Mora, it would be a shame. In which case, I think I'll take this opportunity to show you a skill. Yes, but the rule of the game is no fishing rods. Come on, let's go down.
Qué chetiles. Ningún, joder.
Zeno, dice, no sabías de que podía bajar un nivel del mundo. Zeno, dice, ah,
Sí, a partir de rango de aventura, me parece que es a partir de...
This should be enough. Let's head back to land and grill them.
Zeno, dice, del 5.
Exacto. A partir del mundo de nivel 5 puedes bajarlo un nivel. Pero tú no estabas en 4, has dicho ayer, dijiste ayer.
Have a taste of my cooking.
Si estás en 5
A
lo puedes
fresh
bajar.
catch can go straight on the grill with minimal preparation and it tastes delicious, even with no seasoning. It's a little charred, that's on
¿Juegas en el
purpose.
servidor de Europa o en
I
el de
just
LATAM,
like
Zeno?
how it tastes.
Bueno, el de
Normally,
América, vaya,
I
no el
have
de
to make a
LATAM. Lo
special
llamamos de
request to
LATAM
the
aquí
chef
porque la
if I
gente que
want it to
juega de
taste
LATAM
like
pues es de
this.
LATAM.
It was nothing. Back in the day, I had to hurry home. I
Vale,
was
vale.
always but by the same token, you'd be more likely to see me pulling up outside Wanmin restaurant and selling grilled tigerfish from a food cart. My childhood memories run deep. They are confined to the water, and yet they live free, swimming around. It is. I have greatly enjoyed experiencing the. When I think back on all my hard work in the past, it That sounds great, but a word of warning. I am very picky about my grilled fish.
Qué chetilla ahí la Ningguan, oye. Qué pro es, joder.
Sí que está hard el juego.
No, que va a estar hard. Si es un juego muy fácil. De hard no tiene nada el Genshin.
Seno. Dice. ¿Qué es eso?
Un encuentro.
Where do you want to go
Que tú también los
next?
tienes que tener.
If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few
Ahora te enseño dónde está en Zeno. Un momento musical. Te vienes aquí a misiones. Misiones legendarias. Y aquí tienes las legendarias. Y aquí los encuentros. Yo estoy haciendo encuentros ahora. ¿Ves? Que descubres más de los personajes, te dan materiales. Y te dan protogemas también, chetíferas. Gratis y poderosas. Pero el Genshin no es nada difícil. Lo que no hay que subir el rango de aventura a lo loco, porque claro, luego se te hacen
Todas las mismas recompensas.
como que todas las mismas recompensas. No, cada personaje te da una recompensa diferente. Lo que sí que te dan todos son las mismas protos, eso sí. Pero recompensa te dan la que tienen que dar. Es muy chetil el Genshin, hombre. Mola mucho. Tienes a Shogun Raiden, ¿no? Cabrón.
Yes, I'm already awake.
Dice. Cuando los
I'll be out in a
enemigos
moment.
están más
I'm just
chetados que tú,
changing.
sí que está difícil.
Ya, pero
Good morning.
Sí.
Did you sleep well? That's good.
tú te
I was
puedes
worried you'd
chetar
be a
más
little
que ellos.
uncomfortable. So, what's item 1 on today's schedule? I imagine this must have taken Baishra Sure. There's no harm in my schedule is usually very so it'll be quite nice to take. I don't often still. Your idea is very sensible. So then, something I never. Have you played the chess game I made? Or heard of it, perhaps? Yes. It's based on classic chess,
Seno.
but with different rules.
Que me recomiendas
When I was
llevarle a la
designing it, so I'm constantly
¿Qué danza le
revising.
llevas?
True, but I don't
Bueno,
feel
tampoco
that
tendrás
isn't one
muchas
of the
para
joys
elegir,
of playing
claro.
I think the key will be to make something that easily catches the. I'm planning to make a new set with the board and one side will play the Guardians of Liyue Harbor, the other side will play the No problem. I will let you try it. I want to make each of the chess pieces of Liyue Millennial, and no Guardians of
La de
Liyue
la
chess
forja.
set would be complete without. I am indeed.
Seno.
Many. My thinking was
La de
that
la
only
forja.
people who pre-order
¿Cuál
the
de la
chess set
forja de
full
todas?
price will be
La
eligible to
luna
receive the
creciente
limited
o
edition traveler chess
el
piece. It
prototipo
seems
no sé
only
qué?
fitting for someone of your status. Naturally, since you are the face of that historic event. Everyone who owns this chess set will preserve this moment in history in a vivid. Then it's decided. Come with me. To make this chess piece.
Seno.
Ah, bien.
Dice. La que le dan recarga de energía.
Pues bien. Esa es buena. Porque la Shogun va a full recarga de energía. Ponle artefactos que tengan recarga de energía a full y ya está. Le subes la lanza todo lo que puedas, al 60 o al 70 creo que se la puedes subir. Y a ella súbela al 40, claro, no la puedes subir más porque hasta que no llegues a Inazuma te aguantas. Pero a ella llévala al 40, claro, la Shogun al 40. Ya que te dan los 3 frutos a Makumo con la prueba suya. Te dan estos 3 y los guardamanos, que ya verás con los guardamanos que bien te lo vas a pasar cuando la quieras subir. Pues aprovecha y súbela al 40, vamos, no lo dudes. La Shogun es buena. Súbela al 40, llévale el arma al 60 o al 70, lo más que puedas. No sé cuánto es, me parece que en tu rango de aventura te dejan subir las cosas al 70. Súbesela al 70 y ya está, y a piñón. Haz muchas misioncitas de mundo, de arconte. Al hacer las misiones de arconte te dan un personaje, te dan un arco, te dan una espada. De 4 estrellas también, al principio te dan mogollón de recompensas. Y tienes mogollón de cofres por el mundo. Mondstadt está llena de cofres al principio, pero llena.
Oh, I think it goes a little deeper than that. I don't teach my hard-earned skills to just anyone, you know.
Muy
There's a
bien,
word for
joder,
people
pues la
like
tienes muy
you,
tocha.
who are warm one minute and cold the next. Fickle.
You seem to
Pues
be in
muy
a good
bien,
mood
porque ella hace
today.
daño en función a la recarga
As
y
ever.
además tiene una
There's
ulti
nothing.
cara,
All
con lo
jokes
cual...
aside.
Remember the custom chest piece?
Muy bien, muy
Whatever
bien.
business I'm in, I am first and
Pues la vas
foremost
equipando
a
bien, pues
woman
tiene que
with many
tiene que dar
talents.
leña.
Don't you remember when I taught
¿Qué
you
la
how to
tienes? Al
as it
40, ¿no?
happened?
Supongo.
Milar is
Oh, you'll find all the...
huh?
Oh, I think the Traveler is the one you should be asking about that. I'm kidding. It's hard
O sea
not
que
to
ya has llegado a
tease when you're
Inazuma.
both...
Yo pensé que
Come on,
llevabas
then.
menos tiempo
Step
jugando.
inside and I'll examine your body
Pensé que
from
llevabas menos
tip
tiempo
to
jugando, que estabas
toe.
empezando, melón. Vale, vale. Pensé que estabas empezando. Vale.
If I hear
Rumors about the
either,
Don't worry, secrets are only fun when they're kept.
just enough with the ambiguous phrasing, okay? You'll give people.
You're
Y ya has
always
llegado a
about...
Inazuma.
Seno, dice, empecé hace 2 semanas.
I slightly
Y ya has
regret
llegado a
bringing you
Inazuma y
here.
has descubierto la isla Seirá y
It
todo.
doesn't
Vas ahí a
bother
piñón,
me.
¿eh?
I just hope
Lo has
she
cogido
didn't
con
make you
ganas.
feel too awkward. Now that your measurements are taken, let's go to Mingxing Jewelry
Te has hecho
and
ya
put an
todo el
order
arco
in.
de Mondstadt y de Liyue. Pues vas a ritmo chetil. Que está muy bien, ¿eh? Que es lo bueno del Genshin, que puedes ir al ritmo que quieras. Además, tú que acabas de empezar tienes mucho contenido por delante, mucho mapa, mucho todo.
Seno, dice, ya terminé la misión Arconte de Inazuma.
Madre mía, pues sí que vas rápido. Te lo vas a pelar rápido el juego, ¿eh?
Hello, Lady Ningguang.
Pues ahora a la
What can I do
cima,
for you
disfrutar.
today?
That chess piece I told you?
Okay,
Good. And as agreed,
of course, we are professionals, and we will. Although, I don't mean just the.
Entonces, si estás en Inazuma, el arma que te recomiendo para la Shogun es la captura, que es la de la
like
pesca.
every previous
Que la
set,
puedes
there's
conseguir
always been
gratis a
some degree of
refinamiento 5.
commercial
Es lo
or
mejor que hay
marketing
para la Shogun
considerations to bear
gratis.
in mind. But this one serves more of a commemorative
Antes de Sumeru
purpose.
toca pasar por la
To
cima,
that
macho.
point, as
No te
you're-
emociones.
yes. And just like your piece, the Jade Chamber piece will be scaled for the game.
Yes, it's a.
Toca pasar por la cima sí o sí.
In business, everything comes, but shrewd, hardly the worst thing in the world, of course. Well, for
Bueno, lo que pasa es que a ti te lo han
another
puesto
cases
más fácil y te han puesto el
where I
TP a la
offered
misión
distinctly
legendaria
more
directamente, a la
that
misión de
Ningguang,
Arconte.
I see.
A los antiguos nos tocó hacernos buena parte de la cima para llegar a esa misión. Tú llegas con la gorra. Pero hasta que no hagas la última misión, la de senderos peligrosos, no cobrarás recompensas, tenlo presente. Ahora te lo explico, porque eso no lo han solucionado.
Oh, I get it. You're saying that back when you sacrificed the Jade Chamber, you gave. You're not seeking. It was the deal.
Yes,
Truly, now I understand.
it will be a lot of work. Make sure the traveler's piece.
Don't you worry.
Well, there's.
Tú estás aquí ahora. ¿Qué misión?
Seno, dice, ¿cuánto puede llegar a tardar la misión?
¿Qué misión? Tú estás aquí en omnipresencia sobre los mortales. Te queda hacer la grulla regresa con el viento, que es la de Senge. Te queda Requiem desde el abismo y te queda senderos peligrosos. Y luego ya viene Sumeru.
La de la cima.
No, la de la cima, como a ti te han puesto un TP directamente a la misión, no es muy larga. Pero claro, esta no la vas a poder hacer. Y en el momento que no hagas esta, aquí se acabaron tus recompensas por misión de Arconte. Hasta que no hagas esta misión, todas estas que hagas después no te las van a dar. Se acumulan, pero no te van a dar las recompensas. La última recompensa que vas a cobrar es la de Requiem desde el abismo. Después de Requiem desde el abismo podrás empezar esta, tras la bruma y el bosque, toda la del arco de Sumeru y las de Fontaine. Pero estas recompensas despídete de ellas si no haces senderos peligrosos, porque es obligatoria para que se te desbloqueen. Es un intermedio, pero si no lo haces, estas recompensas no se te desbloquean. Con lo cual sí que te cuentan, te quedan hechas la historia, vas a poder avanzar, pero todos estos deseos y todo esto, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12... Estos 12 deseos despídete de ellos hasta que no hagas senderos peligrosos. Y para hacer senderos peligrosos tienes que completarte la cima al 100%, por lo menos la trama principal. Te tienes que completar la cima profunda, tienes que desbloquear el mapa hasta aquí, porque la de senderos peligrosos empieza aquí, que es lo último que descubres de la cima cuando empieza. O sea que tú para la misión de Requiem desde el abismo creo que apareces en este TP. Te han desbloqueado este TP a ti. Este o este, no me acuerdo cuál es. Uno de estos. Te han desbloqueado, me parece, este TP, creo, no lo sé. Y toda la cima la tendrás oscura, claro, salvo que la hayas visitado, todo lo tendrás oscuro. Te han puesto un TP ahí, pum, para hacer la misión. Harás la misión, la acabarás, y una vez que la acabes, podrás ir a Sumeru. Pero ya, las misiones que hagas de Sumeru no te darán la recompensa, porque no has hecho senderos peligrosos. O sea que te lo presente. Vale. Vamos a Liyue. Vamos a la cámara. A la cámara de HUD de...
Seno. Dice. Wow.
Sí, así es, amigo. Así es.
Seno. Dice. Me mareé.
¿Por qué?
I have a question for you. And I'd like to hear you. And I, in turn, will tell you how I really... When we were at Mingxing Jewelry, I admitted that my decision to sacrifice the Jade Chamber was a calculated one. I had already... When you heard that,
Seno.
did it make you think that maybe I really was a cynical profit chaser after all?
Ya, pero es como funciona. Si no lo sabes, pues se te quedan bloqueadas las recompensas.
Yes, well, at the time, it seemed all that talk about making up for my losses was really just to console myself. I was lying to Xingxi. My decision to destroy the Jade Chamber was nowhere near as thought through as I made it out. Afterwards, I consoled myself by reasoning that all my wealth comes from Leo Harbor. So, to lose Leo Harbor, but it just didn't work. Because I had just severed ties with a lifelong companion. I stared out at the sea for goodness knows how long.
Seno. Dice.
I just...
Ya terminaste
There was no
todas
way
las
I could
misiones
console
Arconte.
myself.
Sí, todas.
So why bother trying? But as time went by, I
Y de
received
mundo,
so many
la
thank you
gran
gifts and
mayoría.
letters from people. Everyone was describing how they now saw me. I gave up the Jade Chamber without a moment's hesitation. And I did it for the sake of Leo Harbor. All of this was so encouraging to hear. Because this is one aspect, the fact that I can't always be as strong as... Thank you for your comforting words. I'm sorry that you... But look where I am now. And if I end up...
Seno. Dice, no te gustan las voces en japonés.
Me gusta en inglés, que entiendo lo que dicen. Le encuentro más sentido. En japonés parece que dicen todo lo mismo. Wanchun, 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 wanchun. No me entero de nada. Prefiero en inglés porque aparte de que tiene un doblaje muy bueno, entiendo mucho lo que dicen. No a la perfección, pero por lo menos el oído lo tengo acostumbrado y le encuentro la entonación a las palabras. En japonés me suena que hablan todos igual. Y en chino y en coreano, claro. Prefiero en inglés 1000 veces.
Seno. Dice, eso sí es verdad, jajaja.
Claro, en japonés lo pongo en japonés y hablan todos igual. Cambia uno un poquito más chillón, otro menos, pero lo que dicen no me entero de la misa a la media. En inglés además les cojo la entonación, porque como el inglés deriva del latín como el español, pues entonamos de una manera similar las palabras, y hay muchas palabras que tienen radicales parecidos, con lo cual es chetil. No.
My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not...
Yes, I'm already awake. I'll be out in a moment. I'm just changing. Good morning. Did you sleep well? There's nothing to worry about. We just need to go through the schedule you made. So, what's item 1 on today's schedule? I imagine this must have taken Baisher completely by... Sure. There's no harm in changing my schedule. My schedule is usually very... So, it'll be quite nice to take a break. I don't often feel tired. Still, your idea... So then, the date...
Seno. Dice, bueno, ya me tengo que ir a dormir, que no dormí nada. Espero que tengas un lindo día. Person turquoise guabin, hanpin guabin.
Muchas gracias, tío. Igualmente, que descanses. Mañana live stream, ¿eh? No lo olvides, quedan 300 protos gratis y nos enteramos de lo que viene para la próxima versión.
It's called Liyue Millennial. When I was designing, so I introduced a lot of... I'm constantly revising and expanding it. So true. That's one reason why it's been... But I don't feel that making it easier to learn isn't one of the joys of playing chess, to continually learn. I think the key will be to make something that... I'm planning to make a new set with the board and pieces based on the battle for Liyue. One side will play the Guardians of Liyue Harbor. The... No problem.
Venga, cuídate, tío. Hasta pronto, Zeno.
I finish the prototype. I want to make each of the chess pieces... And no Guardians of Liyue chess set. I am indeed. My thinking was that it seems only fitting for someone of your style. Naturally, since everyone who owns this chess set will preserve... Then it's just... Come with me. To make...
Hanping Wabin.
really want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me. My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart? Oh. Oh.
Oh, Lady Ningguang.
You already know each other?
Oh, I think it goes a little deeper than that. I don't teach my hard. There's a word for people like you, who are warm one minute and cold the next.
You seem to be in a good mood today.
As ever, there's nothing special about today. But all jokes aside, how can I be of service?
Remember the custom chess pieces I told you about? I'd like you to take his measurements today.
Whatever business I'm in, I am first and foremost a woman of many talents. Don't you remember when I taught you? As it happens, I am a skilled tailor as well. What can I say? I'm in the prime of my...
Yingar is every bit as proficient as any of the top tailors in the land. I've availed myself of her services many times before.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just realizing that the Traveler only thinks I'm good at one thing. You'll find all the tools you could need in the room. Please, help yourselves. I'll stay out.
Huh? What are you expecting me to do here?
Oh, I think the Traveler is the one you should be asking about that. I'm kidding. It's hard not to tease when you're both so well matched. Come on then, step inside and I'll examine your body from tip to toe.
If I hear any strange new rumors after this, you will be my #1 suspect.
Rumors about the Traveler or the chess piece?
Either. Both are confidential.
Don't worry, I know where the line is. I'd never take a joke. Secrets are only fun when they're kept secret.
Just enough with the ambiguous phrasing, okay?
You're always welcome at
I slightly regret bringing you here. It doesn't bother me. I just hope she didn't make you feel too awkward. Now that your measurements are taken, let's go to Mingxing Jewelry and put an order in.
Hello, Lady Ning.
That chess piece I told you of?
Okay, let me just double check.
Good. And as agreed, please...
Of course, we are professionals, and we will do everything we can. Although, speaking to you as a friend, I have to tell... I don't mean just the material costs either. Waiting around for top quality materials drags out the production.
That's okay. This one is not... With every previous set, there's always been some degree of commercial or marketing considerations to be... To that point, as you know, the prototype of the Jade Chamber chess piece has been in the works for a long time, but I haven't once followed up on the progress. Yes, and just like your piece, the Jade Chamber piece will be scaled for the game.
Yes, it's a challenging project, but also not for how do I put it? It just seems...
In business, everything comes down to profits versus losses. You have to keep a cool head and make rational judgments, but shrewdness is easily perceived as cynicism in the eyes of others. People come... Hardly the worst thing in the world, of course. But it has caused obstacles for me in the... Well, for example, I once had a case where someone backed out of a deal with me to sell to someone else. We were both offering the exact same terms. Another case is where I offered distinctly more competitive terms in an investment, and this ended up arousing that Ningguang, they thought. She must be up to something. We can't let her get away.
I see.
But these problems disappeared all but completely. Why? Because the whole of Leo witnessed me. At least, that's the most reasonable explanation.
Oh, I get it. You're saying that back when you sacrificed you're not seeking to make a profit from these chess pieces because what you're commemorating is your It was the deal of the century. And as long as you keep capitalizing on...
Yes, exactly.
Truly a brilliant strategy, Lady Ningguang. Now I understand why this set needs...
It will be a lot of work, and make sure the Traveler's piece is exactly how he wants it. We can't go letting him down.
Don't you worry. We'll put our all...
Well, that's that then. There's something... I have a question for... And I, in turn, when we were at Mingxing Jewelry, when you heard that, did it make you think that maybe I really was a cynical profit chaser after all? I see. Well then, I'm sorry, but what I'm about to say may simply... I was lying to Xingxi. My decision to just... Afterwards. But... Because I had just severed... I stared out at the sea for goodness. There was no way I could console myself. But as time went by, I gave up the Jade Chamber. All of this was so encouraging to hear. Because this is one aspect of the fact that... Thank you for your comforting... I'm sorry that you have... But look where I am now. And if I end up happy... I'm already awake. I'll be out in a moment. I'm just changing. Good morning. Did you sleep well? Oh, how strange. Me too. I'm joking, of course. So, what's item 1 on today's schedule? I imagine this must have taken Baisher completely by surprise. Sure. There's no harm in changing my schedule. My schedule is usually very tightly packed, and so it'll be quite nice to take a break. I don't often feel tired. Still, your idea is very sensible. So then, the days ahead of us. Something I never... Ah! Have you played the chess game I made? Or heard of it, perhaps? Yes. When I was I'm constantly revising and expanding it. True, but I don't... Isn't one of the joys of playing... I think the key... I'm planning to make it... One side will play the Guardians of Liyue Harbor. No problem. I want to make each... And no Guardians... I am indeed. My thinking was that it seems only fitting for someone of your... Naturally. Everyone who owns this chess set... Then it's just... Come with me. Yes, I'm already awake. I'll be out in a moment. I'm just changing. Good morning. Did you sleep? That's good. So, I imagine this must have taken Baisher complete... Sure. There's no harm in... My schedule is usually very tightly packed, so it'll be quite nice to take a... I don't often... Still, your idea is very sensible. So then, the... something I never... interesting. Before I decide, because as far as most people are concerned, Mora is the key to any and all opportunities. Yes, you're absolutely right. I want to do something a little self-indulgent. Is that okay by you? Thank you. All right, here it is. I was born into a humble family. I had to. Fishing isn't the half of it. You'd be amazed. A lot of the old folks like to brag about how I used to be their errand runner back in the day. They were tough times. But if I didn't make any money in the morning, I want to relive that time for my life. So how about it? Will you join me? Great. Then let me lay down the... We're not to use our status or reputation in Liyue Harbor to our... The goal is to see how much... I can see why you'd suggest that. You're thinking... But Northland Bank is a special case. I rather suspect I would not be welcome there. Yes, and also... Never mind. I expect they still hold a grudge against me to this day.
Buenas, ¿qué tal, R? Ay, hola. Sumílico. Velocipedil. Catarina.
Lady Ningguang, I would hope that you're not here to create further... With all due respect, too much official pressure will risk...
There's no need to be so hostile. I'm just here to talk business. So?
That depends on the proposal.
Velocipedil. Velocipedil. Con P, no con
If you're here
T.
to make us suffer huge losses like last time, then I'm sorry. But none of us here can afford that.
Straight to the point, Ice. Traveler, we're leaving. Let's not waste any more...
Velocipedil. O sea, me acuerdo al principio de la primera... Hay un cofre en el Banco del Norte de 200.000 de mora y todo el mundo... ¡Oh! ¿Te acuerdas? El hype que creaba este cofre. Ya ves tú, 200.000 de mora. Pero claro, al principio del juego sonaba un dineral. 200.000 de mora. Hay un cofre de 200.000 de mora. ¡Ué! ¡Al turrón! ¡Vamos a Liyue! Sí, sí, hombre, es una pasta, ¿eh? Es un señor cofre.
RDK el Brun.
Y hay gratis.
Sí, por los 200k.
Hombre. 200k chetífero.
RDK el Brun. Dice, ahora mismo tengo 4 millones.
Qué chetil eres, joder. Yo tengo alguno más, pero vamos.
RDK el Brun. Dice, si yo es
Do
que
you
no
see what I
economizo
mean
muy
now?
bien, por eso
Their
no
attitude
tengo
was
tanto.
just as I
Bueno,
expected.
a tu ritmo. Hombre, en Genshin se consigue mora de muchas maneras.
That's for sure. Although our diplomatic relations with Snezhnaya haven't broken down completely, I dealt them a rather ruthless blow with the size of the reparations
Pues sí.
payment I imposed. This sum was paid by Northland Bank, so they are still wary of me to this day. Yes, with some exceptions. If you encounter them in any other nations during your travels, be on your guard. They are more than just a commercial organization. That's okay. My intention here was to show you, but that's quite enough politics for today. Let's get back to our fun little survival game. Now that you mention it, Yes. We're being watched. What are they plotting this time? My thoughts exactly. But we need to be discreet. Let's act natural, determine who our tail is, then lure them somewhere more deserted so we keep moving, just...
The key here is consumer psychology. Join the Adventurers Guild. You'll have a blast. Holy cuisine is an edible.
Okay.
I think we have a few there's a lot of foot traffic here, but if you look closely... But I'm still not sure which of them is our... Agreed. Whoever it is will continue. I think we've narrowed it down a little, but let's stay calm until we're 100% sure. It shouldn't take much longer.
Persona sospechosa. Qué buena pareja hacen Ningguang y Zhongli, ¿eh?
I think I have the answer. Let's get out of his line of sight and sneak up on him. Don't get the wrong person, though, or all our efforts will have...
Este es el Gordín Flash.
Hey, what is it?
Wrong guy. Ugh, he got away.
Buah.
Do you see what I mean now? That's for sure. This sum was paid by North... Yes, if you encounter them in any other nations during your... That's okay. But that's quite enough Now that you mention it, yes. What are they plotting this... my thoughts... Let's act... Keep moving, just... Okay, I think there's a lot of foot traffic here, but if you look closely, you'll see only a handful of people have been watching us constantly. But I'm still not sure which of them is our agreed. Whoever it is will... I think we've narrowed, but let's stay calm until we're 100. It shouldn't take but... I think I have the answer. Let's get out of his line of sight and sneak up on him. Don't get the wrong person, though, or all our effort...
What are you doing?
Come now. Did you really think we wouldn't notice you?
What? I'm not doing anything.
I don't know what scheme Northland Bank has in the works, and I don't... But let's make a deal. How cooperative you are now decides how much immunity I give you. Or do you seriously think Northland Bank won't throw you to the wolves when push comes to shove? Why don't you weigh the pros and cons and give me a clear answer before I retract my offer?
Sorry, Lady Ningguang. My assignment was just to follow you, I promise. When you showed up unannounced at Northland Bank, everyone was instantly on high alert. We figured you must be we couldn't just overlook it. We had to get to the bottom of it before we could put our...
I know they're wary of me, but this is still this all feels very suspicious. I only took you there to demonstrate how tense things are. Is there anyone else following us besides...
Yes. They would have seen this and reported back.
Then we need to get moving. The longer they have to react, the fewer clues they'll leave behind. No time. I'll just have to keep him with you. Do not...
Qué chetil es Zongli, joder. Y qué chetil es Ningguang.
Are you saying that Ningguang hasn't done anything? Impossible. She wouldn't have shown up here out of the blue without good reason. Keep investigating. We must ascertain her intentions.
So much commotion. This must be an important meeting.
Oh, great.
It looks like I wasn't supposed to be privy to the
So, you are here to investigate us after all. Where did you get wind of this?
That doesn't matter. What matters is that I made a brief and inconsequential visit, and your first reaction... You couldn't have advertised your guilty conscience more clearly. You may as well come clean. You know I will not turn a blind eye to any violation of the rules in Lead.
Even if we cooperate with her investigation, she's bound to find problems even where there are none. Well, if you're such a stickler for the rules, you can carry out your investigation by the book. The Northland...
Fine by me. Then I'll take my time. But...
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Ahora vengo, sumiles.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Every journey has its final day. Don't rush. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
What's your name, buddy? Are you here to buy some medicine? Where are your mom and dad?
Are you?
No, I'm not.
Hey there, Chi-Chi. Hi, Gray. What's going on?
Hi, Traveler and Paimon.
You've actually come at the perfect time. This little boy seems to have gotten himself lost. I think he must be new to the city. Probably wandered away from his parents and...
No, listen to me. I'm not the one who's lost. It's my dad.
Your dad? How does a fool...
Well, my dad...
So...
She went out a few days ago to... I remembered that the owner of Boo Boo Farm... When we got to the city gate, I took a moment to ask the Millelith guards for directions. I asked the mill...
You came to the right place. We're pros...
Junction...
Hey, who's talking about me?
Chang, hello, child.
You have a talking snake? Oh, are you Uncle Baiju?
Chang, now, my dear boy, could you tell me more about...
Yes, Uncle...
I see. And your family lives near Qingse village, you say? I visit patients there frequently, but I don't recall ever seeing you or your parents.
Uh-huh. My mom doesn't like meeting other people, especially during Lantern Rite. She always tells me to just stay at home and keep my dad company.
Are you?
Whoa, yeah, it is. Do you know my mom, Dr. Baiju?
I certainly do. Gui, Chi-Chi, are there any pressing matters in the pharmacy at the moment? Ayu's parents are old acquaintances of mine, so I would very much like to assist with the search. Would the two of you have time to join me?
Don't forget us two. We already told Ayu that we'd help.
Oh, really? Well, that's wonderful. We are most grateful for your support.
Chi-Chi and I need to clear up the shop front first, but once that...
Family is...
Thank you. Traveler, Paimon, why don't you come with me and Ayu? Let's start by talking to the Millelith guards at the city gates, see if they have an update.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Lior tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle. Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
We searched to the north, but couldn't find anyone who matched the description.
Well, that complicates things. The city folks say there's no sign of him either. We need to start looking further afield. But where are we gonna get the people?
Excuse me, sirs. Have you found out anything about my dad yet?
Ah, hey there, buddy. Dr. Baiju. What brings you out this way?
The boy asked for our help, so we're here to join the search. Any new developments to update us on?
Oh, thank goodness. We were just discussing how we're running out of manpower. As for updates, I'm sorry to say that we've searched the surrounding area thoroughly, but Couldn't find anything.
The guards at the crossing up ahead said they hadn't seen anyone either, so we don't believe he was heading towards the Guili Plains. But it is possible that he was bound for Luhua Pool.
Luhua Pool? The terrain there can be tricky to navigate. Let's hope he hasn't run into any trouble.
Mañana la hice stream Cepit, chaval. Qué ganas.
You will?
Sorry we weren't able.
That's okay. Inazuma shines eternal!
Everybody stand back!
Illusion shattered! Now you shall perish! There is no escape!
Rain outlines your fate. Huh?
Let's light it up! Teamwork is true!
Shine down! Inazuma shines eternal! Dad! Dad, can you hear me?
Look, there's somebody over there. Oh no, it's... Hey, you! Stop! Don't go in...
Watch where you're going! Huh?
Dad!
My.
I see.
Dad, are you okay? Your name is Xiao.
Oh.
Uh-oh. He seems in really bad shape. We need to get him back to... Sorry, Hutao. Gotta dash.
Hold on a second. You're not serious.
Huh?
Come on, Baiju. Don't tell me you... Why do I get...
Use what? What are you talking...
There are
Yes, but...
There's no... It is the swamp. Besides,
Now you're...
mere...
Oh, really? I thought I was persona non grata at Boo Boo Pharmacy. Okay, deal. We're not... I'm happy to do it.
You must be pleased you brought the trash.
Well, time is of... Block it. I see.
Dr. Baiju?
Don't you worry.
Ayu, do you know when... So it's been a long time. No. Come and see me again.
Thank you, Dr. Baiju.
If you still...
However...
Yes. Of course I'll...
See you tomorrow, bud.
Bye for now.
Are you ready, bye?
Sumiles y sus reptiles. Sumiles.
You know, Paimon's kind... Yeah.
While I
I'm idling time on admiring the scenery, the spectacled snake-bedecked dog. Hello, you busy bees, and what? Actually, don't tell me. What?
Oh, and
Huh? I thought I told you. Well, it is a dusty old tale by this point. These days...
Okay.
Almost...
Wow,
according to that pharmacist, my grandpa had a so my grandpa...
Funeral
if he had just be... But according to my... And on top of that...
In what way?
Don't know, but... One thing I do know about Baiju is... Anyway, so... I will be sticking around here.
After all that, it seems like we have more questions than answers. It's a new day! Let's go back to Boo Boo Pharmacy and check out how Jialiang is doing.
Dad!
Oh, are you?
Dad, you remember me!
Yes.
Don't worry, Dad. I got the Adventurers Guild to help us look for her. And Dr. Baiju's gonna help too. Right now, all you need to do...
Great. That's wonderful. I can't thank you enough, Dr. Baiju.
My pleasure.
Not at all, Dr. Baiju.
You're still in the early stage.
I suggest you...
Director Who, do you have any further reservations about...
It seems like the evil... But... How did you accomplish...
That would be a trade secret, I'm afraid. Though I regret to say that Boo Boo Pharmacy cannot offer to reimburse Wang Sheng Funeral Parlor for any revenue loss.
Oh, come on!
I've been stuck indoors for too long.
Yes, of course. Everyone?
Suffering now, are we? But in any case, why must you keep this a...
Who's there?
Ah!
Why did you follow us here? Oh, it's nothing. I just needed to get some...
What did I just say about putting on a brave face? Traveler, Paimon, the truth is, Baiju did not cure it. Instead, he transferred some of his own life force to his patient to... Baiju, can you please explain all of this?
My predecessors in medicine forged a contract with Changsheng. Every successor to this contract is... I believe the irregularities with Jialiang's... The poison has not been purged from Jialiang's system. Rather, I infused him with some of my own life...
Changsheng? You can do that? Huh. Paimon always thought you were just... Hey, I'll have you know that I commanded the respect of even the Adepti back in Chenyu Vale. If anything, he is my mannequin. I was treating patients with Baiju's master's master long before he ever set... Whoa. Guess you shouldn't judge a snake by its...
Please, that's enough.
Wait a sec. Huto was saying that the branch of medicine you studied uses some pretty
Hardly. Changsheng helps to keep my chi in balance, so there is...
Still, Baiju's life force is not unlimited. We must find a way to neutralize... Traveler, Paimon, would you lend this dummy a hand? He needs someone check... Baiju, don't you think you should seize this opportunity? You cannot expect to hide this from everyone.
Entire. Thank you, Traveler and Paimon.
Huh. Paimon doesn't think we've seen this side of you. But there's no need to thank us. You've helped us out before.
The poison in Jialiang's system must have accumulated over a prolonged period. I think I should pay a visit. Yes. I asked Ayu this morning before you arrived. He told me that his family lives in a secluded spot. Let's head there together once I've asked Gui and Chi-Chi to look after the pharmacy. As well as investigating Jialiang's exposure to the poison.
Everyone hold hands. Ah, watch out!
Totalmente R. Ni pío, dicen. Por eso me he quitado los cascos. Claro. Soy sumil, porque el mundo me ha hecho así. Por eso me he quitado los cascos, R. Porque no decís ni pío ninguno, pues digo, pues yo tampoco, ¿eh? Y ya está. Ni pío han dicho. Son sumiles.
With the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all.
Solidify!
Hey!
Right here.
Hey there! Hey there! Fire! Well, everyone hold hands!
This is order.
Right now. Right here.
Coming at ya! Hiya! Ha!
2 sumiles. Bueno.
Stabilize.
Hey! Hey there! Ah!
Solidify. I
Coge
will
el
have
euro.
order.
Coge el euro.
Everyone hold it! Feeling lucky?
I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart?
El eurochetil. ¿Qué es el eurochetil? Ah, el de Zongli. Ah, estas misiones de desafíos no se actualizarán diariamente. Obtendrás... Ah, vale, vale.
I really want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me.
El euro chetil, ¿no? ¿Te llaman?
Oh, oh, mm.
Recompensas chetiles y poderosas. El euro más rápido de Fonte. Ya ves. En no drama estoy haciendo protos a destajo a ver si consigo sacar a la Shogun. Llevo toda la semana con ella. Y ahora estoy haciendo un evento web para conseguir protos. Esos mails son del evento web. Que dan protos gratis. ¿No lo has hecho el evento de la manguera chetífera? Es muy chetil, ¿eh? Prototetas.
Oh, oh, I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart?
Vi el mensaje del evento web, pero no lo hice. Pues dan protillos, 100 y pico en total. Y luego libritos y cosas, chetiles. Mira, 15 más. 15 más. 10 más. Pero aparte de estos 3, esta mañana ya me he llevado aquí otras 10, otras 5, otras 15. Todas estas son de hoy, ¿eh? Hombre, mira, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 recompensas de hoy. Una de 10, otra de 15, 25, 30, 40, 55, 70, 80 de momento y quedan por hacer varias. Te recomiendo que lo hagas, está muy chetil. Sí, yo lo estaba haciendo por Oyolab ahora, no lo he hecho desde aquí. Porque esta cuenta la tengo registrada en Oyolab. Tengo esta y la de Sabbath. Las otras no, las otras cuando hay algún evento lo escaneo desde aquí, desde el móvil. No tengo cuenta creada en Oyolab, es una sumez. Entonces lo hago desde el código de barras de aquí y me sirve igual. A ver, algún aviso nuevo, a ver un momentito, ¿eh? Ahora me perdéis, pero sigo siendo chetil.
RDK el Brun.
¡Qué susto!
Hay 3 espectadores, pero no dijeron ni hola centro circunflejo. RDK el Brun. Dice, el euro chetil. RDK el Brun. Dice, XD. RDK el Brun. Dice, el euro más rápido de Fontaine. RDK el Brun. Dice, ¿en qué cuentas andas? RDK el Brun. Dice, vi el mensaje del evento web. RDK el Brun. Dice, pero no lo hice. RDK el Brun. Dice, pues que chetil entonces. RDK el Brun. Dice, me meteré en Oyolab y lo haré por ahí.
Banda sonora de personajes, volumen 4. Resumen de actualización. Ah, el error de Chevrolet, que ya nos lo han dado. El de Ito. Es que aquí no había marcado los chetos, los puntos. Tengo algún logro también. A ver. Derrota al protolagarto Geo en todas sus formas elementales. Muy bien, oye. Completa el cazafantasmas y desbloquea todos los finales posibles. Vale. Evalúa correctamente toda la información. Vale. Elabora un helado erróneo y haz la posibilidad congénita de Chonjun está. Completa otra invitación a la cámara de Jade y desbloquea todos los finales posibles. Bien, oye, muy bien. Cuando el pescado se trata, cuanto más mejor. Reservas pesqueras. Después de la calma ya viene la tormenta. Ningún no pudo disfrutar de sus vacaciones. Muy bien. Pues está guay el evento, hombre. Es muy cachondo, es limpiar con una manguera a presión. Está muy cachondo. Cachondífero. ¿Sabes? Está cachondífero, amigo. Y te dan protillos así por la face, pues bueno, toda proto es bienvenida, ¿no? Yo creo, vamos. Para mí sí. Y más en esta cuenta tan sumil. ¿Tengo a Ningguang aquí, por curiosidad? Supongo que sí que la tendré, ¿no? ¿O no? ¿No tengo a Ningguang? No me lo creo. Sí. Y con su skin chetil, además. Hombre, no la voy a tener. No la voy a tener. Lo que no tengo es la skin de Bárbara porque no había nacido la cuenta cuando su evento. Pero bueno.
RDK el Brun. Dice, bonita la Ningguang también, mayor que...
Es muy bonita, sí. Ningguang es chetífera y poderosa entre todas las Liyuines.
Whoa! There's a house all the way out here? Huh.
Nor have I. And I've hosted clinics at Chingsa Village many times in the past.
Oh, that reminds Paimon. We meant to ask...
She was indeed. She is several...
Suppose... Wait.
Jiang Li, the last time she visited.
Quarrel? I don't know.
Nor did Master...
Oh.
No.
Paimon never...
So...
What the...
Let's split up.
RDK Elbrun dice: Yo habría puesto ningún An 5 asterisco pero más fuerte y Genshin 4 asterisco pero más débil.
Pues sí. La verdad es que sí. Pero bueno. Yo es que la primera vez que vi a Ningguang, te lo juro que pensaba que era 5 estrellas. Entre el diseño de personaje, que es una preciosidad, el traje que lleva, el de serie, digo, ya no te digo el nuevo. Y claro, el fondo que tienen los Geo, pero claro, la ves a ella, ¿ves? Lo ves así dorado, yo pensaba que eran 5 estrellas. Porque es que Geo, no hay personajes Geo casi. Noel y ella, al principio de todo es que no hay más, Noel y ella. Al principio, cuando empezamos. Porque Zhongli todavía no estaba, claro. Y claro, lo ves con estos colores dorados, pues yo la vi así, con su diseñazo chetil. Yo la vi así. Y yo es que pensé que era 5 estrellas, te lo juro, cuando la vi. Además, cómo usa los elementos Geo y tal, no sé qué. Porque tampoco se había visto nunca ningún catalizador en plan a lo bestia. Lo más DPS que habíamos visto era Lisa al principio. Y ves a esta tirando pedrulos ahí con el catalizador, con esta pinta y con todo dorado. Y qué cheta es la tía. Te lo juro, ¿eh? Por eso la primera vez que me salió me alegré un montón. Digo, hostia, qué chetil, me ha salido la señora esta. Digo, es de 4 estrellas. Pues qué guay.
Vaya uñas me trae.
Uñas chetíferas Geo. Son garras de protodragarto.
EPP Anime dice: Buenas Sumil.
Hola, FTP Anime.
Unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at
RDK Elbrun dice: Olis EPP Anime dice: El otro día me tocó en el permanente en Latam. EPP
¿Quién?
Anime dice: Hola R.
¿Quién te tocó en el permanente en Latam? FTP.
Traveler, Paimon, come quick!
¿Quién te tocó en el permanente FTP?
Changsheng and I found a hidden compartment. This is what was...
You sense it too? You're right. This is a... is it?
No. Your eyes do not deceive you. I do believe the poison in this spot... Some toxins act a lot like living organisms. I read about this once in the Origins and Symptoms of Diseases.
Qué guay. La vas a
This
subir chetil en
ancient class of
Latam. Ahí,
poisons
pruébelo.
consists of mother and minor loads, capable of
Además, a ti te
sustaining
mola
their
mucho
if it's a
Ningguang.
concoction of this kind we're dealing with.
La
then
vas a
both
subir
the poison
chetil, ¿no? En Latam.
Correct. Whoever is administering the poison
The call of the...
only one thing could...
this is getting crazier and Hey! Since this you mean... Think a little... Huh? So you're saying... Wait, but... That...
I agree.
Look at the facts, though. How many people in the entirety of Liyue?
It's too early to draw any conclusions. We should question Jia Liang about it once he has made more progress in his recovery. Yes. According to the origins and symptoms of diseases, the minor loads will disappear if the mother load is purged.
Te cuesta hacer la hipostasis
So
geo.
if we
Buah.
can find and do you
Pues si
know
estás
anything
mamá.
about God remains in Chingsa village?
Well,
No es coñazo, no es el
Changsheng's
más
memories
coñazo,
and these days, she has to enter.
Whoa. What? Hey, plenty of with my assistant stronger and
Además te lo carrea Fran todo a ti, Sumil. Llega Fran y te mata al borde de un tajo.
This is exact.
All right, everybody, calm down. Back to the matter.
With how anti. What? Oh. If you're talking about who Paimon thinks you're talking about.
No, no se tarda tanto. No es tan difícil el hipostasis geo. Hombre, Xiao.
Well, this is Baiju of Boo Boo Pharmacy. The lantern rite when we met briefly. I was unaware of your true identity.
Huh? You
Our paths have crossed once before. I sense the presence of evil spirits. Is this why you called me?
Xiao chetao, tío.
Too often.
Viene su banner
I now know
pronto.
what you see. A
Sí me
vile
gustaría
monster
tener a
known as
Xiao
the
por
Chip
coleccionismo,
once wrought havoc. The land was finally.
pero
The seal is still,
nunca
however,
encuentro el momento, ¿sabes?
its aura,
Ahora que
I
estoy
do
yendo
not
por
like to
Esquipellet, lo
intervene again,
siento,
but
pero
when
no puedo ir a
demonic
por él.
forces are involved.
Pero sí que me gustaría tener
I
a
do not
Xiao
wish
en
to
alguna
see
cuenta por
immortality may not
coleccionismo,
be the
¿sabes?
blessing.
I shall
Lo mismo le
treasure
tiro
your
en la Dilu, yo
farewell.
que sé.
What a
Con Bárbara y
strange
ya lo
adeptus.
hacía más rápido.
That's
Muy
so
bien.
for you.
If the God remains are
Hola, Fran.
Master! Master!
Gwei? Did you run all the way from Boo Boo Pharmacy?
What happened?
It's Jiaoyang. He was...
Already? Based on past.
It's everyone. Back to.
Pero llévanos a la farmacia, cabrón. No me dejes aquí tirado. Tepéame automáticamente. EPP anime, dice Sumil. Coñazo que se bloquee el móvil, tío. Lo he estado mirando y no me deja poner más de 10 minutos. Vaya mierda. Sin que se apague la pantalla. Tendría que poder poner una mosca o algo por ahí. De momento no he tirado.
Anime. Dice, Sumil te toco Sogu, no hay que cagarse en o lloverse una vez más.
De momento no he tirado. Estoy haciendo recopilación protogemil un poco. Todo el día llevo.
Dice, será un Samsung seguro.
No, no es Samsung. Es Xiaomi, creo. Pero es su mes, tío, que no me deje poner más de 10 minutos. Déjame que me lo ponga lo que me salga de los huevos.
Dad, what?
Don't be scared, Dr. Baiju.
Anime. Dice, que Chetil
How is he doing?
¿Por qué?
Dr. Baiju, you're back.
When Gwei left.
Gwei, please.
Yes, of course.
Don't worry, Ayu.
Baiju's not gonna use Changsheng's secret art again, is he?
EPP Anime. Dice, Sumil, ¿viste el vídeo del licenciado sobre los clips?
¿Qué clip? No, ¿qué clip?
How are you feeling, Dad? Are you...
Master said he needed to take a quick rest and asked me to bring you out of the treatment room. He hasn't emerged yet, so he must still be resting.
Oh, really?
GTA. Pero el que...
No.
No,
Oh, come with...
Don't forget what...
No.
no lo he visto.
Traveler? Baiju hasn't shown his face. Huh?
EPP Anime.
¿Y si entran en mi casa mientras estoy fuera el fin de semana? Con Securitas Direct, tu casa estará segura cuando no estás.
Rockstar seguirá sacando DLCs en PlayStation 4 y en Xbox One al menos este año, o por lo menos la mitad de año. ¿Por qué te digo esto? Porque Rockstar ha sacado una actualización en comunicado avisando de que, bueno, pues que va a haber más cosas, pero van a eliminar algo en PlayStation 4 y en Xbox One a partir del 20 de febrero de 2024. Te explico el qué. El comunicado es el siguiente. Nos dicen actualizaciones de GT Online en PS4 y en Xbox One. A medida que comenzamos a acercarnos a los límites de lo que es posible dentro de la capacidad técnica de las consolas de generación anterior, estamos tomando medidas necesarias para permitir futuras actualizaciones de GT Online en PlayStation 4 y en Xbox One. Como parte de estos cambios, el editor de Rockstar, incluidos los clips o proyectos guardados en el editor de Rockstar, ya no estará disponible en las consolas de PlayStation 4, Xbox One a partir del 20 de febrero de 2024. El editor Rockstar seguirá siendo totalmente compatible en PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X y S y PC. Esta actualización ayudará a garantizar la estabilidad de estas plataformas y a mantenerlas actualizadas con las ediciones de GT Online durante el mayor tiempo posible. No hablan de cuánto, pero dicen el mayor tiempo posible. Por lo tanto, al menos tienen planificados 2 DLCs para este año, por lo menos. Serán más pequeños, bueno, pero vamos a tener DLCs, sí o sí. Para obtener más información sobre los cambios del editor de Rockstar, incluido cómo exportar y guardar proyectos de editor de Rockstar en PlayStation 4 y en Xbox One, visite nuestro sitio de soporte. Bueno, pues esta es la noticia. Nos quitan el editor de Rockstar en las consolas de antigua generación, PlayStation 4 y Xbox One. Yo no lo uso, por lo tanto, da igual, pero al que le gustaba hacer clips y cosas de estas, pues tiene hasta el 20 de febrero de 2024 para seguir disfrutando de esto y de guardar los proyectos y los clips que tenga. A partir de ese día ya no estará disponible. El editor de Rockstar, ojo, no es el creador de actividades. El editor de Rockstar es el que hace los clips, los vídeos así todo editados y esas cosas. Eso es el editor de Rockstar. No estará disponible a partir del 20 de febrero de 2024. Sin embargo, en PC, Xbox Series X, S y PlayStation 5 seguirá totalmente igual. Bueno, si con esto van a seguir manteniendo actualizado GT Online en la antigua generación, pues viene de perlas. ¿Tú qué opinas? Déjame en los comentarios. Nos vemos en el próximo vídeo para vosotros jugadores. Adiós.
Me parece una gilipollez. O sea, no creo que el editor impida que puedan poner un puñado de coches, que es que los DLC son eso últimamente. Un puñado de coches y ya está. Y la misma mierda es siempre. Pero bueno, que hagan lo que quieran. Yo el editor tampoco lo uso, la verdad. Pero sí que sé que hay gente que hace películas y tal cojonudas, vamos, clips largos. No, que buah, el GTA 6. Buah. Rockstar quiere explotar el GTA 5 hasta que salga el GTA 6, que no es lo mismo, R. De liquidar nada, al contrario. Lo quiere mantener vivo a toda costa. Ah, no, que... No, porque yo no uso el editor, pero sí que hay gente que lo usa. Habrá gente que le joda mucho, ¿eh? Porque hay muchísima gente que lo utiliza para hacer clips de eventos, de meetings y de cosas de estos, de cosas de crew. Hay muchísima gente. Yo estaba en una crew que había gente que cada meeting que hacíamos hacía un vídeo con el editor de Rockstar. De 5 o 10 minutos, un resumen de todo el evento. Y lo quedaba súper puta madre porque podías colocar la cámara donde querías, está muy bien el editor de Rockstar. Si lo sabes usar, es jodido usarlo bien, pero si lo sabes usar puedes hacer cosas muy chulas. Pero bueno, pues lo quitaron. ¿Qué le vamos a hacer? Yo soy sumil porque el mundo me ha hecho así. Vamos, Lian.
I feel a dull ache in my heart.
This must be the way. This place feels familiar. I think I've been here before.
Bueno, como llevan siéndolo desde la agencia. Desde la agencia solo han metido mierdas.
Even I can sense it.
I think I remember this place.
Los DLC se han limitado a un puñado de coches y poco más.
No.
No, a mí no se me ha cortado. Habrá sido tu internet, R, porque a mí no se me ha cortado de momento. A mí no se me ha cortado, de momento. Gracias a Dios. Por una vez.
RDK Elbrun dice, ¿qué pasó? RDK Elbrun dice, se le cortó el directo. EPP Anime dice, y los dicks eran mierdiles. RDK Elbrun dice, o fue mi net. EPP Anime dice, a mí no.
This place the digging marks here. A thieves' tunnel?
Judging by the tools they left. But why did they abandon this place?
I remember now. But she said that the meth...
Easy Jialiang.
EPP Anime dice, y mañana en live.
Yeah, qué ganas tengo, joder, del live.
Right now. Emerge. Right now.
Mind the side effects.
Coming at ya! Ha-ha! Ha! Ha!
EPP Anime dice,
There's
se
a
rumorea
sensor
Naida dos
here.
partes.
No, Naida viene con Shan-Yun. Esperan que sea uno de los banners más
This
vendidos.
sensor was used
Por
to burn a
Naida, más que por
monster.
Shan-Yun. Porque tienen miedo que Shan-Yun no venda mucho.
The incense was
Y por
burned
eso le
several
ponen de
no
apoyo a
doubt an
Nahida.
encounter after them.
¿Sabes? Como Xiao no vende mucho, pues le ponen a Yae porque tampoco vende mucho, aunque es una chetífera. Por eso la segunda parte es más floja. A nivel popular, podríamos decir. Porque yo, Yae, no me parece para nada un personaje malo.
I'm fine. Let's keep going.
Pero le echaron todo el hate este con el rework este que le hicieron por la C2, por las mierdas de los metas. Es que la C2, es que la C2... Por suerte no nos afectó a los de C0, ¿sabes? Pero a raíz de eso le cayó mucho hate allá y todo el mundo la estaba esperando como agua de mayo y cuando vieron cómo funcionaba molaba, pero claro, los de C2 es que claro, que alcance más lejos y lo hace random. Y vale, pues lo hago ordenado. Es que ordenado tampoco.
Yae no es mala, quien diga eso no sabe nada. RDK Elbrun dice, lo que sí que no es top meta.
Ya.
Almost there.
Pero es súper cómoda y súper práctica, a mí me encanta. Igual que Nahida.
We can keep going now.
From the looks of it, the energy released by this mechanism can not only clear barriers, but also be conducted by corresponding mechanisms. Perhaps it's something we can make use of.
RDK Elbrun dice, pues con...
Paimon doesn't see any barrier-breaking mechanisms around here. There are tracks here, and it looks like they're connected to something. Shall we follow it and see where it takes us?
No me deja moverlo en esa dirección. ¿Por qué?
Gather!
The doctor will see.
Emerge. Right here. Emerge.
Watch out! Coming at ya! Hiya!
Cómo me mola la espada de Navia que hace el sonidito ese como de burbujas con los bichos. Es muy chetífera. ¿Y no la deja activar o qué? Solo la deja empujar. No, hombre. Pero animal. Pero no te caigas. Ah, no me dejas subir. Bueno, pues me tendré que caer. Claro, si no me dejas subir. Hostia, un manolito super gafotas, chaval.
Zhongli!
Look out! There's a monster next to her!
The god remains must have lured them here. Watch my back.
Espérate a ver cómo tiene este Baizu, a ver si lo pongo igual. 28k de vida, 1400 de ataque. A ver. Con su arma tan mala. Vale. Claro, lo llevan C3. Nos ha jodido.
I see everything!
Right now.
Stabilize!
The doctor will see. Hey!
Emerge. Right now.
Pues mira, es que los pinos de Yae son como misiles todo el rato, tío. Ahí cayendo, pam, 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 pam. Son muy chetiles.
Con 2000 defensa, kkkk.
Qué chetil eres.
Dr. Baiju, how serious is it?
I can still feel a pulse, but her condition is quite grave. The god remains here are encroaching on her cognition, much as the poison in your system did to you. If we don't eliminate it soon, then even if we save her life, I fear that she may never wake up again.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's destroy the remains right away! It's not as simple as that. Don't you remember what Baiju said?
Dice, Sobun con defensa.
The poison within
Asterisco.
Jialiang's body
Asterisco.
is inextricably linked to the god remains here. If the source is purged, the poison in his system will...
And the poison within Jialiang's body is keeping his heart... Oh no. Are you...
Indeed. If the god remains here are purged, then you're...
I wondered when this day might come.
Wait! But we've all been working our butts off to save Jialiang's life. After all that, we can't just give up on him.
Claro, soy humilde.
Great doctor, surely you've got to know of some other way we can save him, right?
Pues sí, soy muy humilde.
You could continue to take the poison, which would buy you some time. As for...
It appears to me that she was striving to concoct your medicine for you. Right up until the moment when she left...
Dr. Baiju, give it to me straight. How long
Poco a
does
poco.
Jiangli have?
The god
Tampoco.
remains have reached her internal organs. Under ordinary circumstances, I would give her less than 3 days. But if I were to treat her,
But what would be the point of... Dr. Baiju, I'm all too aware of the dangers of god remains. If I continue to sustain my own life using this wretched substance, not only would Jiangli have to keep risking her life to make my medicine for me, I know for a fact that I should have died over a decade ago. The fact that I've been around to see how you grow up is already a great blessing from Rex Lapis. If my choice can bring Jiangli back, then even if I,
Jialiang.
After cheating death for so long, it seems I've grown somewhat addicted. Traveler, Dr. Baiju.
of course.
Thank you, everyone. And I'm sorry that...
Jialiang. Baiju, Changsheng. Is there really nothing else you can do?
I am sure that over the years, Jiangli will have tried all the conventional methods known to humankind.
Mortals are fated to grow old and pass on when their natural lifespan runs out.
What a crazy situation. Jiangli risked it all to save Jialiang's life. And now, Jialiang has to sacrifice himself to save Jiangli.
I've seen many final farewells in my time, but I can never get used to it.
In the
No es
human
malvada,
realm,
hombre, pobre
all
Paimon.
things must come to an end. Is it not a fitting end to die for a worthy cause? At least, that's
No.
what generations of masters before you have always believed.
The path they chose was indeed a heroic one. But when I think of those who would willingly sacrifice themselves for others, I cannot help but think that theirs are the lives least deserving of death.
When all this began, we agreed that once Ayu was old enough to help you gather herbs, it would be time for me to go. If you could only see him now. He took... So, I know that you'll both be okay without me. I've said my goodbyes. My time has come.
As you wish.
Dendrificación masiva.
It will eat away at both your cognition and your memories.
I'll take it. At the very least.
Mom, something's really wrong with Dad. Don't fret, Ayu. I will gather some medicine.
Why would these memories come to mind now? The longer we live... Oh, how I would love to hear your voice once.
EPP Anime dice, ¿en live qué hora será?
Supongo que a la 1, como siempre.
Dad!
Didn't I... No?
Supongo que a la 1.
Come back to life.
Do you feel strange or different in any way? If so...
Dr. Baiju, I thought that I was going to...
Die? You did indeed. As things stand now, you're more akin to a zombie than a human.
I'm a zombie?
That's right. Before we set off, I asked Chi-Chi to prepare an elixir of immortality. With its help, you have been suspended in the space between life and death. Of course, this is but a crude imitation of an Adeptus art. I don't expect it to extend. Whether it will keep you alive for a few days, a few months, or a few years, But, however long you have left, I believe it should be more than sufficient time for you to say your final goodbyes before departing the world in peace.
An elixir of immortality? How'd you cook that up? Leave it to you to work on something like that behind my back.
Yo no lo podré ver porque estaré trabajando. Lo veré el sábado mientras desayuno, tranquilo. Sí que cogeré las protos y antes de conectarme las meteré en todas las cuentas, claro. Lo primero a hacer. En cuanto acabe de currar a las 4 me vengo y me pongo a hacer ronda de cuentas y de códigos. Son muchas cuentas y son muchos códigos. Bueno, o sea, son 3, pero claro, 3 en cada cuenta. O sea, es un poco locura.
Without Director Who nudging things in the right direction, we may not have found Jiang Li in time.
No wonder he didn't mention the elixir back then.
Coño, y tú también lo podrás ver repetido, nos ha jodido. Yo es que es como lo veo. Yo en directo no lo puedo ver porque estoy trabajando.
But it seems nothing escapes Dr.
Never underestimate.
All I wanted was to help Jia Liang find his missing wife as soon as possible, so that he could be on his way to the afterlife without any unfulfilled wishes, making the journey more... Leave it to Boo Boo Pharmacy to snatch the perfect opportunity right out of my hands at the last hurdle. Never mind. One Chi-Chi was enough of a conundrum. The last thing I need's another one. If I'd known this was coming, I'd have whisked him off to the Wangsheng funeral parlor the moment I found him.
Qué exageradas, Jutao. Qué manía le tengo a la tía petarda.
When I grow up, I'm gonna become an even better doctor than Mom and Baiju, and cure Dad for good.
EPP Anime dice, yo lo veo si lo hace licenciado, si no pues no lo veo.
Oh, is that right? Well, you wouldn't be the first person who's tried to put Wangsheng Funeral Parlor out of business. Traveler, Paimon, I'll catch you all another time.
Oh, is she finally go? All's well that ends well. If you ask Paimon, we should probably do something to celebrate this hard-earned family reunion. At times like this, a grand...
It feels like it was a whole lifetime ago when I last talked with Zhongli and Ayu around the dinner table.
Yay! Paimon kill! Alright, first things first, off to the market for some fresh ingredients. Let's...
Wait up! I'll come too!
Habrá que verlo, Chetil. Tengo muchas ganas de la aldea Chenyu, ¿eh? Aquí la ha mencionado Baizu, además. Bueno, Shenzhen, en realidad.
Baiju,
Y me ha dado morriña.
so much.
Don't mention it, Jiangli. I was just doing my...
Just your duty, huh? Baiju, Changshang, would you mind...
Soy Baizu.
Now that you are part zombie, there are...
Yes, ma'am.
First, don't forget
forget to stretch your body regularly. Second, don't forget to...
Yes?
I forgot.
Tengo mucho hype por la zona nueva, ¿eh? Y es por la preservadora. Waifulítica con gafas.
EPP Anime. Dice. Ja 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 ja.
Hombre, lo sé yo que le tienes muchas ganas a la
EPP
preservadora.
Anime. Dice. Skip total sumil.
¿Qué dices? La preservadora es waifulítica, tío.
Time flies. It's been so
Mira el
long
Valle
since we bade
Chenyu,
each
¿ves?
other farewell
Oh,
in
qué
Chenyu
morriña
Vale.
me da. Y eso que no he estado, y es como si hubiera
Chang,
estado toda mi
you're
vida.
the same as ever. You haven't changed one bit.
You, on the other hand, have changed a lot.
You're right. My younger self would have never imagined that things would one day turn out this way. Or that you'd turn out this way, Baizhu.
A bitter pill to swallow.
EPP Anime. Dice. Sumil y ya pondrás apuntártelo de Twitch.
¿A qué de Twitch?
I've taken a look at your elixir of immortality. It's not altogether dissimilar from the poison I concocted in terms of the way.
I have to say, Jiangli, it was a stroke of genius to use poison to maintain life. I hope you're not too upset at me.
No, not at all. With your intellect, even if you'd never seen my poison, I believe you would have eventually arrived at the same approach. But I'm still impressed by how quickly you managed to gain such a thorough understanding. Not just that, you even managed to improve upon the original formula. Baizhu, be honest with me. Did you try out some of the
Huh. Told you the truth would surface sooner or later.
Life force isn't the only thing that Changsheng's contract lets you transfer between bodies, is it?
Nothing gets past you, Jiangli. You are correct. Besides life force, Changsheng's secret art also allows for the transfer of toxins and diseases. When I treated Jia Liang for the second time, I transferred some of the poison from his body into my own. Not only did this allow me to alleviate the burden, there is no need to worry about any long-term consequences to my health, however. Now that...
But you took such a huge risk. If we hadn't destroyed the god's remains back... What am I saying? The reason I left our master and went into hiding all those years ago was that he was getting old. And I didn't want him using up any more of his own life force to treat my husband. But in the end, how were my methods any different? I risked one life to save another. And then you tried the poison on yourself too. Are all disciples of Chenyu Vale destined to turn out this way? To live a short life, having given away our own for the sake of...
We are doctors, Jiangli. We ought never say that anyone's fate is sealed.
Baizhu, I can tell that, over the years, you've used the contract with Changsheng to transfer many diseases and toxins to yourself. Can you still stop before it's too late?
I think you know the answer, Jiangli. Every one of us from Chenyu Vale...
Hey, food's ready! Mom, come and join us. The Traveler taught me a load of new recipes, and said even Dad'll be able to taste them. Come...
Yes, darling. Mom will be there in just a second. Baizhu, I know I won't be able to convince you, but please don't forget that if one day Chi-Chi, Gui, and all the friends who have grown...
There's no need to worry, Jiangli. I know what I'm doing.
I can only hope.
Baiju, what did Jiang Li mean by not around anymore? Are you gonna... Every single mortal I've ever contracted with, including Baiju and Jiang Li's Wait! That doesn't make any sense. You said that the
It is a very long story.
¡HTP! Se viene la 444. 4 HT épica, tío. Viene la aldea Chenju. Qué ganas, joder. Y se viene la preservadora con gafas para
When
HTP.
plagues ravaged the land, one doctor made a pledge to rid the world of pain and
Qué chetil,
suffering.
que se viene la preservadora con gafas para
But
HTP,
even the
chaval.
most ingenious mortal medicine could not stay the
Y viene
tide
con
of
gaming,
disease.
además.
And after working tirelessly for many years, even his dearest loved ones fell sick and bade their final
Y
farewell.
viene con gaming, que dicen que va a ser un
Legends told of an herb lord in
mandoble piro muy
Vale
chetífero.
could cure any illness known to mankind. The doctor sought the herb lord, but found only a white snake, its breathing weak and its power all but spent.
Sign this contract and let our lives be joined.
Melones.
Then I will impart to you the secret art of healing. But be warned, this art will harm your own health.
With means beyond human ken, the doctor could now reverse the process of death. And yet, the time still came to say goodbye. Only now, the one departing was the doctor, his life force spent. His final act in life was to pass on the contract to his final patient, his favorite disciple. The disciple chose to dedicate their life to saving the lives of others. And generation upon generation followed in these footsteps. Since I inherited this contract, I've always respected the path taken by my predecessors, and followed it myself unquestioningly. That is, until I tried to use the art to save my own disciple's beloved. She begged me not to use up my own life force. She said that this art is a poisoned chalice, an evil and unnatural practice. She did not wish to sacrifice one life for the sake of another, when both were lives she treasured. Only then did it occur to me. Did I not suffer when my master passed away, just as patients' families do at their loved one's deathbed? Are not the lives
El gameplay de
cut
quién?
short by this
R, has visto,
contract
el de gaming.
just as worthy of saving as any patients? What is this contract to us? Medicine or poison? Alas, I no longer have enough time left to find the answer. I entrust to your care both Changsheng and this final question. May you find a remedy for this conundrum, which has
¿Te ha
ailed
molado o
us
qué?
Time and again, no matter how much I try to warn them,
Dicen que es muy
balance their
chetil.
chi,
Y tiene un diseño
I
chulo
can
el
never
gaming
save
este.
them.
Y es humilde a la vez.
What's your answer?
If I abandoned the contract and left you without a host, what would happen?
I suppose I'd spend my final moments taking a nice nap on Mount Yaojun. Then I'd be reunited with my old friends and your predecessors.
Then it's decided. If there's a life in front of me that deserves to be saved, why shouldn't I do everything within my power to save it?
Es lo único que hace, pegar brincos.
Again, it's the same
Como una liebre.
answer. So be it. Close your eyes. Who knows how many more people will take on this contract?
None. This contract will end with me.
My
contract has strict requirements on the host's natural temperament. All my hosts have been most pure of heart.
Epchetepep es epchetépico.
But when one with an altruistic nature gains access to this art, they are more seduced than the average person by the miracle of overturning the laws of life and death.
¿Por qué? ¿No te ha gustado? ¿No te parece waifulítica suficiente? La mamá adoptiva de Senge. Y la maestra. Aunque a Senge le enseñó crío y ella es Anemo. Pero bueno, no lo tendremos en cuenta ese detalle. Porque no hay que perder el norte, que aparte de ser su madre adoptiva, es su maestra. Ella se refiere a ella como maestra. Y dices, maestra Nemo, discípula crío. Algo me falla.
RDK Elbrun dice, eso no tiene nada que ver,
Ya
será
lo
su
sé,
maestra,
hombre.
pero no le dio su visión.
Ya lo sé. Es guasa. Pero es waifulítica como su discípula. Por lo menos la han puesto así, claro. Porque la grulla que conocemos muy waifulítica no es. Pero esta preservadora que han hecho, no veas. Yo pensé que le ibas a tirar R a la preservadora.
They are like moths that throw themselves into the flame, seeking a glimmer of hope in a dark world.
So, Baiju, does that mean...
I suppose
Yo pensé
that
que le iba a
would make
tirar
me a moth
R.
that yearns for the light, but doesn't. Cheng Sheng's art can transfer pain and suffering between people, but it cannot reduce the total amount of pain in the world. I have nothing but the utmost respect for my predecessors, who sacrificed their lives for their principles.
Huh? But didn't you already transfer it?
What makes a poison poison? And what makes a disease a disease? When it comes down, if disease is defined as deviation from normal functioning, then who knows? Perhaps the true elixir of immortality could in fact be a kind of poison. Many may view the notion of searching for immortality in poisons and illnesses as a flagrant violation of the natural order. But to me, it is no different from the way our I don't want those who come after me to lose their lives to this contract. Nor do I wish for Cheng Sheng to perish from losing her host. This leaves only one. Precisely. I will be Cheng Sheng's final host, and the tradition of
Even the gods of old struggle to achieve true immortality. First you want to save others, then you want to save yourself.
But isn't wanting to have... For a selfish moth like me, who's afraid of the flame yet yearns for the light, the only path forward...
For once?
Dr. Baiju, Traveler! What are you still chatting about? The food's about to get cold.
We also have coconut milk for Changsheng and Paimon.
Leche de coco.
Okay, fine. Let's go grab some food. Paimon has a bunch of burning questions, but they can wait till after we've eaten. I do envy Paimon sometimes.
True. And yet, although we call them simple pleasures, are such things as these not precisely why we mortals cling
Que chetil es Baizu, ¿eh? Ese tío es Baizu, ¿eh?
If you're not sure what to do next,
Bueno, un deseito gratis. Otro, venga. No. Otra Chevrolet.
FP Anime dice: Sumil vi en muchos videos que Arlequino saldrá en la 4,6 y yo pensando vais a comer muchas papas y creen que va a salir en esa versión XD.
Totalmente. No sale la Shogun, ¿eh? No se quiere venir. Voy a ver el Pity, pero soy muy sumil.
FP Anime dice: Me cachis en la mar o lloverse. Miguel Muñoz dice: Jejejeje siu.
Debo llevar unas 74 más o menos. Si sumo estas que he hecho ahora que he hecho 4, ¿no? Con la chapa. 3 o...
RDK el Brun dice: Olis Miguel.
Hola, Miguel. Sumil.
Traveling to other worlds is all
Unas
that anyone seems
74
to be
llevamos.
writing about these days.
No se viene la Shogun, ¿eh? Nos quedamos sin la Shogun por
Goodness knows
tercera
what
vez,
they find so
HTP.
disappointing about their own world.
Qué sumil soy, joder.
FP Anime dice: Arsukiti.
En el subpiti estoy y nada.
Most humans could have the entirety of their fleeting lives chronicled in but a few short lines.
No sale.
Their stories really make for terribly dull reading.
FP Anime Baisu con peras humil.
No. La Baizu con peras es para R, que la ha visto y le ha gustado como salta.
Personally, I think the idea of things staying...
La Baizu con peras es para R, que la ha visto y le ha molado como lo hace.
RDK el Brun. Dice, de eso nada, para EPP.
Para el Pepe, dice, de eso nada. Monada te ha faltado.
Beautiful. But alas,
Mucha preservadora, pero nadie le
the
tiraremos.
world works.
EPP anime.
Es que es muy sumil. Es que
Preservadora, pero nadie le tiraremos.
el problema con el preservadora es lo de pasa, que nosotros mismos la hemos nerfeado indirectamente, porque claro, se empezó a filtrar cuando se empezó a hablar de ella.
Most humans could have the entirety of their fleeting lives chronicled in but a
Cuando
few
se empezó a
short
hablar de
lines.
preservadora, se
Their
decía que iba a ser
stories
como el
really
niño,
make
pero
for
que iba a
terribly
volar más
dull
alto y
reading.
no sé qué y tal. Y empezaron las pajas mentales comunitarias. Y cuando hemos visto cómo se ha quedado, pues hemos dicho,
Can't you send someone any sooner?
me,
The clock is
¿sabes?
I'm sorry, but we don't. Traveler? Yoonjin is always talking about. Yep. She... If our audience doesn't get to see Yoonjin on... That's what I said. Look, when you're a megastar, why does she have to go and practice somewhere so dangerous? What if something happens to her? What am... Well then, what if she gets into a scrape and hurts herself? If she gets so...
EPP anime.
As you can see, this is what we're
Para
up
Xiao y
against.
lo anesteafo en curación.
Would you be willing to accept this commission?
Oh, wonderful. Oh, thank the star.
Pues no sé, pero el problema es eso, que todos nos imaginábamos que iba a ser como un Chao, como un Chao. Como un niño, porque todo el mundo rumoreaba que era como un niño, pero que subía como 3 veces hacia arriba y subía y volaba y volaba. Y lo que hace es dar 3 saltos chetiles y ya está, no hace más. Si los haces por separado da un salto como muy largo. Y si los haces continuos da como 3 ascensos y se tiran picado. Pero no sé. Te vale para coger altura para... Es como si fuera un poco la ulti de Venti, ¿sabes? Que pone el ventilador y para arriba.
But where
Pero
though?
¿cuántos personajes refuerzo para Xiao piensan sacar?
Bueno, de momento solo es ese, ¿no? Han sacado más para Xiao. ¿Han sacado alguno más para Xiao? Setao. ¿Han sacado alguno más para Xiao Chetao?
RDK el Brun. Dice, ¿por qué es tan faruzán? EPP anime. Dice, faruzán.
Pero la Faruzan no fue para Xiao, fue para Sumil. Para el niño, precisamente, más que para Xiao.
Gather!
Right now.
EPP anime. Dice, para el niño correcto.
Hey there!
Muérete del asco, cabrón.
Oh. It's you. I do apologize. I didn't see you. What brings you all the way up here? Oddly enough, I didn't expect to run into you here, of all places. Ah, I see. So Yunning sent you. I did. Oh, but on this occasion, it's a pity, though. I was so close to achieving the state of mind that Shenhe... Do you remember what Shenhe said about the divine damsel fighting against the evil monster? That in reality, She hadn't acted as granted. She later admitted that she preferred the version of events given in the opera, with its portrayal of
A
a
ti
divine
toda.
heroine
Y su voz también.
sacrificing herself. But after giving it a lot of
Que yo la tengo
consideration,
R15 y no la he subido.
character is defined by her emotional
Porque su voz
complexity
es una
and hidden
mierda
uncertainty.
de voz.
So the more emotion, if access to a different state
Pero
of
una
mind
mierda
can
como un
help me
piano de
provide
gorda.
a fresh interpretation of the. That's why I came. My plan was to take it slow. I feel like I was so close to a considering the. Still, I suppose. I wonder whether I have.
La preservadora PR, que la ha visto saltar y le ha hecho mucha gracia. La Baizu con peras, como dice HTP. Lo estoy jugando, no lo estás viendo, Sumil.
Can you put a few more?
Please have faith in him.
Yunning, we're back.
Eugene!
No.
Look, you have to take better care
Es
of it. We're
humilla.
just lucky we had.
Well, while I'm off stage.
You know, you.
So?
Exactly. Well, same difference, isn't it?
Well, either way, you're quite right. I mustn't let down our audience, especially those who came from afar.
Estoy jugando también.
Pero ya ves que está la Yunjin aquí en primer plano, que esto es de encuentro. Cuando hablan así a cámara son encuentros.
All right. It's no substitute for first-hand. Speaking of which, I haven't even thanked you. If you are free after the show, come and find me at Hayut.
Ya estamos con los días siguientes y su puta madre embarca, tío. Qué negre. Como si un día se distinguiera de otro, ¿sabes? Un mandangas. La preservadora PR, ahora que no mira. Que es chetífera y poderosa. La preservadora PR, chaval. Que es chetífera y poderosa. Sí, tío. Que es muy waifulítica y sumítica a la vez.
Leo Opera is really... It's been barely...
Oh, you're far... I'm still new to the profession, and I wouldn't be where I...
Nonsense. As it happens, I have a business meeting at the... So... me too. I've booked the table at the Leolip...
Oh, I'm terribly sorry to both of you, but I'm very grateful for the invitations, but... isn't that right, Traveler?
Okay, you have plans, but you're really gonna pass this up? Wait a second, you're... Well, I guess it's not going to work out today.
Huh, they took off pretty quick. I guess I'll be leaving.
Take care, both of you. Sorry that I... Whew. Thanks for coming to my rescue. Look at you. You're a national treasure. Even gentry mouth. I feel a little sorry for Shinue Kiosk and Liuli Pavilion. I just hope the food won't go to waste. I don't think we'd be able to get a seat this late, but it's fine. I have a better place. Let's head downstairs. I owe you a big thank.
está diciendo cógeme aquí desde hace rato, joder. La preservadora PR, que es como Senge con gafas.
Just one to tick off the bucket list.
Es como Senge con gafas.
Miss Yoon? Oh, wow, it's really...
Hey, get back here. Oh,
Are you a journalist? If you'd like to arrange an
Sorry, Miss Yoon. Don't mind her. She's just new and still learning the...
Miss Yoon, I'm interested to know why you added a silk dance to the scene where the divine damsel...
You noticed that?
Yes. Based on the original script, that scene would see your character perform the Adeptus Walk. But the addition of the silk dance meant that the whole way you carried your...
Animated.
Ah, que sí, Pero no me gustan sus gafas, pues se las quitas. Esa también es bonita. ¿Quién? La preservadora, con sus gafas y sus peras baizulíticas. Pobre preservadora, qué hate le tenéis a la pobre señora con lo bien que se ha portado. Con Senge, además, precisamente. Con lo bien que os cae Senge. Todos a por preservadora, coño, pobrecita. Que si no, no tendrá rerun. Hasta dentro de 1000 años.
Oh, sorry. Which publication are you from?
Preservadora chetífera. Preservadora chetífera poderosa. Y epchetépica. Que salta para arriba y ¡yujú! Es muy chetil.
We're from the Steambird. I am Boy Yi, the editor-in-chief. We were based in Fontaine. Just recently we made the move.
Oh, I see. You're from the Steambird.
Correcto.
Then it's no wonder.
Sí.
Your journalist has clearly
que
done
sí,
her
Pepe
research.
Anime.
That's very kind of you, but really, my level of knowledge is very...
Hey, Miss Yoon is throwing you a bone here. Make the most of it, okay? Talk to her! Talk to her!
Actually, I'm afraid there's somewhere I need to be. And I'd really need to clear this interview with my manager. Yes, I'm very sorry. The Steambird is a highly...
But... Fair enough. Sorry if we're being intrusive. Please forgive us. We'll leave you in peace. Hey, come on, quit dawdling.
Yes, I'm coming. Hey, wait. That's the wrong way if you want... Oh well, never... I have a friend who works for a paper. I'll ask them later. For now, though, the top priority... Now that I think about it, I've... Come with me.
RDK el Bruce. Dice, además parece Baisu de cara XD.
Que no, hombre, ¿cómo aparece el Baizu? Si es una waifulítica bien armada, con unos muslazos a los Senge. El corte de la pierna del pantalón es exactamente igual que el de Senge, que enseña medio muslo, con esa especie de rombo sumil. Y luego va armada como Senge por delante también. Y las gafas son para verte mejor, como dice la canción. No te puede dar miedo, hombre, a preservadora si es una sanadora chetífera, además. Como Baizu, curiosamente.
I can smell the fragrance of food.
Parece Baizu de cara, dice que animal.
Cherhu Rock is definitely the place to go after a performance. Oh? So you're a regular in third round knockout has a great view. It's the perfect place to drink some tea and listen to a good, but at the same time, it's lacking a little pizzazz. Hey, have you been to Chen the Sharp's place before? His third round knockout and Wanmin restaurant are both great restaurants. But when it comes enjoying some nice food and drink, sitting by the hot coals in the cool...
Let's go.
Vamos al filósofo Chen este.
Tigerfish! Oh, hey there. Is this a Miss Yoon?
Yes, please. I'm out with my friend today. Let's start with a plate of... and of course, some grilled tigerfish. 2, please. One with just a hint of chili. And the other one,
Got it. Your grilled tigerfish will be ready. Do you want any drinks with that? Yeah, I don't advertise it though, because it's just something I'm experimenting around with for fun. Miss Yun likes a drink with her barbecue, so I ended up getting her to try them out for me. So, would you two like some tea, or...?
Anything new?
Well, I managed to scrounge some milk from Dunk. A merchant from Mondstadt told me a while back that there's this popular drink doing the rounds there. I tried my hand at making it too, but the response has been kind of lukewarm. Still way up.
Tea with milk? Sorry, milk tea? It might not be the best thing for my Oh, but what about you? Anything you want to drink? Okay, let's get yours in first. I'll have one of each, if that's all right. I'd like to try...
Okie dokie. And here's your tigerfish, fresh off the grill.
Come on, let's enjoy it while it's still hot. Piping hot barbecue and a nice cool drink is the best sensation. Shame about these drinks, though. I only had a little sip of each one, so there's a lot left. Well, I mean, I could just drink them. But I guess he must have toned down the flavors to make them palatable for a wider range of customers. In fact, do you know the Hot Pot game? Let's play the Hot Pot game with the leftover drinks. I'll add some extra ingredients based on my tastes, then you try to guess what I added. Don't worry, after mixing in the new ingredients, I'll also drink half, so I won't add any weird stuff. We don't need to worry about every last detail. Come on, I'll go grab some ingredients from the shop
Sí,
next door.
es humilla.
Once you've psyched yourself up, come and join me.
Welcome to Second Life. Satisfaction guaranteed.
Okay, get ready. Oh, and no peeking. It's ready. Let me try it first. Huh? Oh, just regular facial expression control. Besides, it's nothing that unusual. I think it tastes okay, doesn't it? So did you work out what ingredients I added? Close, but not quite. We can try some more combinations next time. I wonder what kind of new flavors I could create with some more traditional teas, like pine nectar
Nieve de
or snow
ciruelo.
blossom. I can't wait to try it out. I'm getting excited just thinking about it. Huh. Well, people do often say that getting deep into a character is about so in that sense, I can't say it's incorrect to conflate an act, but there are many more sides of me than the few you see on stage. Sometimes, when I get letters from people, I can tell from the way they write. I can write back, but I have to be very careful about what I say. Likewise, when I get in... I bought you one drink, okay? That's not a license for
Ay,
you to
madre.
start saying...
Que
Well,
sumilla.
never mind. You seemed like you were being sincere. I'll let it go. All I was trying to say is that everyone has many different sides to their personality. And if you get... I mean, if we hadn't, like the mighty and distinguished traveler, diligently reviewing my hot pot drinks. Me? Serious? On stage, I guess. Just think of me as another one of your friends. Just one who... So, friend, what shall we do next? So, get a photo? You mean, sounds good. Let's have the food stall in the background. It looks good. I hope whenever you look at this photo in the future, it will... Hold on. How is one photo going to be enough? We'll both need one if we want something to remember. You take this one, and I'll take another photo of you. But could you find another location for us? I'm thinking somewhere around... I'll join you in a moment. I have something... Sorry to keep you waiting so long. You'll see. The view here is great. Yes. Okay. Strike a pose and close your eyes. Yes, please. Quickly now. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Open your eyes.
Que sumilla, ¿no?
I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart?
Que sumilla es Yunjin. Es como la preservadora, pero sin gafas.
Can you put a... You
please have faith in it.
You...
No.
Look, you have to take back. We're just lucky.
Well, while I'm off stage...
You know, you...
So? I'm glad you agree. Right. Then...
Hey! You've only just managed to bring Yunjin back. Now you're... The next show is just days away. Please, if not for me, then for the sake of the opera troupe. I'm Well, okay, maybe that's asking the impossible. Please, just keep her occupied until the next...
What are you two talking about? If it doesn't involve me...
You know what? It does involve... Come on, help me stall her.
Oh? Well, what do you need from me? You want to become an actor?
You do? Oh, yes, of course he does. Right, good. Well, let's not beat around the...
Hold on. I don't know if I'm really ready to...
Please, this is the day you've dreamed of, isn't it? You certainly talk about...
Okay, I get it. I am delighted that you wished... But the issue is, before you could become my apprentice, I'd have to get approval from the founders that do an initiation ceremony. So, for now, I'll just teach you a few basics. Informally, one friend to another. There's no need to call me what? Don't you think that's a bit old-fashioned? Until we settle on an appropriate title, let's meet tomorrow morning on the bridge by the sea at Feiyun Slope. I'll do my best to prepare a good first lesson for you.
Whew.
Bueno, me quito los cascos que aquí no habla nadie.
My time with Espina has taught me that carrying an unreliable
Pues sí,
weapon is
pero
worse than
ninguno
not
habláis.
carrying one at all.
Tú y a veces un poquito Ps4. Que estáis haciendo sumeces. Está contando sus protos para tirar por la preservadora como tú. A ver cuál de los dos os la lleváis primero.
Punctuality is an essential quality if you want to make it big.
Preservadora de la
Without it,
sumez la
you won't be
llaman.
able to keep on top of all the... Well, first I'd like you to answer how many pigeons flew from the bridge when you were passing through. Close. It was 7. Anyway, the point of this question, eyes are the medium for the transfer of emotion. You must train your eyes to be watching the birds fly, hover around, and come into land will not only exercise your... Indeed, my own daily training routine starts right here. I watch the pigeons to train my eyes, and I sing to the tide to train, all in good time. Grasping all the techniques involved in opera singing and... Let's start from the very beginning, with some general theories to help you better understand the Of course! I am in written correspondence with performers from many nations in Teyvat, which has rather broadened my perspective on this topic. For example, how would you perform yourself? Try to relive the events of that day when you were battling against an ancient god and fighting off the Fatui. Now, I want you to look out at the ocean in front of you and recall the raging waves and the atmosphere. Take a deep breath. Now, gradually, embrace the scene, immerse yourself in it, and let all the emotions back in. Good, good. So that next, I'd like you to focus on the goal you wanted to achieve at that time. Good, yes. Okay. Good. Now, all of this overwhelming emotion is welling up inside. Stop. Wrong. This is all wrong. There's no emotion, no soul. Granted, the character you are trying to portray is your own self, but your performance didn't... I couldn't hear you fighting for your life while gargantuan waves were crashing all around you. What I heard was the sound of someone doing vocal exercises by the beach on a calm day. Here's the thing.
¿Ves? La Yunjin es
When
como
you're
preservadora
acting,
pero sin
it's not
gafas.
only
Es muy
about getting
sumilla,
into
hay que tirar por
character, you
preservadora, hombre.
also have to recreate the scene in your... Now, maybe conjuring up specific details of your surroundings at the time... you're right. I suppose we could try again. A little farther afield. At Guyun's... Oh? Too far away? Don't worry, I was just thinking aloud. Besides, even at Guyun... Let's try something else. Come with me to the suburbs just north of Liyue Harbor. If you've got no objections, let's head off.
RDK el Brun. Dice, no tienen nada que ver en personalidad. RDK el Brun. Dice, la preservadora es arrogante.
Bueno, es humilla, pero no es arrogante. Es humilla, tampoco es.
RDK el Brun. Dice, y se cree la leche XD. EPP anime. Dice, habrá que verla.
Es muy chetín la preservadora, hombre. Hay que tirar por
The
ella
battle you
todo.
fought on the Jade Chamber was a very strange set of circumstances, even for someone like you. I know it's hard to recreate every facet of the experience, but what you could try is... I'll give you an example. Well, you bust a gut trying to find a action scenes work this... But, come. They're coming. Just do what you normally do in this situation.
Coming at ya! Hey there!
Gather!
Everyone hold hands! Watch out!
Oh, that was wonderful. Just like a real... Let's perform the scene again.
Es muy chetín en modo humano.
Look at those red-clad scarecrows. Now, let it... It's okay if you can't... And...
Hay que tirar por ella, que es la Adeptus Waifulítica. ¿Destruye qué? Los espantapájaros rojos.
I can't fault your move, but Fatui are larger than most. I don't think it was a conscious decision, but you were aiming a little too low. And you also didn't. Veteran practitioners of this acting method are able to adjust and embellish their real, but adjusting deep-rooted habits to adapt them for the state. Still, this was only your first, but judging from your movements, I think this next method might choreograph every aspect of your onstage performance in advance. Every movement, you can reference existing characters from opera. In short, you want to pin... Well, think of yourself not as you. Okay. How... The Fatui in... What you want to do is... Yes, I think that sums it up. There's an open area to the north. I'll set up a when you finished rehearsing every...
RDK el Brun. Dice, pero imagina que alguien la navia le pilla con preservadora haciendo cochinadas, entonces la preservadora se transforma en pájara justo antes. ¿Qué dirías que es peor? XDD.
Qué follón. No me he enterado bien, o no me he querido enterar.
RDK el Brun. Dice,
Well,
que te pille
have you
con otra
finished
mujer
rehearsing?
o con una pájara XDD.
No need to rush. Take you. I shall guide you.
¿Qué le pasa a Yunjin? Ya. Me sabía mal interrumpirla.
Now that was a little better. You managed to bring out more of that fearless hero quality that time.
Nadia. Ah.
My hard work coaching you has finally... This method might not sound as sophisticated and exciting as the first two, but it's the most rigorous rehearsal and vocal training is at the core of this school of thought. It even works as long as you practice diligently. With time, you will achieve mastery one way or another. People say that when you truly master the... I know.
Porque es
I
ópera
guess I
china,
still have a
Sumil. Tiene que
long road
cantar en
ahead of me
chino.
when it comes to developing
Como
as a performer.
preservadora.
Well, because even if I had, it's been written on your face this whole time. Just try and keep her occupied until... Don't forget that acting is my... Still, this is a rare opportunity, and I hope you... The operatic tradition carries countless I hope that your voice and your face will make their mark on Liyue opera too. Yes, as well as... Do you remember the basics of the final method? Don't you think there's a striking... With you as a reference in mind, I'm sure I can finally make a breakthrough, because as far as I'm... Even if my every move... And even if I fully... Whatever the method, thank you for trying, and congratulations on making it to the end of your graduation, sir. For now, I hope when that day comes, it'll take a lot of hard work to reach the point where you're ready to go on stage. But here... Then again, I suppose... And if I won't let you call me I've got a mentor.
Es humilla, la preservadora esta sin gafas. Es la preservadora sin gafas, tío. Qué chetil, joder. Todos a por preservadora, gente. Todos a por preservadora, gente.
We can try some more combinations. I can't wait to try it out. I'm getting excited just Well, so in that sense, I can't say it's it, but there are many more sides of me than the few you see. Sometimes, when I get letters from people, I can tell from the way they write that they see me as someone cold and aloof. I can write back. You think so? It's fair enough. After all, every detail of... And I've worked hard to try and cultivate an image that appeals to... But if I can't lighten up and joke around, even with my closest friends when I'm off stage, that's a real bummer. Never mind. Talking about... Tonight was about me showing my gratitude to you. Like something to remember the evening by? A souvenir, perhaps? Okay, here you go. Well, people ask me for autographs all the time. Usually what they want is a signed picture of me on stage. Yunning suggested that I keep a bunch of them on hand at all times to make things...
Ah, yes! That one is a picture from the I have one just like it on my wall at home.
Hey, are you guys talking about Miss... I have one in the store too.
Well, what do you think? Is this souvenir...
second.
EPP Anime. Dice. Espero que sea el día y te toque su 1000 si no has hecho todo lo que pusiste.
Pues sí, todo lo que puse en el asador.
EPP Anime. Dice. ¿Pudiste?
I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a...
Right here. Right now.
Hey!
Are you...
Sorry, Miss Young.
Miss Yoon, You... Yes. Animated. Yes. Yep.
Oh,
Yeah. We were based in...
Oh, I see. Then it's no wonder.
That's very kind.
Hey!
Actually... But what about our plans? Really? Okay, sure.
Ya,
thank
supongo.
you.
No sé yo si
Thank
voy a
you
llegar
so
a
much, Miss
HTTP, pero bueno.
Great. Thank you.
No podrá decir nadie que no lo he
I
intentado.
see. Yes, exactly.
Y ya en lata
okay. So there
me
was
rindo.
even more to
Podría
it than I
intentarlo,
thought.
pero ya prefiero a
So,
Najida.
wouldn't
Ya
it make
me da
sense?
igual. A ver qué dicen mañana,
know
claro.
which
Si
section
Najida
you're
no
talking
viene, pues
about.
sí, lo intentaré en lata. Pero vamos, todo pinta que va a venir la preservadora de R con Najida en la primera parte, o sea que...
Oh, I'll give it some thought.
Shurian, maybe it's time to move on to some of the things our readers would like to know about.
Oh, okay. I was also...
Yes, well, I'm sure Miss Yun has countless pearls of wisdom
Tengo
she could
casi
share on her chosen
75,
craft.
creo. El que no ocurrirá R.
Not all. A lot of them really just...
Excuse me? When I'm off stage?
You know, you're a major celebrity.
Besides rehearsing, a day...
Nonsense. Of course it is. In fact, a relative of mine has a daughter who's been saying she wants to broaden her horizon.
Ya veremos. Que va por preservadora,
It's
está
against the
diciendo.
rules of the opera troupe to accept private gifts from
Preservadora de
out there be
Baizuf.
accepting
Digo,
gifts for the troupe under false
de peras.
pretenses?
Digo,
I must get Yunning to look into it.
de Rs.
I mean, it
Exacto.
wasn't a big deal. Just something she said. So, I saw... So, what are your thoughts on Snezhnaya and Fatui?
Ugh, I'm sorry. This is my first interview, and I might need a moment to pause and reorganize.
Don't be ridiculous. Stop.
Oh. I'm fine. It's not the first time I've been asked questions like these. The last time it happened, Yunning stopped the interview for me. But the next day, the
¿Quién?
tabloids were full of... Yeah, I used to think I could hold the troupe. Oh, you mean Fanarya and that crowd. I cherish them as... But there aren't many people like them who can appreciate all the nuance in a single viewing. How did Shuryun end up...
If you find out anything...
RDK el Brun dice: Preservadora puede esperar sentada XD.
I must have left the tea house by now. Let me...
RDK el Brun dice: Yo voy a invitar a Yaekita.
Vas a por ya ese tai.
How can you be so cruel to Miss...
Keep your voice down. Whatever you got to say, it can wait until we're out of earshot. What's wrong with you? Why can't you get it into your head? Quit asking dull questions and start thinking about how to win over our readers. Do I make myself clear? I don't think you realize what a golden opportunity you have here. How many journalists would give anything they had to trade places with you right now? Huh? Ever think about that?
You just don't get it. Miss Yun has put her heart and soul into...
Enough! Stop yelling in public! Or do you want Miss Yun to hear about all the lies you're spreading about her?
Me? You're the one making everything up!
Well, you sure seemed pretty happy chatting to her, so don't act like you ain't a part of this. And don't forget the contract you signed. Come. We'll continue our little chat over there. You need to listen and learn, young lady.
EPP Anime dice: Reparte una mona por aquí.
Are you ready to stop whining now? Do you have any idea how rare an opportunity like this is for a small... Just think of the sales if we can get an exclusive.
But what about us pretending to be from the Steambird? Aren't you worried she'll find...
You really think she still would have talked to you if I hadn't told that little white lie? As long as we make it sound like an eyewitness account, how will she be...
This is horrible.
I don't know who she thinks she is anyway. Oh, I sang a cup. No one wants to read about your sopranos or your falsettos. We give the reader... Case in point. That blonde guy seemed to be getting along pretty well with Eugene. There's definitely a story.
Ugh, that's enough! I'm reporting you to the...
Report me? What for? Libel? Identity theft? You'd better tread carefully, Missy. First, you neglect your own duties, and now you're trying to get into what... You signed the contract.
Qué
You know
épico ese,
full well the
chete.
consequences. If you sabotage this interview, I will make sure you lose everything you have. I will ruin you. You understand?
Tengo ganas de poder revisar vuestras preservadoras ya cuando las tengáis.
RDK el Brun dice: Bucles centro circunflejo, centro circunflejo. RDK el Brun dice: ¿Cómo te gustan?
No, y son gusanitos. Pues eso, tengo ganas de ver vuestras preservadoras. Las ponéis en personajes exhibidos y así las podemos revisar a ver qué tal las tenéis de chetiles.
Who's there? Oh, it's you. What do you want? I'll spread a lovely little story about you and Yunjin throughout all of Liyue.
Wait a second. I was so focused on Miss Yun earlier that I didn't know...
Huh? What are you talking about?
RDK el Brun dice: preservadora de pelo rosado la pongo encantado en el expositor. EPP Anime. Dice, mi preservadora no la
He's
verás
the
hasta que la
traveler!
busque mi
You
duelo.
know, the one who even the cheese sing will listen to.
Qué malvados sois con la preservadora, ¿eh? Con lo que ella os quiere.
What the... what have I gotten myself into? No need to get all worked up here. What we meant was, yes, quite right. You are quite right. I'm disappearing into thin air as we speak.
EPP Anime. Que le den betún.
Que le den betún, dice. Qué cabrón.
Just my luck.
I'm so sorry. I had no idea it was going to turn out like this. But I'm so ashamed. So please,
Qué crueles sois con la preservadora, ¿eh? Ella que os va a traer una zona nueva chetífera. Y bonita. Y vosotros ahí poniendo la verda, pobre señora. Con lo chetilla que es, joder.
Did you find anything out? I see. Well, it's just a bit of a shame that I didn't get to talk with her. She genuinely understands opera and has a passion for it. That's not something you can act. If I had the chance to talk with her more in depth, it could well provide me with some fresh inspiration.
Pero no tiene peras ni muslos de waifu, chaval.
Yoon-jin. Did you agree to another interview without notifying me? These tabloid types are total scumbags, all of them. Who knows what innocent detail he... Sure, nothing might have come of it today, but who knows where it'll go tomorrow. Short of catching them all in their lair in what... Well, wallowing. Geo Lord bless.
Es una copia de Senke.
No, hombre, es chetilla.
Are you ready to stop whining? Just think of... You're ready as long as we...
This...
Pobrecita
No one wants to read.
preservadora.
Case in
Qué
point.
crueldad.
That blonde guy seemed to be
Con
getting
lo
along
bonita que es
pretty
ella.
well with Yoon-jin.
Y lo bien que cura y lo bien que anda. Esos andares que tiene, chaval.
You sign... Who's there? Oh. I'll spread...
Wait a second.
Huh? What are you...
He's
Probablemente.
the
What the... Just my luck.
I'm so sorry. But I'm so pleased.
Me he equivocado. Con el follón de la preservadora me habéis liado, cabrones.
Are you ready to stop whining? Just think of... You really think she's still as long as we make it sound like...
This is horrible.
I don't know who she thinks she is anyway. No one wants to read about your case in point. That blonde guy seemed to be getting along pretty...
Ugh, that's enough! I'm reporting you...
Report me? What for? Libel? You'd better tread carefully, Missy. First, you signed the contract. You know full well the consequences. If...
Why? Oh.
Well, think very carefully about what you're going to do. This is a rare opportunity.
You... hey, what...
Did you find anything out? I see. I knew there was something fishy about... Not yet. All he's done so far is ask a few questions. There's nothing in print. Besides, if we rush to report him now, it's only going to give him more material to write about. You're right. But tabloids like theirs never have permanent offices and printing presses. The moment they hear anything, they'll disappear without a trace. I'm actually more concerned about Would you be willing to do me another favor? I want to send a letter. Great, thank you. The editor should be here soon, so I'll stay here to deal with him. I'll have to rely on you to deliver. If everything goes well, we should be able to...
Me ha chupado.
I've had it with you. Do you think contracts are just bits of paper? If we weren't on a tight deadline, you'd better... You will stay here and
Oh, what am I go... You're the one who was with Miss Yun earlier. Oh, really? Miss Yun wrote me a... Wow. Miss Yun says that under Liyue law, any penalty charge I have to pay may not substantially exceed the amount of... You can't have a labor contract that would completely bankrupt the employee in the event of a breach. It's not legally binding. So not only can he not get any money off of me, I can take this contract to the Ministry of Civil Affairs and blow the whistle on him. I didn't think about any of this when I was job hunting. I always thought Miss Yun was all about opera. Who would have thought she was such a legal expert, too? If only I hadn't gone out of my way to get Miss Yun's attention in the... I didn't expect it to end up with Miss Yun helping fix my life problems. Well, Mr. Boyi says I'm still on probation, so he won't tell me where they're... Plus, I give all my draft articles straight to him, so I don't have anything in the way of evidence. I wouldn't put it past. But the letter says that my statement and the contract are enough. If Miss Yun says so, I'm sure she must be right. Let's go confront...
Okay, I think I've covered this topic pretty thoroughly now. Unless you had any more
Well, what can I say, Miss Yun? You have so many wonderful qualities. Hey, where's that, Not intentionally avoiding the interview, surely?
You're finally back. This poor gentleman's been waiting for you.
You're with Shiyun? Hey, what's going on here? Hey, Shiyun, don't forget the...
The Traveler clued me in. This contract you made me sign, it
isn't worth the paper it's written on. Don't be ridiculous, it's all there, clear as day.
Research? Oh, so you're a news editor. But you also have an interest in...
Yeah, she's new, and she's making a fool of herself.
No, it's okay. In fact, I found myself delving into some legal texts recently. It's all so intricate and complicated that it's very difficult to take it all in.
Relleno puede ser, pero rerun no, porque se supone que viene Kiori. Que no es relleno, es nueva. No es rerun, vamos, es nueva.
I'm pretty sure I read everything relevant.
Under current legislation, the penalty terms in my labor contract are unreasonable and exploitative. I could report you to the mill...
Nonsense! That's ridiculous!
My goodness.
Don't listen to her!
Oh, I have no doubt. Not only do they look at... So if you don't get back now... Well...
You?
Hey, where did... Miss Yun, why did you stop me? Right, and the contract I have is enough.
I'm not a legal expert. I haven't the faint. All that was just an act, aimed at getting him to...
An act? Show us the way to what? Eugene, the Millilith are... I really hope that...
Yes, I had the penalty term anyone who works... And now, he is...
Bueno.
Well, acting...
Their little publication will... I hope this gets the... I'm...
Well...
Yes!
Pero vendrá Kiori también, con lo cual le...
Okay.
Rerun no.
Okay, I think I know...
Don't mention it. I'm sure it will be a source of inspiration for both.
Sí, claro, alguno tiene que venir.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to...
Hombre, sí, pero puro rerun no será. ¿Has hecho el evento nuevo, HTP? El de la web, que es chetífero y te da 100 y pico protos, chetíferas y poderosicas, con gafas, el de guerra de limpieza. No, son varios días.
I have a few references.
Son varios días. Venga ya, ¿te lo puedes creer?
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Lior tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
Dan mucha pericia a los escarabajos. EPP Anime. Dice. De evento Clary.
Creo que te dan un punto de pericia cada recompensa que coges. Porque hoy he cogido pericia en alguna.
Al Nightbot deberías cambiarle el nombre y ponerle Paimon.
Si se lo pudiera cambiar, se lo cambiaba.
Pregunto.
Sí, cada recompensa que coges te da un pericio,
EPP Anime. Dice. Uno lleno.
Sí. Cada recompensa te da un pericio, me parece. Cada recompensa te da un pericio. ¿Qué te parece?
Every journey has its final.
Long Rush. Cada recompensa te da un pericio,
Dice. Mañana haz las 3 y así completo cada día.
Claro, es que yo creo que lo han hecho para que así con el propio evento solo te quede por hacer una diaria. Porque claro, son tres puntos de pericia, pues así solo haces una diaria asumir, ¿sabes? Digo yo, vamos, que lo habrán hecho así. Mira, ya hay un santuario, ¿no? Vamos a dejarlo marcado. Para cuando tengamos llaves. Que creo que no tengo llaves, claro.
EPP Anime. Dice. Que te falto para tirar.
Me faltan protos. Soy muy sumido. Donde hay más tótems. Donde hay más tótems de hidro. ¿Y dónde hay más? Ps4.
Who ate a poisonous mushroom this time?
No sé si lo habré hecho este puzzle, yo creo que no, porque estaba bloqueado. Qué susto me ha dado, coño.
I'm used to the rain, but you should probably use an umbrella. The thunder's so loud. My head hurts.
Pues ya lo debo haber hecho, sí, porque no hay cofre ni hay nada. Pues pensé que al estar bloqueado no lo había hecho. Soy sumil. Y el puzzle ese de los tótems hidro, tío, no se ha completado. Vamos, no sé dónde están los demás tótems. Aquí hay uno.
Keep up. Can't see?
¿Y el cuarto tótem dónde está, tío? Pues suele haber 4, ¿no?
Keep up. Keep up.
Ah, no, mira, aquí está el cofre, tío.
think we can forego the lost and found report.
Muy bien, R. RHTR, chaval. Ancient Dragon, don't cry more. HTTP. Hombre, está el tío a full ahí farmeando protos para preservadora como un loco. Como un loco. Como un loco para preservadora está tirando ahí. Como una limaña. Nada. Sumez.
Anime. Dice, un farmeo preservadora.
Totalmente el tío. Está full ahí con preservadora. Oh, preservadora HT.
RDK el Brun. Dice, farmeando como un loco para la preservadora pelirrosada.
La preservadora HT, pero de nubes. Que mañana te la presentan ahí, Chetil. Te dirán, eres HTP. Ay, la tengo bloqueada. Qué rabia. Tía, yo creo que la de Paruza no la he hecho en la vida, en ninguna cuenta. No sé qué tal serán estos encuentros, serán sumiles.
But alas, that is simply not the way the world works.
Faruzan, la señorita de 100 años. Es muy sumilla.
Pues yo sí la hice.
Tú las has hecho todas, Badulaque, menos la de Kaella, me dijiste. Yo encuentros he hecho muy poquitos en todas las cuentas.
Even though most of the academia's restrictions have significantly relaxed, I'm still a bit worried that the Matra might give her trouble.
Ya verás las ventas.
Bueno, las ventas eran buenas por Najida, por eso le ponen a Najida de compañera. Es que preservadora es un poco sumil, tío, es que...
Dice, Kaella y el otro nuevo.
¿Cuál nuevo? KB. KB. No, yo la de KB tampoco la he hecho en ningún lado. Yo la de KB no la he hecho en ningún lado tampoco. Yo es que encuentros he hecho algunos, pero pocos. Realmente. Bueno, ahora más, claro. Por las circunstancias, pero...
I need to stay here. I'd
Anda,
only assign a
Colei,
job
qué
this
chetil.
important.
Oh no, I'm fine.
Qué chetil es Colei. Colei for president.
It's been a while.
Colei waifulítica,
Sorry,
chaval.
that's also you happen to know about this situation.
Es como
It's
preservadora, pero sin
complicated,
gafas.
and you might have heard about her in Sumeru before. Let's just say that she is, but because of that, her...
I'm getting a
Van
headache
a tirar
just
por
thinking about
constelaciones
it.
de Naida que vir la preservadora de nada.
Constelaciones y gente nueva que no la tiene.
have to be scared.
Mucha gente nueva ha empezado. Y no tiene Najida, con lo cual saben que Najida siempre es una apuesta segura.
I'll try.
Yes. However, far as it's already past our arranged meeting time. I don't think so. With her personality. Anyway, can you go with Kale to the academia and check on Farazan?
Thank goodness.
I'm counting on you two. Kale, don't... Our task is important. After all, if she...
All right, let's go.
Najida chetida, chaval. Preservaizu de nubes.
Sorry, what did you say? Oh, could you repeat yourself? As you know, I'm sure.
Farzan, I said that you need to give a...
Yes. And did you forget to add madam when...
Your hearing is perfectly fine. Madam Farzan, we don't want to make things difficult for you. However, you have... Isn't this rather problematic as an advisor? Never mind the students.
And who, if I may ask, complained? If they have any issue with me, tell them to talk to me themselves rather than waste any of your time. You don't have to tell me anything. I very well know that it's those people from Haravatat. How?
But, Madam Farzan, it has been a long while...
Academic contribution cannot simply be divided between the tangible... In any case, it makes no sense to use a metric like this to evaluate a mentor.
Wait! Madam...
That's her, all right. But the person with her doesn't look like a Matra. Shh! She hates it when people... Her body apparently stopped aging during the year she was gone. So that's why she looks the same as she did 100 years ago.
Que es un mes, ¿no? Tiene que ser. Está en el cuerpo de una muchacha y tiene 100 años. Es como una vieja chocha, la pobre. Porque es humana, ¿no? Como preservadora, que es una adeptus y el tema de los años. Pero claro, Faruzan es una humana, tío, con 100 años, ¿sabes? En el cuerpo de una muchacha, qué sé yo, de 20.
Ah, Kale! Why are you here at the academia?
I'm much better, Madam Farth.
Have you been sleeping well? You seem to be developing some eye bags.
No, it's because I'm a slow learner.
It's good to be hardworking, but you need to take care of your health.
No, cayó.
Tainari a right talking to when I see him. I'll also prepare some health supplements.
There's really...
I've heard much about you. It is thanks to you, after all, that the academia is finally getting back on its... I'd wager it's those Kasharawar dunderheads finding excuses.
Se cayó en unas ruinas, en Sumeru, en unas ruinas misteriosas. No...
It might be difficult to teach a course with topics. You can teach a course or
Could you not give me a few more days to consider?
That's precisely the...
What a waste of free time these folks... Now you two are here at Tainari's behest, I take it. Of course. I shall need some time to think.
What now? Master said there's no rush. But I know that he's been busy working on something at Pardees DI. I feel for Madame Farzan, but if I get her in trouble with the academia, then she won't have the time to help Master. Yeah, that would be... But I'm sure he'll say, the best... Huh? Oh yes, this way she... So if I also stay and help... Okay then.
I have to teach students from Haravatat, or owe Kasharawar a favor. It strikes me that they might be even less happy.
We're back, Madame Farzan. The Traveler said that he can stay and help.
Oh, why I couldn't ask for more. In fact, I'm rather curious about the type of person the Traveler is. You were the one who taught Azara a lesson. Is that so? Good. It does so happen that Now, should I apply to teach a course with Haravatat, or join the collaborative project that Kasharawar is proposing? Honestly...
You might have heard of it before. Haravatat is an academic faction that researches languages and...
Now, not was. Still...
Yes, of course. But current Haravatat students can't really...
In summary, I mean to interpret the configurations and solutions of ruin mechanisms via the deciphering of on-site stone carvings and unearthed documents.
The research method is supported by Haravatat, yes, but the content deals heavily with both ruins and mechanisms. This will also, there are fewer and fewer unexplored ruins left nowadays, and Kasharawar researchers have been developing their own theories on mechanisms. As such, they don't need to rely on aid.
They're far too complacent. Ancient mechanisms are more dangerous and complex than one might. I'm telling you, things weren't like this 100 years ago. All researchers back then were interested in exploring knowledge from a variety of topics. Nowadays, all people are interested in are mainstream subjects in popular research. Even if they attended my course, I wouldn't be interested in teaching them. Also, the people here think that my research is outdated and unrealistic, so they keep cutting my fund. Why, I think they could all stand to learn from Kale. She's a hard-working child and...
Huh? Why me?
If only those who came to my lectures were more like you. Speaking of which, are you feeling better? You don't have to confine yourself to Gandharvaville anymore.
I just remembered that I have a lot of studying to do. I need to head back.
¿Cuánto te falta para otra tirada?
160 protos.
Are you telling me to start a reading?
Huh? Wait. Although Tainari has academic dealings with the academia, he isn't considered part of it. This means that Kale isn't technically a student.
No, he's right. The old academia became consumed by their arrogance precisely because they ignored the public. There must surely be many people like Kale and Sumeru who are passionate about learning, but cannot. The old academia paid no heed to them.
I'll need to go.
Oh, save yourself the extra trouble. I'll come with you. If there's any traveler, Kale, do wait for us a little while.
Wait! I can't believe she rushed right in after we arrived. She's really headstrong. Oh, how did things turn out like this? No, not really. Madame Farazan is a brilliant scholar. Even Master thinks so. If she's really going to teach me how to read, it's just that she can get a bit too passionate sometimes. I don't know how to handle that. Maybe it's because she wants to take me in as... It's just like that researcher said. The academia has completely changed during the 100 years that Farazan was gone. I don't really get it. But it does seem like Haravatat's students aren't optimistic about the... Students who are interested in mechanisms and applications of the elements generally enroll in Kashara. Madame Farazan also refuses to accept rain, but she seems to like my attitude toward learning. It's because I'm a slow learner that I have no choice but to stay up late and study. Whenever she compliments me, I feel really guilty. It's not that. Madame Farazan respects my choices. She hasn't been trying to persuade me, especially she sometimes brings food to Gandharvaville for me. And each time she says that Master can't find out. Now that you mention it, it does feel a bit like that.
Kale, traveler, thank you for waiting. The issue has been I argued with the higher-ups and convinced them of the practicality and necessity of educating the general public. If I'm not mistaken, they're the students of my classmates' students. They're a lot less forceful than their predecessors, though. I'd say they caved rather quickly.
Amazing.
It's just that we need to fill in every single page of the application. It's been a century, but the academia is as picky as ever. Let's see now. What do we need to fill in? Course name, learning objectives, teaching methods, course material. That's a bit too general, I'd say. After all, this class's target audience isn't toddlers or children, but rather, as such, we'll need a more specific learning objective. How about...
That's true. If we use children's teaching materials, we're only...
And you have your job as a forest ranger, Kale. People who attend this course in the future... It must have been difficult to get books in expanding literacy is a capital notion.
So Fair. Me? I light novels. Wait for us, Madame.
Sí, es humilla.
You wouldn't think someone as fast as her is over 100. Let's pick up the pace and catch up to her.
Es humilla. Es humilla. La Farazan.
What a long and mildly ungrammatical title. And why is the cover so colorful?
Verdad, verdad.
Is this your first time seeing a light novel, ma'am?
La Preservaizu de Nubes tampoco tiene gorro, ¿eh?
Would you like me to recommend something?
Fine. One shouldn't judge a book by...
Of course. Why don't you try this one? It's Outlander Brigade. When the wind of death blew towards the...
I heard that this book's author describes action in...
Now, I've only skimmed through a few pages, but it feels like it's all fight...
subject?
The protagonist just ends up fighting in every scene with no proper build-up. Will anyone even enjoy a story that's only comprised of fights?
How about... the good thing about being reincarnated as a hilly churl is that I only need to eat Sunsetias to become stronger.
A reincarnation isekai story? Those are pretty popular.
Isekai? What in the world is that? Also, why does it become stronger? Tropes? Those fictional rules used to push the plot forward, yes? They're definitely effective in achieving a distance.
Sorry.
However, this book doesn't explain how reincarnation correlates to becoming stronger. Such an illogical rule will affect the coherence of the story. Will readers really accept this?
How about this?
Oh, that's the latest volume of Onibuda.
Now that's a rather normal title length. Oh, Kale, do you...
Yes, but I don't like it that much. Madam, are you going to use this series?
Let me see. The dialogue flows quite well, but third eye of perception, illusory mirror, and so on. Are these terms that are tied to trope?
I also thought those names were strange when I was reading them.
It's impossible to derive the meaning of these phrases in isolation. Also, their morphological properties, or did the protagonist purposely create these strange names to disorient? So there's no deeper purpose. It's quite hard to understand.
You're right. It's such a weird book.
Even the most popular book in Sumeru back then had greater depth than anything. Yes, a Bahumano researcher wrote it. The plot had many twists. The world building was fantastic. Even the sages back then all described the story as a timeless classic.
Is there a book like that in Sumeru? I've never heard of such a thing before.
It's called Tales of Shariar. Do you sell it here?
Tales of Shariar?
About 100 years ago.
100 years ago? Are you pulling my leg? What sort of book?
The Legend of Antara is popular to this very day, isn't it? I just heard someone telling it a few days ago in a cafe. If an old story like that is still being shared, then Tales of Shariar must be even more popular.
Even if that is the case, I really don't...
What? Is that because of the academia's strict... I can't believe they've allowed the people of Sumeru to become so uncivilized. How can they not know about the Tales of Shariar?
Tales of Shariar? Oh, I mean, it is a book from 100 years ago.
Tales of Shariar is considered an antique now? How could the academia have let such an excellent work? Traveler, Kale, I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
Madam, wait! Oh no. You asked me why I'm scared of Madame Farazan, right? It's not because it's because I'm afraid of that ancient language she researches. Because even so, what if researchers from 100 years...
Mañana nos dan 300 protos para Preservaizu, chaval. Y nos enseña su zona, la zona de la aldea Baizui. La aldea Chenyu Baizuka.
Found it! The 5th volume of Tales of...
Wow! You actually...
I never thought this book would ever get sold.
All right, that's...
Can
También.
As long as the writing is good. Worry not. After all, sir.
I don't think so.
Is that so? If I'm to use it... Is this series
No.
No demand?
Seriously?
Where did you get this from?
Qué largo es este encuentro, ¿no? Todavía no hemos hecho ni un puto final, ¿eh? Espero que los otros 4 estén más cercanos del punto de reencuentro. De reinicio, vamos.
Is this really the...
Well, that passerby reacted. It's Madar from the cafe over there. You know, the fellow who spends all... Since that's also a very old story, maybe he knows a thing or two about that,
Then let's go ask around at the cafe.
Huh? Oh, yes.
RDK el Brun. Dice, la fan le encanta hablar. EPP anime. Dice, si lo hicieran más largo.
Ya te digo. Por eso es profesora de semiótica R. La Faru. Por eso mola más tirar por la preservadora, que es más parca en palabras y más waifu. O sea que hay que tirar por preservadora todos. Sin piedad, sin dolor. No nos arrepentiremos. Tendremos a la primera Adeptus waifu del juego, chaval. Hola, Fran. ¿Vas a por preservadora,
Another
Fran?
day, another empty room.
Excuse me? But are you Madar?
Yes. Are you here to listen?
Well, we actually...
Sorry.
It's fine. I'm used to it, more or less.
Do you know about Tales of Shariar?
Huh? Tales of Shop? My master always talked about how incredibly popular that book used to be.
Your master?
Seguro.
Yes, the one who taught me how to be a storyteller. He said that Tales of Shariar was written... He also said that this great-great-grandmaster was an academia researcher, and that even the sages liked the series. He wrote 4 volumes back then, and the review...
And then? What happened next? Why doesn't anyone know about Tales of Shariar now?
Oh, it's hard to tell. Instead of writing a proper ending, this great to tap into pop...
No es Electro, es Anemo la original. La Electro es la preservadora del Mercadona.
In the end, there's no end. He got so...
What? So there's no end?
By that time... Anyway, my master probably the only tangible thing he also left... My master... But even he won't...
So...
Well, not
Only time? Madame Farazan? It's been 100 years. Perhaps some things I once believed to be great aren't so after all.
Preservadora de esquí. Pues por la del Merconda voy a tirar...
Yeah! Master helped me find a lot of famous books at first. But in the end, no matter how good those stories are, I can't improve my skills if I can't bring myself to read them in the first place. I think the best books for me are the ones I like.
Huh. Indeed.
Pobre preservadora, ¿eh? Cómo la maltratáis.
That is
Con lo
true.
buena que ha sido con
Readers'
vosotros,
interests in
joder.
trends of the time are not things that are so easily predicted. What was popular 100 years? If Tales of Shariar hadn't chased out, it might have stood some chance of gaining renewed popularity. No, even if that didn't happen, at least it would... Huh? Hardcover?
I don't really get what you're talking about.
How No. Kale, you've...
Yes, but I don't really...
Porque nadie usa Xiao. Cochabadora la vamos a llamar, nadie la quiere.
Then we'll use that book as our teaching material. Now that I think about it, using a book that you like is the most suitable choice for teaching you how to read.
Francisco Miro dice, sí.
As for the academia, as long as we come up with an appropriate course name, we should be able to get away with this.
EPP Anime dice, que la metan al permanente.
My, it sounds like... Now then, let's return to the book vendor in a bit and buy the latest volume of this Onibudo for Kale.
EPP Anime dice, ese sí no veo muy convincente.
Ah, but if I wish to use it as teaching material, I have to read it first.
RDK el Brun dice, no que contra más personajes en el
Speaking of
verbo,
which,
menos probable
such
que me
things
salga
as,
de ella.
why do people use dark... If one of our learning objectives was researching linguistic changes over the past 100 years, it might make it easier to get these books approved as teaching material.
RDK el Brun dice, que no la metan en ninguna parte, la
Oh,
saquen
I can
una
tell
vez
you
y
what that's all
nunca
about.
más XD.
Apparently, but as they grew older, they started to become embarrassed by such memories. Some would write those fantasies into novels, while others would entrust such tales to tree hollows.
EPP Anime dice, Cochabadora va a ser, nadie le tirara, ni siquiera el tato. RDK el Brun dice, ¿sabad dónde fue? EPP Anime dice, subí la
Lara,
imagen ahí.
you know,
RDK
I
el Brun
suddenly have the urge to hear a story.
dice,
Huh?
AFK.
Why so suddenly?
I knew it.
Eso digo yo.
Hombre, un final. No me lo puedo creer. Vale, es un final único este.
Most humans could have the entirety of their...
Tengo que ir a la cocina a sumiles. Porque soy muy sumillo. Ahora vengo. Ay, señor. Mañana viene el live stream.
What now? She seems so busy.
comido. Dice, Pepe, ¿a quién le vas a tirar ahora? Pepe anime. Dice, Fran Anaída, rezando de que me salva.
Fran, EPP va con toda por Preservaizu de nubes, que lo ha dicho antes, y R también, que es la waifu suprema adéptica,
Master said there's no rush.
y puede volar en
I know
picado.
he's been busy working on something at Pardisi. I feel for Madame Farazan. But if I get her in trouble with the academia, then she won't have the time to help Master. But if someone does complain, and if the academia... Do you have some way to invite her over to Parties DI without stepping on the... Okay, then.
Huh. I have to teach students from Haravatat, or Okasharawar a favor.
Madame Farazan!
Well, please, Madame Farazan, focus. Today's the deadline. Huh?
Yes.
Y a por preservadora no vas, Fran, tío, que es chetífera, joder, hay que ir a por preservadora. Luego os quejáis de que nos sacan personajes nuevos y vais a por reruns de mierda.
A fully automated...
Os sacan una waifu sengítica
A mechanism like that exists?
y todos, skip, skip,
Why
skip,
haven't I heard of it before?
skip, skip, rerun, rerun.
An official proposal. I'll go inform
Purina
myself.
chiquitina. Y Sumina.
Phew. Even though this is our first meeting.
Wow!
Who knows? Huh? I'll let Tainari worry about if I'm right.
Otro que R. Preservadora no quería ni en su aldea. Pobrecita, a mí me da pena, pobre Preservaizu. De verdad, me da penilla.
Where did he go?
Yo creo que si fuera Madame Pin tendría más éxito, porque es más querida Madame Pin que Preservaizu. Además, la Madame Pin que se vio de joven en el evento aquel de Liu era muy monina, tenía una cara muy bonita, era muy guapa. Madame Pin de joven. Ojalá la saquen aunque sea 4 estrellas más adelante, como rumorean. Así la tenemos todos. Pochivadora. Pero ¿por qué Pochivadora si no la conoces? Qué manía con el llamar Pocho a los personajes. Ese es el problema de Genshin, que la gente llama Pocho a los personajes, es que esquipea para justificarse más de que lo esquipen, como pasó con Skipellet. A Skipellet al principio era Pocho, porque claro, como venía Furina chiquinina, pues Skipellet Pocho. Y Skipellet no es nada Pocho. Madame Pin tiene ese aspecto porque quiere. Ya lo sé, por eso, pero que la Madame Pin que se vio en el evento aquel, que se vio a Preservadora de joven y se vio a Guizón también, la diosa que murió, la que creó la campana de la discordia. La Madame Ping que se vio de joven era muy bonita. Entonces, ojalá salga Madame Ping jugable, como dicen, de 4 estrellas. Así la tenemos todos. Creo que iba a ser Hydro, por lo que se rumoreaba.
It's uncommon that a sponge mod researcher is able to create such an intricate machine. If he were still around, I could probably chat the day away. What a shame.
De viejita entrañable. Es como la viejita del Piolín, pero en el mundo de mi joyo. Está inspirada en la viejita del Piolín. ¿No lo sabíais? Yo tiraría a Madame Vieja que a Preservadora de las Pochas. Pues yo no, vamos. Yo si tengo que tirar entre Preservadora o Madame Vieja, tiro por Preservadora, vamos. Ahora, por Madame Joven sí, porque la Madame Joven era muy bonita, me gustó mucho. Cuando se la vio era muy guapa. Pero por Madame Vieja, por mucho cariño que le pueda tener a la viejita, más que cariño es entrañabilidad. Que es un personaje entrañable.
Not necessarily. There are multiple modules. Each mechanical life form is... Can you...
All right. We're... We'll wait here till Farazan finished her past, huh? I've told you before that she had her exact...
That ruin was crawling with traps and coded inscriptions from wall to wall. I did all I could to decipher the code and deactivate the traps to escape the ruin, but there was no way out. I lost track of time and I ran out of pen and paper. In the end, I had to use stone shards to write on the walls and on the floor to... Then, before I realized it, I ran out of space on the walls and floor. I had to calculate all the possibilities. After that, my memory started to become fuzzy, and my cognition slowed down.
She doesn't remember anything else, including the location of the ruin, and how she finally managed to escape. When she was found in the outskirts of Sumeru a few years ago, she looked exactly the same as she did 100 years prior. However, she was in a stupor and struggled to form sentences. Only after a lengthy... The academia speculates that she must have gotten trapped in an unknown ruin while researching machines, and because of the ruin's special properties that halted her aging, she was able to use those 100 years to crack the trapping mechanism, though she had finally broken free.
¿no? Qué tormento, 100 años ahí
100
haciendo
years had
cálculo.
passed. Everyone she knew and everyone who knew her was already gone. In the end, even the academia had to rely on century-old records in the Akasha to confirm her existence.
No, por lo que dice R, y es verdad que los adeptus no tienen una forma, igual.
Don't make that fake. Rather, even after going due to changes of what I want to say is that she has her own deep understanding. Oh,
No, lo que pasa es que los adeptus no tienen forma humana, adoptan la que quieren. Realmente no tienen forma humana los adeptus. Entonces adoptan la que quieren. Madame Ping es viejita entrañable porque ella quiere, pero puede tomar el aspecto de cuando era joven chetífera. No tienen forma, igual que Zhongli. Zhongli tiene el aspecto de ese señor porque él quiere.
I might have an idea.
You mean to say he... But the desert's here, according to the academia.
I do know that
Should we ask them if... The chances are slim, but it's at least more effective than...
His name is Raid. I think he's stationed at the north...
Oh, you and Kale should... Besides, you still...
Trouble from the act...
I'll let...
Entonces no es viejita. O sea, no es vieja. Sí es viejita, pero que ella parece tiene el aspecto que quiere, igual que Preservadora toma el que quiere. La Preservadora que salió en el evento, con su forma humana allí, con Madame Ping hablando, no era tan waifulítica como esta Preservadora que se ha visto, ¿sabes? Hostia, mira, un dragón de estos aciago, como el del niño.
What is this?
Halt! Mr. Raid's permission is required to proceed any further.
Se hace ña viejita para pasar desapercibida en la ciudad. RDK el Brun. Dice, porque vive Ali.
That still won't do. Mr. Raid told us to keep people away from the ruins so they don't damage
the site? I've excavated more ruins than you've visited restaurants. Which batch of students is Raid?
He isn't at the campsite now. You should all leave. Only he can give you permission to enter.
EPP Anime. Dice, licenciado ya puso el directo pa' mañana, me creía que no lo iba a hacer.
¿A qué hora lo ha puesto?
You're right. Even if there is new information, we still have to wait for him to come back so we can ask him about it. I'm going to give that Raid a good talking to when he gets...
Halt! Mr. Raid's permission is required to proceed any...
EPP Anime. Dice,
Halt!
12:45.
Mr. Raid's permission...
Qué chetil es, ¿no? Hostia, han desaparecido los enemigos. ¿Qué pasa?
Halt!
Que sí. Mira, mira, está allí él y desaparece. Qué chetil es. Mira, es como un espejismo. Mira, ¿sí? ¿Lo veis? Cómo desaparece el mega chul este histérico que me ataca.
EPP Anime. Dice, jugar a 15 minutos haciendo encangelo.
Tirará por preservadora el Liz. Sí, ¿no? El Liz sí.
That machine looks amazing. Could it be the locations?
O solo tirarás tu EPR
EPP Anime.
por preservadora.
This area used to be rat. They say that this was done.
Por eso. Pero incluso sin Shao es chetil. Es preserva waifu de la pradera.
Ruins. Forget excavate.
Solo tiráis por preservadora en todo el mundo, R y tú. Qué humildes sois. Bueno, y yo.
I found out everything I could.
Pobrecita.
Is there anything that stands out to you? Ruin Wanderer. That's the first time I've heard that name. That wreckage did seem a bit weird. It's a bit far away.
¿A quién bufa Faruza
Can't really
nivel 1?
see for sure from this distance. Perhaps we should ask the villager from before about the legend first.
Huh? What are you guys doing back here? I wouldn't blame you for not knowing. It's said that this monster, the Ruin Wanderer, traversed. Some said that it was like a giant, while others. Then, about 10 years, you youngsters.
Centuries? Impossible. I heard nothing about it back then.
Wait. Back then?
Indulge my curiosity for a moment. Why do you think that wreckage is the...
Well,
You heard that nonsense from the Eremites after they got drunk.
Este es el erudito, el Raed
Madam
este.
Faruzan, it is a pleasure. I'm Raid, the one who organized. I'd heard of you at the academia, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Truly. And this must be the famous traveler.
Have you found any special contraptions and relics in the ruins that you've been investigating?
I'm ashamed to say that we haven't found anything noteworthy.
Really? That Ruin Wanderer isn't noteworthy?
I'm afraid those are mere rumors. Really, I sometimes wish... The wise do not buy into rumors, so it is said. I believe that you too...
It is also said that real knowledge shall come from practice. I can help you research the excavated relics and see if I can find out. You can take credit for any new discoveries. I believe this offer to be
In truth, I could ask for no. However, you two must be tired after a long journey. I'd feel bad. It's getting late, and my subordinates and I are heading back to the camp to rest. Why don't you find a place to spend the night first?
There are tents over there that the villagers occasionally use to rest. The condition...
Since you need to rest as well, let's do just that. This is quite far away. Are they trying to prevent the villagers from eavesdropping on them? Now, I have my suspicions about this archaeological expedition team, but based on the condition of the armor and joints, it didn't seem like something that had been lying around for centuries. At most, I'd estimate that it only... Yes, the timing coincides with the spreading of the legend. Now, how do you suppose it was able to maintain a relatively good condition? That's right. Technically speaking, the module shouldn't be able to move such a large machine chassis. However, I'm basing my knowledge on the mechanical life forms I've seen before. Well, this was over 100 years ago. It was a machine about the same size as Carcata, actually. It couldn't carry heavy objects. It also helped me deliver letters home. I found it near the desert, which is why I wondered if there might be more restitution modules. Honestly, people in ancient times might have already solved the problem of providing enough power for all I know. I'll need to had I confronted Raid right if the wreckage were to be handed. Anyway, we should. They insisted that we should stay the. Are those sounds coming? Not a sing. I'll see if they left any clues behind at their camp. Keep watch and help me stall. All right.
Why isn't the tent here yet? We need to switch it out tonight.
It's still on the way. I'm afraid this is the first time.
You good-for-nothings are just a load of trouble, aren't you? We wouldn't have to deal with... Hurry up and hide our current tent and deliver the new one to me tonight, no matter what it...
Huh? Who's there?
I'm sorry. I'm just a bit upset because my subordinates aren't doing their jobs properly. When did you get here? It's nothing. Just a tent. We didn't pack up all our tents from the last campsite. Some of them, along with a few people, have been left there.
¿Para qué? ¿Para el suicidio? ¿O para poder tirar por presas Baizu?
Someone damaged our current tent, so I'm trying to get my subordinate. The relics in the ruins are highly valuable, so I'm worried that... Well, these things are antiques after all. Speaking of which, I'd like to ask, is the Academia... Also, where's Farazan? Why...
I'm right here. Also, you forgot to address me as Madam.
Sorry, Madam Farazan.
You were all making so much noise that I couldn't sleep, which is why I got the Traveler to find out what was going on. But for some reason, that one task took forever, so I came to check in on the situation.
I'm very sorry for disturbing your rest. I'll tell my subordinates.
Good. Come on, Traveler. Let's head back. Yes, we came to check out the situation, didn't we? Well, we should get better rest so that we'll have energy to investigate.
Stabilize!
Thanks for dealing with them. Now, I found something good on my end. These are the excavation records from their campsite. According to them, the ruins have been raided before, with numerous traps and contraptions having already been triggered. I also observed the wreckage up close earlier. The weathering is nowhere near as extensive as on the relics that have been buried for over 100 years. There's no doubt that the wreckage and the ruins don't belong to the same era. Instead, it must have wandered into the ruins about a dozen years ago. It could have fallen into a trap or encountered a glitch within the ruins. However, I still don't know why they'd want to hide it. The last few pages of the excavation records are written in code, which I still... It's just wordplay. And if anything... Just a...
Help! Please help!
Hostia. El Manuelito a la puerta se ha despertado.
Why are you running away? Come back! Protect me!
What's that sound? The Ruin Wanderer? React? That's impossible! Is this the work of some kind of hidden mechanism? Never mind. What? It ignored the...
Why is it chasing after us?
What could have caused it to reactivate? And to give...
Darn it! Hey, come on, you lot! It's clear that we can't escape!
Cachetín.
It stopped?
Hey, you guys, get up there and tell me what's going on.
But what if it suddenly moves?
You good-for-nothings. Why is everyone I hired... Looks like this thing's parts can't handle the... When it first reactivated, I was wondering if it'd be as amazing as the legends had pegged it to be. I didn't expect it to be so much weaker than it looks. How disappointing.
Seguramente.
Disappointing, you say? Now, is that because you won't be able to sell it for much?
Faru-san, you may be my senior as an academia researcher, but that doesn't mean you get...
You wrote these excavation records, did you not? Or perhaps called... January 5th. January 10th. One special tent pre-sold. It must quickly be switched out with an old tent. You're supposed to be an archaeological expedition team, and yet here you are, secretly. When you believe that you had found the wreckage of the
Está de bajón porque viene la preservadora y no tiene protos el dragón.
Previously to pull the wool over the Academia's eyes. After all, there would probably be many wealthy buyers interested in purchasing the legendary Ruin Wanderer in the black market. That forced you to speed up your plan, and you tried to complete the switch overnight before I could investigate the wreckage. In your haste, however, you accidentally activated the Ruin Wanderer instead.
I don't know what you're talking...
You lack the curiosity befitting a man of knowledge, nor do you have respect for mechanical life forms. You're not fit to be a researcher.
Ridiculous. Curiosity? Respect? I'm not here to hear you preach. Hey!
Mr. Aid! Behind you?
Se lo come ahora de un bocado. Le arranca la cabeza.
Why is it moving again? Run!
Some said that it was like a giant, while others said that it was like a beast. However...
Technically speaking, the module shouldn't be able to move such a large machine chassis. However, I'm basing... Centuries? Impossible. I heard nothing about it back then. It could only have been around...
Why is it chasing after us?
So you've been looking for me this whole time?
sutil. Centinela asumir.
Long time no see, Tamimi.
Dear Farazan, I hope you're doing well. It has been over 20 years since you went missing. People from the academia keep telling us to give up and that you're most likely dead. But somehow, I feel like you're still alive. Yes, that you live. You've always been persistent, able to shine no matter what situation you face. I believe that this persistence, unfortunately, I likely won't be able to welcome you home when you do. I don't have much time left, and my reflexes have slowed. Others keep telling me to stop exploring ruins. Only Tamimi is still the same as before, always running off to places which you've been to. Your teacher and friends came up with an idea to remodel Tamimi, so it can search for you in our place. You didn't like coming home back then and would always get Tamimi to send a letter back. Now we're leaving a letter with Tamimi. I don't know the answer to that question, but if you ever read this letter, I hope it'll be... I regret not being able to say this to you myself, but I'll still feel sincerely happy for you.
Welcome home, Farazan. Look at you, Tamimi. You've changed so much after all these years.
Qué
Thank you
sutil,
for
¿no?
waiting for me all this time. I've safely received the letters. Tamimi, the mechanical life form I encountered back then. When I would go on expeditions, it would follow me, take notes for me. When I met with that accident, it was on the way to deliver a letter for me. I didn't expect my teacher and others to remodel its self-repair function, upgrading it to self-learning. And so, in order to plumb the depths of unknown ruins and overcome dangerous traps, it repaired and modified itself using parts of Tamimi, which used to be incapable of even moving heavy objects, became all so it could deliver these last letters from them to me. The strain to support such a huge body must have turned out to be too much for your... Even after the remodeling, its restitution module still can't function perfectly in perpetuity. It has been pushing itself, just like a living being. Mechanical life forms have a limited lifespan. It probably became trapped in the ruins. It most likely only reactivated because it detected my presence. Tainari told you what happened to me, right? You don't have to apologize. It's not like this incident is... Besides, I've always treated it as a failed experiment. As a researcher, I must accept this result. However, finding out that so many people were affected by my failure... Can you head back to Pardis DI first? We've been here for a while, and it's best not to make Kale and the rest. As for me, I want to stay with Tamimi for...
Pero aquí brillaba algo más. Carta con caligrafía impecable, ¿ves?
RDK el Brun. Dice, menudo tostón está dando la científica.
Pobrecita,
RDK el
no
Brun.
seas malo.
Dice, EPP Anime. Dice, ese encuentro es un tostón, das más vueltas que un tonto.
Bueno, pero no lo tenía hecho y lo tenía que hacer algún día.
You're back!
Ah, how was your journey through the desert?
Oh no. She finally got to reunite with—
As a researcher, she could perhaps accept it. However, we should give her some time. Let's just wait. And in the future, I hope that we can be here to support.
EPP Anime. Dice, los de Sumil por la Shogun haces lo que sea.
Pues sí. Espero sacarla. Pero vamos. Soy sumil. Mi único consuelo es que la tengo garantizada, pero es una agonía.
I'm back. What?
We've all been waiting for you, madam.
That's more like it. Now, here are some components I brought back from the desert. Switch these out with the ones Karkata is using right now, and it'll be... Huh? Why do you all look so solemn?
Madame Farazan, did these...
Come now. I thought that you must have encountered some major Well, it looks like you already know everything. But no need to feel bad. Like I said before, as researchers, we must learn. Tamimi had been operating beyond capacity for a century, and I'm unable to repair it with my current abilities. Not even with these parts. It would thus be much better to use them to extend Karkata. As a senior, it is only right that I do something for the people who come after me. That holds true for both researchers and machines. Besides, I didn't say that I would be giving you these parts for free. They will only be used for Karkata temporarily. Otherwise, I'll be sure to revive Tamimi once I've fully deciphered and replicated the creations of the ancient.
All right. I'll do my best to help.
Me too. Although, I'm not sure if I'll be much...
Thank you. If they could remodel Tamimi successfully even back then, there's no reason why we won't. And when that day comes, I'll be... Welcome home, Tamimi.
Que sumillas faruzas, ¿no? Mira, pone al viajero dentro en la foto. Y yo lo tengo hidro. Es tongo. Es de archivo esa foto, no es de mi encuentro.
You're back!
EPP Anime. Dice, Pochidro quisiste decir, RDK el Brun. Dice, como que
So,
tienes el
Madame
viajero
Farazan has some other things to settle.
RDK el Brun. Dice,
All right.
hereje.
Madame Farazan
Coño,
will
estoy
be
en
able to
Fontaine,
repair
pues estoy
Karkata
hidro,
when she's
tío.
back,
¿Qué pasa?
won't she?
Es normal, ¿no? No voy a tener electro.
EPP Anime. Dice, ¿y pa' qué tienes a Purina ahí?
Pero es el viajero, no es Furina.
I'm back! What? Is the Madame Farazan? That's more like it. Now, here are some components I...
So this is a relic of an ancient civilization.
Unscrupulous, huh? Sounds like you already told them what happened. Is that so? Thank you. It's nothing. I've already given all the evidence we have against Raid to the Academia. They're going to be very busy. Too busy to bother us, I'd wager. I'll start repairing Carcata then. Kale, can you help me out? Of course!
Que humillas, Stignari. Es Colei.
It looks fine, but even so, it needs to...
Farazan went out after repairing Carcata. She seems to be well, I will not probe any further. However, if you need...
It looks fine, but even so, it needs to It looks fine.
Ah, Colei habla con ella en vez de conmigo. Pobre preservadora, tío.
Dice, yo sigo aquí.
Yo también. Yo sigo aquí también. Soy Sumil.
Ah, you're here. Thank you for keeping Tamimi a secret. If I tell them about Tamimi, will they still feel happy for Carcata? Even if we could convince them to accept the components, they'll probably still feel bad about it.
Claro, pero yo sigo, claro.
I don't want my past to affect people in the present. That applies to both me and other people. It's fine. I'm used to this. I once believed that I'd never hear from my old friends and family ever again. However, I could remember them clearly again after reading the letter Tamimi handed to me and learned I'd be disappointing them if I let myself fall into a slump because of this. Neither my teacher nor my mother would have wanted to see me like that. Besides, you're lending a listening ear to me now, aren't... Oh, Pardias DI looks pretty scenic at night. Will you take a stroll with me? Once Carcata's condition stabilizes, I'll find a chance to tell... But for now, just help me keep this secret. Thank you. Whether it's 100 years ago or now, I have people who worry. I suppose I should consider myself quite fortunate. The only time when I felt otherwise was when I had just returned to Sumeru. No one came to check up on me then. Yeah, I'm home.
Pobrecita, que es humilla. Eres un Sumil. ¿Cuáles? ¿Qué personajes se ven flojos?
Anime. Dice, los próximos personajes se ven muy flojos.
Every journey has its final day.
¿Cuáles de todos, Ep? ¿Qué personajes se ven flojos? Mañana el live stream, Chetil. Mañana el live stream, Chetil. Luego lo que pasa es que lo malo de los live stream es que cuando acaban, sobre todo si te has quedado algo hypeado, luego es como una condena hasta que llega la nueva versión. A mí por lo menos me pasa, no sé a vosotros.
Master said there's no rush, but I know that he's been busy working on something at Party's DI, so he hasn't returned to Gandharville for several days now.
Por supuesto, la preservadora.
I feel for Madame
¿Y Kiori por qué dices que es pocha? No se sabe nada de ella todavía.
I'm sure he'll say. The best thing... Huh? Oh, yes. So, if I also stay and help... okay then. Huh. I have to teach... We're back, Madame Farazan. The Traveler said that...
Oh! Why, I couldn't ask for more. Is that so? Now, should I apply to... I don't know if Tainari's told you about this before, but while my research involves learning, I don't belong to Kasharawar, which specializes in researching mechanisms, nor am I in Spontamod, which specializes in researching energy flow. Instead, I'm part of Haravatat, which
She has been invited to Kasharawar multiple times to continue her research, but she's rejected them each time.
Just listen to how they introduce themselves. In the future, Kasharawar will be the only Darshan with the ability to research mechanisms. Besides, the current Kasharawar is more concerned about how mechanisms can be used in everyday life, while my research involves... If they're trying to use the collaborative project as an excuse to have me reconsider again...
No, that's not it. The request this time is from Akara Crafts. The representative of Kasharawar recommended you to them, Madame Farazan. In truth, she told me...
Oh! Putting aside my ideological differences with Kasharawar, I suppose I must acknowledge this attitude of theirs. At the very least, they're bounds above those decrepit Haravatat fools.
Yeah, Akara Crafts is a pretty nice shop.
Since both of you feel as...
In summary, Akara Crafts wants to design a series of early learning toys that will cultivate curiosity and learning in children.
Early learning toys.
The academia agreed to work with them because they hope that these toys can help children become excellent researchers in the future.
True. The current academia is in need of some new blood. If the children start learning now, perhaps I can find some talented students in a few years.
Madame Farazan, you still haven't found any student?
Anise, Kasharawar's representative, should be staying in the inn at Port Ormos. If you want more details, you can find her there.
Port Ormos? Now there's a place I haven't been to in a long time. I wonder how much it's changed.
I probably can't join you since Port Ormos is a little far from here. I should probably go back and report to Master.
No worries. Go do your homework, Kale. Once I'm done with everything here, I'll head over to Pardistii. Thank you. Why, I'd even call this a rare chance for a curious researcher like myself to observe the...
Cofretil, tío. ¿Qué es esto? Luego vamos, que ahora estamos con el encuentro, hijos.
EPP Anime dice: Sumilesos y también habrá nuevo duelista en esa aldea nueva.
It's really you.
Nuevo duelista.
Did you change your mind?
All right.
Ah, de cartas seguro que habrá, claro. Hombre. Si hay en todas partes ya, yo no sabía que había tantos. Ahora te acercas a cualquier PNJ, le preguntas algo y te sale duelo, dices, ¿cómo? ¿Sabes? Yo flipo, pero personajes super randoms por ahí. Lo cual está bien, claro, si tú quieres ganar
Students,
experiencia de esa y hacer desafíos.
Your budget will be as big.
That's enough. I will not repeat myself.
All right. He's usually at the slope up.
Ya hicieron uno.
Anime. Dice, un evento de cartas que de pronto estaría chulo.
Ya hicieron uno. Que mucha gente lo skipeó porque parecía un dolor de huevos hacer las cartas. Ya ves tú el tutorial, lo sumes que es. ¿Ves? Duelo. ¿Ya la he vencido a esta? ¿Cuándo? Hostia. Sí, ya la he vencido. No sé cuándo, pero te he vencido ya, maja. No sé cuándo he combatido contigo, pero te he vencido. No sé cuándo, pero te he vencido, maja. Ya hicieron el evento Chetil, chaval, de las cartas protogémicas. Y estuvo bien.
The one I recommended is here.
Oh, so you're,
Yes, that's me.
Oh, wonderful. We haven't been able to make any progress. We've made many suggestions, but Miss Anise thought that those ideas...
These early learning...
But if they're too...
So the design can't be too complicated.
I remember that.
The contraptions in my notes... I didn't create, but now that you mention it, the ruins did have...
You have an idea already? Oh, you're done already.
Let me explain. These 3 thick lines represent 3 poles. These paper strips of varying lengths represent rings of different sizes. They can be slotted onto the poles and stacked up like a tower.
Well, that is easier to make than I expected. So, how is...
That's very simple as well. You just need to shift the tower from this pole to another pole.
Isn't this a little too simple?
Of course, when moving each ring, the paper strips in this case, you must follow one rule. You can only move one ring at a time, and you can't place a bigger ring on top of a smaller one. It's like building a tower. The rings in the 3 poles must be stacked from big to small. I named this toy Pagoda Stack.
Pagoda Stack.
That sounds way too simple. Even I feel like...
Give it a try and you'll find out if it's simple or not. I heard from Anise that you find volunteers to try out the toys, right?
It's such a simple toy.
Mamdu, let's just do as she said.
Oh.
And that's how you play this game. You can all give it a try. Let's see who's able to move the tower to an...
You called everyone here for such a simple... It doesn't look like it'll take that many steps.
Come on, we all promised to help Mr. Mamdu test out the new toys. He said he'd give us new Genius Invocation TCG cards.
Ugh, fine. Let's get this over and done with so...
Done! It took me 19 steps.
Qué bobo eres.
Huh? It took me over 20 steps. I only need...
Not bad. Looks like you're all familiar with the rules now. Then let's increase the difficulty. The next tower will be 5 layers...
Wait, there's more? Well, since we're already here, what...
An extra layer shouldn't make it that much harder, right?
What's going on?
Muy
I've
bien.
already moved over 30 steps, but I'm still not done yet.
I'm almost done. Done! It took me 35
What? How?
This pagoda stack toy is pretty fun to play with.
Good. We'll try it one final time. This time we'll... Mamdu, we've still got quite a few paper strips here. Why don't you give this a...
Do you need that many steps for something this simple? Let me...
Madame Faruzan, allow me to try it as well.
You were looking at it quite seriously just now. Are you...
I think...
If you want to test out your hypothesis, you'll just have to play and find out.
Got it.
We don't have enough paper strips left for you, Traveler. However, by the looks of things, you seem to have the game figured. Why don't you guess what the lowest number of steps needed to solve a 7-layer pagoda stack is? What a shame. You were close. However, you did well for someone seeing pagoda stack. Let's see how well they do then.
La cuarta, creo.
Small ring, then the big one won't be able to go on top of it. Oh, this is going to take more steps than I expected.
I've lost count of how many steps I've taken. Can I restart?
This got a lot harder. I solved it. Madame Faruzan, it takes one...
That many? But there are only 7 layers.
For every extra layer in the pagoda stack, the move order you need to consider becomes much more complex, and the number of steps required will at least...
More accurately, it will require double the steps, plus 1 each time. You did well. You didn't underestimate the principles behind it just because it's an early learning tool. The complexity of any given contraption isn't determined by the number of parts it has. The way the parts interact.
Oh, I see. No wonder you emphasized in your notes that no contraption should ever be
Ya te
underestimated.
digo, porque en otras no tengo hecho ni... He mirado esta mañana en Sabbath y no tengo hecha la del monopolio, tío, la de la prisión. O sea que la tendré que hacer. No sé en cuál la hice, la debía hacer en Asia o alguna. Pensé que la tenía hecha, ¿sabes? Pues la del monopolio no la tengo. Y claro, la del monopolio es fundamental para acabar la de los narcisos. Por eso no tengo la de los narcisos, no la pude seguir. O sea que me faltan... Bueno, en Saba ya tengo un hilo del que tirar para hacer misiones. Tengo la del monopolio, que es coñazo, por eso la dejé, pero hay que hacerla. Y cuando acabas la del monopolio puedes seguir la de los narcisos veloces, ¿sabes? Insurrectos. Que la de los narcisos es larguita también, ¿eh? Ya lo viste ayer que fueron 3 capítulos largos.
I see. So even a simple toy can become complex with the right...
That's right. The rules used for Pagoda Stack are the simplest kind when it comes to ink. I could spend some time picking out all those machines that do something similar and write you a reference. Once that happens, you can give the volunteers the reference book and paper prototypes and find out which toy...
Do you have any other... Yeah! When can we play with them?
In about 2 days or so, I think. Anise, if you're free, can you...
Of course!
2 days should be enough for us to find more volunteers. Then we can organize a huge conference here. And you'd be most welcome. We need more people to get a healthy range.
Thank you for coming here with me today. I'll walk back with you.
Sin piernas ha quedado Zongli, ya te lo digo.
Say hi to Tainari and
Se ha roto las 4 rótulas.
Once everything here is settled, I'll make my way over to Pardis DI as quickly as I can. Anise, we haven't had much time to get to know each other, but she seems like a good... She's able to calmly figure out the basic principles behind something without... I'll do my best to teach her over the next few days. Still, how much she learns will really depend on her. Well, her interest lies in the application of mechanisms. I do have some old knowledge to share, but if we think about the future, it's easier for her to learn the things she's interested in if she... My research into mechanisms is, in a sense, a side effect of my... If she becomes my student to learn how to make modern contraptions, It wouldn't benefit either of us in the long... However, if she develops an interest in deciphering ancient texts over these next 2 days, that would change things.
Espero que en otra cuenta no te pase igual como en la Soul.
If I successfully poach a student...
A mí no me gustan las misiones, lo que no me gusta es hacerlas así a la crítica. Sabes que a mí me gusta hacer misioncitas y leo hasta los anuncios, ¿sabes? Porque me gusta. De hecho, esta la estoy leyendo un poco en vertical porque no la he hecho. No estoy leyéndola a fondo, pero sí que me estoy enterando más o menos, ¿sabes? No estoy haciendo skip, elegir, skip. Me gusta por lo menos, joder, ya que la tengo que hacer. A mí hacer misioncitas me gustan, Genshin, si no, no las haría, si no jugaría Genshin.
Oh, I could come up with lots of ideas. You're right. If no one understands the reference book, it's better to make it simpler and fun so that children will be interested in the subject. It'll also make it easier for me to recruit students in the long run. Thank you. I'll take your opinion into account.
Por eso te digo, pero que a mí las historias me gustan, por eso te digo, jugarlas así a la crítica no, me gusta ir a mi ritmo. Mira, se ha quedado sin rodillas el zombie, el pobre. Hacerlas así a la crítica mata caballo no me gusta, a mí me gusta hacerlas a mi ritmo, poco a poco, ¿sabes? Disfrutándolas. Porque a mí me gustan las misioncitas de Genshin. Sobre todo este encuentro me ha sorprendido muy gratamente que estén como invitados Tignari y Colei, ¿sabes? No sé, me parece un detalle. Que no sea solo el del encuentro como tal, ¿sabes? Sino que aparecen otros...
Oh, you're here.
We've called up everyone we possibly could have. This is...
My masterpiece is going to be exhibited after all. Let's... And if we activate this little mechanism just like that, a Sumeru rose will appear at the top of the cane.
Oh, I see. I thought it came out of thin air. It's amazing.
If the mechanism was bigger, you could make a rabbit.
Then you can't use a cane. Could you switch it out with a hat or something?
You're applying what you learned creatively. Not bad. Let's look at the next page. If you fold an origami bird like this, it'll fly...
Whoa. You can make a mechanism using just...
The principles at play are even more important than the...
These are pretty cool. I'm tempted to try them out.
I'm not that interested in toys, but if they'll be a benefit...
Everyone! We have paper prototypes and craft materials that you can use to make your own toys.
This is such a well-prepared event.
But we want to play too!
It's fine. We have a lot of paper prototypes and craft materials.
Oh! My origami bird... Professor Farazan? How can I...
Just madam will do. Maybe in the future, you may indeed get the chance to call me Professor. You may wish to pay attention to these few details. Here, for example.
Oh? Wow! It really did fly!
Madam Farazan, will we learn origami at the Academia?
Of course you will. If you become a researcher, you can explore any field you like. In the future, if you want, you can even become one of my students.
But Mom and Dad said that there are 6 Darshans in the Academia. Which Darshan teaches about mechanisms in origami?
Well, in this case,
what I know, we need to choose Kasharawar.
Huh?
I want to attend Kasharawar in the future and fold even better origami birds. I want to make even more awesome mechanisms.
Actually, the other Darshans do have their own specialties too. For example, Haravatat specializes in... How did this happen?
What if we end up in a darshan we don't like? Does that mean that we won't get to learn about...
No, that won't happen. Take me, for example. I'm a researcher. The only person able to restrict your curiosity as a researcher is you.
Not really.
Huh. It's all right. Let me tell you a story about pressure-based mechanisms and
Qué chetil, ¿no? Qué sumilla. Son bonitas estas ilustraciones de los encuentros, ¿eh? Me gusta mucho el estilo.
I'll be going then. Say hi to Tainari and Kale for me if you can. You want to ask why I'm unwilling to join, putting aside the fact that they're too full of themselves. After all, knowledge is either right or no matter what corner of the unknown they shed light on, because I believe wholeheartedly, and even if the others call my research useless, as long as the knowledge I gain from it is, in the end, useful and useless. When I first started deciphering ancient documents, that's why there's no need for me to join. Still, the funding that perhaps if this collaborative project goes smoothly, I can even ignore. Oh, I could come up with lots of ideas. With Anissa's help, 2 days will be enough for our work. You're right. Explanations are a core part of early developments, too. By using detailed and accurate illustrations, we can impart knowledge more effectively. It would... Thank you. I'll take your opinion into account.
Un sumillo es un poco sumil.
Oh, you're here.
We've called up everyone we possibly could have. This...
My masterpiece is going to be exhibited after all. To sum up, the 24 forms of pressure-based puzzle mechanisms were used in various... All right, let's go to the next page. Now, I'll explain the base layer design of elemental monuments.
Are we done yet?
I don't understand any of it at all.
Are these really toys?
They sound a bit too dangerous to buy for children.
Oh.
Well, we've prepared paper prototypes for everyone. If you're interested in the mechanism...
Oh, this is no fun. Can I try another?
I want to go home and play Genius Invocation.
Forget it. I don't think anyone would be in...
I should go home and take care of my children.
How did this happen? Forget about getting opinions from others.
I'm sorry. I think we miscalculated.
No, you simply gave suggestions. I was the one who decided to follow through. And I will find a way to make up for this error. Please, give me some time.
Excuse me, but are you the one who wrote this reference book?
Yes.
Ah, you're that man mountain who was in the crowd just now.
Do I stand out that much? Well, I guess I don't look like some... Let me introduce myself. I'm Kamal, the branch master of
What's the branch master doing here?
I came to Port Ormos to visit some old friends. On the way over, I saw the booklet you were handing out, so I came to take a look. Can you print a few more copies of this booklet and sell them to the Adventurers Guild? Also, could you make full-fledged models of those people?
What does the Adventurers Guild want with these toys?
You may see them as toys, but to adventurers who need to deal with all sorts of machines and contraptions within ancient ruins, we have many members who can't read, so books are of little use to them. What they know of handling mechanisms has been learned solely. Even if the Academia granted public access to all their books, there are people who can't use them.
Ah, and our booklet is practically all pictures.
Well, it is designed...
It might be a bit too difficult for children, but it's perfect for adventurers. Also, those people... If you can make wooden versions for demonstration purposes, even the most illiterate person would be able to follow along and understand. If we can supply a model set for each branch, and if each adventurer carries a booklet with them, then ruin exploration will become much safer.
You really think so? I mean, yes. I always knew it. Knowledge will always be needed, one way or another.
Making models of contraptions for the Adventurers Guild? To be honest, that sounds like a good avenue.
We'll probably have to send in a separate application, but it shouldn't be an issue. After all, this concerns safety during the exploration of ruins. It's a problem that the Academia is actually trying to address as well.
Then let's cut to the chase and discuss the details of our first order. The amount we're offering to pay in advance, this much.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
Ah, solo un logro, que es un mes. Otros dan más logros, ¿sabes? Pues ves mal. 84 protos es todo lo que ves. No es tanto como parece, Sumir. No puedo por la misión del sumil este del almacén. Joder, 12 las de Noel, ¿sabes? Qué locura. Las del perro, ¿qué tal son, Ep? Son coñaces. Anda, mira, estoy en el Puerto Ormos. ¿Qué cojones pinta aquí ella? La del perro es un coñazo. Vale, pues no la hago. Voy a hacer la de Kaella, que no la he hecho en ninguna cuenta tampoco.
Hey, little birdie, don't feel down. Come and perch on my shoulder. Don't be shy. I'll show you around town.
El canto del pájaro crepuscular no suena
Really?
así.
No wonder they never pay attention to me. Forget it. I probably shouldn't be anthropomorphizing them anyway. Haven't seen you in some time. To which one of the Animo Archon's winds do I owe the honor? Oh, is this your way of saying that you missed me? Since it wasn't meant to be with this little birdie, I'd better leave it alone. Let's take a walk, shall we? If you're wondering why I'm here, Jean's been worrying about trade safety recently. I discovered this when I unwittingly burst into her office to save the day. Another job involving long-distance travel falls to me. I suppose it's my own fault for having such a strong sense of duty. Still, on the bright side, business is now taken care of. And I have unused travel funds, so I was planning to...
Gundafar, we are in the middle of a war. Your place is at the front lines by my son's side. Pray tell, what provokes your unwarranted return to the palace?
A matter of utmost importance, Your Majesty. Such that I must personally report it to you.
Huh. Outdoor theater. Looks fun. Actually, yes. I saw some guards do a musical performance when They were desert dwellers. So are these actors. And I think I actually recognize one of them. Come on, let's go watch.
EPP Anime. Dice, sumir.
Sumir, tío. Sumir, tío. Sumir, tío.
Your Majesty, not only has God bestowed the throne upon you, but your beloved son, Prince Kubad, has led our brave warriors to victory against Frasiav's army. His men have laid down their arms and fled.
Pues la música está ahí, Chetil, sonando.
Frasiav's my king. His Highness the
It's the tale of Prince Kubad. Ever heard this one? Don't worry, I still remember the general plot. The main characters are when the prince was young, miraculously, now uneasy in the presence of his mistrustful father, this is the part where the princes won the war and decided to forge a peace with the rival nation.
Frossyov lost because he did not have the blessing of God. Once the bells of war have begun to toll, they shall not cease until the blood of our enemy. If Kupad still wishes to be my son...
Your Majesty, I must caution that a nation... If, however, we insist on bringing a whole nation to its knees, then so long as a single person is left standing, they will see us as their sworn enemy, and one day return to us tenfold. My king...
Cease, Gundafar! Your mind. As for my son...
What are you saying, mine? When he was false, now you would turn me away.
The justification is that my word, not yours, is the law of the land. Cease and be gone, Gundafar, so you may spend the rest of your days with your wife.
What has become of the king that I served with my life? Fanaticism has robbed him of all reason and wisdom. Peace is surely the most favorable path for our nation, yet he refuses to accept it.
Brilliant acting, Darbil. Not at all. Far from it. When we first got to know each other, he was still a guard for one of the merchant caravans. Seems like he's now made the switch to full-time acting.
Nice to meet you. Any friend of Kai? To be perfectly honest, I was already pretty good. Full disclosure, we had to... Anyway, so I got a student from the academia to adapt an old story I knew to make it more appealing to our audience. What do you think? Passable? I could tell that you've had... that's good.
Sure, why not? Tickets for 2, please.
There's no need for... We've actually found a sponsor. I doubt we'll be able to keep it.
Darbil Asgar still hasn't shown up for the next scene. We should get his costume and sword out so they'll be ready to go the moment he gets here.
My apologies.
Talk to the bartender if you want a drink.
That's enough work for today.
Would you two like to order some food?
Bear with us a moment. We're just going to take a look at the menu. I was at Port Ormos discussing some business opportunities, and some crook was trying to pull a fast one on me. Darbil took pity on me and politely asked him to make himself scarce. He's a good guy. There's a lot of fun. That's my secret. Thanks for waiting. We'll take you up on that. We've got good seats. We can watch the show as we eat. If I remember correctly, but I won't spoil it for you. You have to experience it for yourself. I don't tend to judge a story's history always repeats itself. When you keep this in...
Here you are. The check's on the table, too.
No need.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, call it a token of my...
Thank you so much, sir.
Hey, Kaya. I'm so sorry we can't do the rest of the show.
Ooh, that would be
No, la de Kaya no la he hecho en ninguna. No sabía que eran Sumeru, de hecho, pensé que serían Monster.
Wearing street clothes on stage would really...
Well...
You're kidding.
Sure.
It's in the restaurant. Follow me.
Mira, con la ropa Sumil.
Gotta say, I think I actually look pretty dapper in this. It's a pity I don't have many opportunities to wear it in public. Uh-oh, not a fan of me as a prince? I'll have to act my heart out so you'll be too dazzled to make any digs.
Kaya, here's your script for the next scene. It's not too long, but you also don't have very long to prepare.
Do you think... Only one way to...
Okay, I think we've covered all your lines and moved.
All right.
Great. Then let...
General Kubad, son of Kabus, the fate of this battle is clear. I beg you, please
Con la
spare my
espada
few
del alba le
remaining
ponen
men.
al tío.
They no longer have the strength to fight back.
Frasyav, though you now lead only the husk of a once mighty army, even your most savage warriors have no desire to see further bloodshed, and none among your ranks have opposed these peace talks. Nevertheless, I must hear it from
O sea, no está
you
haciendo
one
ir
final
esto, ¿no?
time. General
Que es
Frasyav,
humilde con las
do you
programaciones.
agree to sign a treaty in good faith and commit from this day forth to peace between us?
With my army in ruins, I am in no position to do otherwise.
Guárdame protos de los códigos de mañana, P.
Yes, let us end our hostilities and send our
We share the desire to lay down our arm. Then as God above is our witness, by the authority vested in me by this, I hereby declare that I will spare your hostages and what remains of your army. May peace be... My tutor, Gundafar, has already made haste to my father, the king, with the recommendation of a truce. It is my sincere hope that he will see that peace as a path.
Prince Kubad, your name is renowned throughout your land and ours. I will play...
One will find on a battlefield no master of ceremonies, nor the paper on which... I, Kubad, son of Kabus, hereby pledge protection to you and all of your kin. May the oceans be stained red with my blood if I am ever to renounce this oath.
Wow, your friend is so dreamy. He's not a real prince by any chance, is he? Hey, Rashana, you don't want to miss this. The good-looking guy who left that huge tip is at...
Tarbill's one lucky man.
I return, Your Highness. I hope I'm not too late. Have you already promised peace to Frasyav?
Nay, I am not so rash as to preempt my father's blessing. I promised only what I could so far, the safety of his kin.
My child, I must share with you...
How can this be?
He has indeed. I urged him to reconsider, but far stricter punishment than this awaits you. Please heed my warnings, dear
Nay, the truce must stand. I cannot renounce my oath. The masses have grown weary of death and conflict, in both our nation and theirs. Are we all now... When I departed my beloved home to fight in a foreign land, I did so to honor his wishes. Alas, is the...
Kaya, the next line is... Alas, is this fate's grand design?
Must it be so?
Huh? Wait, that's not part of the script.
My dear audience, I ask you this. Do you believe in fate? If fate decrees...
¿Por qué Kaya me lanza esto? Qué humilde.
Oh? Then so must it... I shall discard this intaglio and rid my...
Wait, but that's not... My dear prince, do you intend to betray your
Fate means to send the machinations of war to every corner of the land, to fan the flames of... Fate would see my sword tainted with the blood of innocence. But I shall not bow to the will of fate. I am no pawn...
Bravo! Where did this guy come from? Is he one of the new...
Shut up! Stop interrupting.
I, Kubad, will spend the rest of my days in a foreign land.
At least he brought it back.
Prince Kubad, my child. There is no need to be rash.
Gundafar, my dear mentor. You have always been like a father, but I must walk this path, or freedom dies by my hand.
Goodbye, my child.
It's Prince Kubad. Could I please get your autograph?
Why, certainly, ma'am.
Ooh, thank you.
Feeling more like a fan now? Acting is quite fun. If there ever came a day when I left the Knights of Favonius, I think...
Darbil, could you introduce me to this young...
My apologies, Master Tus. I somehow missed you and...
I was some distance away. I just came over near the end after The performance was outstanding across the board. I knew that the poor turnout over the past few days was just bad luck. It was only... The improvised section was particularly good. I think you could include some improvisation as a staple in future performances. As for the prop he threw, no need to get it back. It's fairly cheap anyway.
Thank you, sir. And a big thanks also to our wonderful prince. Had Kaya not agreed to fill in, we might have disbanded right on the spot.
Kaya, was it? Well, young man, I must say, you've made quite the impression on me. My caravan is always loaded with the...
Thank you for the invite, sir. But I'm afraid I've reached the end of my time in Sumeru. I'm sure that my friends and family...
Well then, consider it an open invitation. Once you've been bitten by the travel bug, my friend, you'll be getting itchy feet again before too long. My door is always open. If you're ever interested, please ask Darbil to reach out to me. Darbil, we can continue discussions on the sponsorship once you've wrapped up today's show.
Thank you so much, Master Tus. I'll see you shortly. Seriously, Kaya, thank you for bailing me out again. You're a good guy. May the god... You know, you should stay for a few more days. I owe you a meal at the very least.
Darbil, Asgar is back. He lost track of time playing Genius Invocation TCG. You've got...
Genius Invocation again? Ah, that does it. That kid's not getting a...
Sure, there's no rush. Okay, I think they're all gone. Let's slip away now while we can. All right, this should be far enough. Don't think they'll find me here. People were starting to expect a lot of things that I didn't sign up for. Besides, the missing actor is back now. I don't mind socializing, but compared to chatting over food and drink, I much prefer just going wild on the stage. What about you? Did you enjoy the show? Oh? I was expecting a lengthier critique, but you've thrown the question right back at me. Let me think. All the world's a stage, and perhaps there's an inept god out there deciding everyone's fates, much like the academia student drafting Darbil's scripts. Yeah, inept is a good word. Anyway, that's exactly why actors need to wake up and realize they don't have to follow the script. There's nothing to stop them from following their... Oh, my dear traveler, please don't take me too literally. Everyone, you and I included, is both... If you don't like the script, just walk off the stage and join the audience. You always have a choice. A little too obtuse? Well, don't dwell on it. It's nothing worth... Relax. Be yourself. When I did my little bit of audience interaction back there, you had no time to prepare. You're still holding on to the intaglio I threw you from the stage, right? It's been the most fascinating day, hasn't it, little birdie?
Ah, mira, y manda un objeto. ¿Es un artefacto o es una cosa simplemente?
Please register new ship arrivals here.
Gundafar, we are in the middle of a war. Your place is at the front line.
A matter of utmost importance.
Huh. Outdoor theater. Looks fun. Ah, yes. Here's what I was thinking about the unused, given that the acting grand in other words, perhaps a fancy meal at a nice restaurant? Or a river cruise that takes in the sights of Sumeru City? Or we could buy a few nice mementos to take home. Hey, no need to put it like that. The rules of the Knights of Favonius state that any and all expenditures during a business trip are counted as travel expenses. That's more than enough justification to live a little. Of course, with me being here on my own, it was looking like a wasted opportunity. But now that I've run into you, why don't we make this a joint trip? You're always so busy. It's high time you gave yourself a proper break. And anyway, life is short, so we should make the most of the time. Now I remember why you're an honorary knight. Of course, your honest character is dazzling to behold. Like the sunlight reflecting off the surface of Cider Lake in the late fall. In that case, I guess today's end-of-trip blowout is cancelled. I shall pack my luggage. Oh, you'd do that for me? Well, this wasn't what I'd originally planned, but it's a very welcome development. When I was souvenir shopping, I picked out something for you too. Guess my thoughtfulness wasn't in vain. Let's keep that a secret for now. It's just, I want you to find out for yourself. Then it's settled. We'll leave together shortly.
What you see is what we've got.
There are still so many places for us to...
Look, Mondstadt's windmills. Ah, such... Now, as promised, your souvenir. Here you go. According to the merchant I bought it from, mysterious spirits called Jinn often live in lamps like this. And this lamp in particular once housed a very powerful genie. Merchants love to exaggerate to help make a sale, but it's still quite the pretty little lamp. I know you like rare things, so perhaps you can add this to your collection. Of course, you can also use it as an ordinary pot. Personally, I think it'd make an excellent wine vessel. You're welcome. I'm ready to head into the city now. You're free to join me. I could give everyone their souvenirs first, but I'm not sure whether I'm in the mood for running. Maybe I'll take a breather first. But I know I'll only get bored sitting in my room alone. Yes, I suppose. Okay, let's start by going to the Knights of Favonius headquarters. Jean and Lisa...
FB Anime dice, volví, esto
Eres el bombero manguero. Protogemas chetíferas. Gratuitas.
Anime. Dice, no pide pocas cosas.
No, tampoco es muy complicado.
You too busy?
Casi nada.
You must have had a tough journey, Kaya. Oh, it's been a while.
Yes, welcome back, Kaya. Why is the honorary knight accompanying you?
A mí lo de la resina no me salía.
Dice, gastar resina, uno dominio, mejorar artefactos.
Y mejorar armas. Y vencer a un boss semanal. Y a un boss
I
de
understand. A few days
Y luego
ago,
los
we
diarios.
received a letter from...
Just doing my duty. Anything to reduce the acting grandmaster's workload. Oh, I nearly forgot. I have some unused travel funds. I'll return the surplus now.
Given the suddenness of the situation and the difficulty in resolving it, I authorized a... But I didn't think there would be this much left over.
Just doing the right thing. But I'm not actually here for a post-trip debrief.
Souvenirs from Sumeru?
Chulo.
Here, the letter opener is for Jean. The jeweled brooch is for Lisa. And the items in the box are for everyone else.
The artistry of this is exquisite. Look at the ornamentation on the sheath. This must be one of those crafts unique to Sumeru.
I love the color of the gem in this brooch. And the setting is so elegant. You have excellent taste, Kaya.
It wasn't too bad. I didn't spend too much.
Sí, el evento
Might I
web lo he
intrude a
hecho
moment?
antes. Sí, hasta donde he podido. He hecho cuatro manguerazos.
Albedo, is that you?
I finished the latest quarterly expenses report for the workshop. It's ready for your review. Traveler, greetings. You two look like you're in good spirits.
As a matter of fact, the honorary knight and I traveled back from Sumeru together. Ah, yes.
You're too kind. Klee has been constantly...
Since you weren't around, she thought you had also been grounded, and that it would be a long time.
Children always have the most peculiar way.
Also been grounded? Sounds like things haven't been too dull for you all in my absence.
It's Klee's...
Evidently, you're not the least bit surprised.
No. On the contrary, what would be a surprise is if Klee
Anyway, since my souvenir is part of a... When Klee's next... released, I'll...
Sure, makes sense. Leave the surprise for the person who'll enjoy...
I'll leave these documents here.
Kaya, I've approved your vacation request. Use this time to relax and unwind. Don't worry about the report and... You too, Honorary Knight. There isn't any work the Knights of Favonius require your assistance with.
Thank you. Then we'll be going now.
Enjoy your vacation. But don't forget to return the Fox and the Dandelion Sea series before it's due.
Don't worry, I'm nearly done with those. I'll be able to return the...
Kaya is just as thoughtful as always.
Though there's always something to do, with everyone lending a...
Muy bien, pues yo he hecho 4, creo.
I'm surprised
La
Cleve
de
still
Nodrama
hasn't
4
escaped. I taught her a few tricks just before I
Sabbath,
left.
y Sabbath 2, porque en Sabbath no he hecho lo de forjar armas ni nada, he cogido solo los puntos de las diarias, lo de conéctate, haz 2 diarias, solo he cogido eso, no he hecho los de forjar porque los he visto después.
Kids will
Pero ya
always
os
have
haré
their moments of
mañana.
mischief.
Mañana, aquí lo que he hecho ha sido coger una espada que tenía nivel 1 y la he subido 5 veces con una piedra. En vez de hacerle una subida tocha, la he subido 5 veces y luego he cogido un artefacto igual. Lo he subido con 5 artefactos de una pieza, ¿sabes? De una estrella. Y a cagar. Luego he abusado del Stone Terror una vez. He matado al protodragarto y he cogido la recompensa que hay que cogerla para Yanfei. Y he hecho una línea ley.
That works.
Y ya está.
Then I guess we'll see Dilu.
O sea, que bien. Chetil.
EPP Anime dice que Chetil eres joder.
Qué bobo. Y las demás cuentas no lo he hecho, pero sí que lo haré mañana. Porque son proto gratis felices, tío. No cuesta nada, ¿sabes? En lo que me pongo a hacer las diarias, escaneo el código en el móvil y las hago, porque son 4 manguerazos. A lo mejor todas no, ¿sabes? A lo mejor no hago lo de las armas y tal, pero lo de las diarias y tal y cual, con la pericia ya, ¿sabes? Bueno, hay que ir al viñedo al amanecer.
You made it. Come on, let's go. Brace yourself for some sour grapes.
If you're not feeling well, then let me go this time.
I'm fine. It's not serious.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important.
What are you doing here today? And I see you've brought a
Oh, it's nothing particularly pressing. It's just that we recently returned from Sumeru, and given how—
Is that it? Make yourselves comfortable, then.
Oh, do you really mean that? Because my definition of comfortable happens to involve prodigious amounts of your finest wines.
Sounds like you're in a hurry to reach your goal. Been plotting this raid?
Plotting a raid? Why, you misunderstand me. The truth is, a rumor happened to reach my ears recently. My informants tell me that last month, the Dawn Winery spent a large sum of mora on 2 bottles of limited edition Northland Valberry liquor. However, it turned— Of course, a teetotaler like yourself would struggle to tell the difference. So why not get a connoisseur to help you appraise the quality?
Sí, de verdad que sí. Pero bueno.
Anime. Dice, ese evento hacerlo en todas las cuentas es un puro coñazo. Anime. Dice, lo bueno es facilito.
Sí, bueno, iré haciendo...
Oh, wait. But the sterling reputation of Dawn Winery is at stake.
Quite the story.
Sí, sí que me
You
gustaría
used...
hacer
What? Really?
la verdad no es
Here,
nada.
this is for you.
Thanks.
That's it? No comment whatsoever?
You want a comment? Okay, then. This thing is very in line with your... Elzer, fetch a bottle of this year's newest batch from the warehouse, or else someone will keep blathering on with endless excuses.
One moment, Master Kaya. I shall fetch...
What's wrong, Elzer? Are you okay?
My throat is a bit raspy is all. It got better after I began taking medicine, but recently it flared up again.
Many illnesses are caused by overwork. If you don't get enough rest, medicine... Surely you should have long since handed over the work of the winery to Diluc by now. You can't keep being Diluc's butler.
Actually, most of the time he...
Take some time off, Elzer. Don't put it off any longer. It's important to take care of your health. You have to take it seriously. And cavalry captain...
Master Diluc, Master Kaya, thank you both.
Enjoy your vacation. Though, before you officially clock out, let me head out the door with you. There's nothing quite like enjoying...
Normally I'd accompany you, but...
Really?
Porque yo creo que estos eventos recaían y los voy a terminar hoy. Haré dos finales porque son muy largos, tío, los finales. Son muy largos, tío. Yo espero poderla conseguir, la verdad.
I asked Connor to select a bottle of our best. He'll bring it by shortly.
You asked Connor?
He hasn't seen you in a while.
Considerate as ever. Ah, Elzer, I also brought...
Such artistry. Thank you.
Glad you like it. Go on, enjoy your time off.
Very well, Master Kaya.
Elzer is a good guy, and he's very responsible. But with 1,000 different things...
Master Kaya, your wine and an apple cider for your friend. All freshly fermented this year. Traveler, this one's for you.
Oh, very clear. And a full-bodied aroma.
Isn't it? This one's a little on the sweeter side.
No need. Sweet is just fine. Let's drink one together.
Venga, tío, que descanses, que vaya muy bien. Yo no aguantaré mucho más, me voy a ir a dormir también, que mañana trabajo. Y ala. Mañana live stream setil y fuera.
Don't mind if I do.
Descanses, tío, gracias por pasarte. Espero que
I haven't caught up with you like this in a long time.
Buenas noches, Arre.
We used to always pour the first glass for you when cracking open a new barrel. With you gone these past few years, I've had to drink it for you.
Well, since it wasn't me harvesting the grapes, de-stemming, or crushing them, it's much more fitting that you should take the first taste.
Crushing the grapes improves the aroma and color of the wine during the fermentation process. If you're curious to learn more about the wine, if you'd like, Traveler, you can help us harvest some grapes. Winemaking.
It isn't neat.
Master Kaya is right. Harvesting grapes is but seeing the grape.
Wait, so Diluc...
Oh, goodness, no. Master Diluc is...
Oh?
Well, you know,
Connor, you're an off...
Oh.
That was because the...
Ah, yes, of course. Adeline even covered for the two of you.
But on a serious note, having grown up, even though I couldn't help, how could anyone... So, let us raise...
Here, here.
Speaking of wine, Connor, I have a gift for you.
I get a present too? Thank you, Master. Time really does fly. I still remember the days when now I have wrinkles and Tunner's bent double, while Master Kaya is the cavalry captain of the Knights of Favonius.
How is Tunner holding up?
He's still tough, but getting on in years, so some things just aren't as easy as they were. But he's used to doing things his way and doesn't trust new employees to do it for him. A lot of the temporary workers I hired quit because they couldn't handle how picky he was. Master Kaya, if you have time, why not go talk to him about it? You're probably the only person he'll listen to besides Master D-Luke.
I definitely owe him a visit. I haven't seen him in some time, and I do have... Busy day today, Tunner?
Oh, Master Kaya, you're back. No, I'm not at all busy. I just spend my hours watching the grapes growing on the vine.
Bueno, no es tan mal, lo que pasa es que estoy cansado y
They're
tampoco
growing
estoy...
what? Sit.
Pero
no need.
Bueno,
What about your friend? Doesn't he...
Allow me to introduce...
muy larga, ¿sabes? Y que no pasa
Harvesting
nada.
grapes is... Do you still remember how I used...
Pero bueno, eso, como
I
son los
believe...
encuentros,
What's
pues
this?
hay más...
Come with me, young lad.
Pero que no hay una trama, ¿sabes? Son todo como mini cosas. ¿Qué hace aquí Kaede?
Winery rules state that whoever picks the most grapes without damaging them gets...
Ooh, you have Fortunately, the young master has a good head on his shoulders. Didn't take long for him to get up to speed. And now he's turned into such an outstanding young man. Polite and kind. If I had a son as exceptional as Kaya, oh, I would be the happiest man in Mondstadt. There's a few more rows of grapes up ahead. Let's finish picking them together. Careful not to damage the grapes when you pinch the stem.
Winery rules state that whoever...
These grapes look excellent. You're a fast learner. I'll take them. Good job.
Sí, yo creo que son más largas, la verdad.
Master Kaya left... I don't know him like Miss Adeline or Master D-Luke do. But I know that no matter... And without family by your side, I've been working here for decades and watched him grow up with my own two eyes. But he guards his secrets closely. Or perhaps he just doesn't want to involve us. After all, I can see that you have a good relationship with Master Kaya. That he is, yes. I do. Wonderful.
Wonderful. Knowing...
You're looking very happy, Tunner. Was the Traveler telling you some joke?
No, no jokes. I've received Master Kai, honorary knight.
Of course.
¿Dónde está ella? Acá ella. Acá ella de los huevos.
EPP Anime. Dice, ya se notan. EPP Anime. Dice, ¿qué buscas ahí?
You're always so busy. It's high time you gave yourself a proper break. And anyway, life is short, so we should make the most of the time we have. Great. Music to my ears. I'll cover the There's nothing more enjoyable than the company of a good friend. Let's call it now. Let me think where we should go. How about Liyue? I'd be heading past there on my way back to Mondstadt anyway, so it's not out of the way. Well, lucky me. Liyue's Ministry of Civil Affairs frequently corresponds with the Knights of Favonius, so the address on their letterhead is one of the few places I'm familiar with. I don't have much luggage, so it won't take me long to pack. Give me a moment.
¿Las cosas que me han dado son para la tetera o son artefactos? Ya es lo que estoy haciendo.
EPP Anime. Dice, míralo.
Supongo que serán para la tetera, puesto que como eran como souvenirs, pues tiene sentido, ¿sabes? Sí, mira, aquí está la lámpara. lo otro que me ha dado así de lo que me ha tirado el escenario, eso yo sí que creo que era un artefacto. Creo. Era como un reloj rojo. Parecía un relicario, ¿sabes? No, pues no parece. Debía ser un objeto de misión que llaman de estos. Sí, míralo, aquí está. Qué raro ver a calle en Liyue, no se hace.
I've heard that there's lots to see and do in Liyue, but I'm sure you're more familiar with the place than I am, so I'll leave the itinerary to you. Excellent. Well, hopefully I'll get to... It's such a satisfying feeling to just drop everything, going along... Who knows who we might cross paths with? We might even end up going on an impromptu adventure. Do you know this shop? It looks pretty nice from the outside. Shall we take a look?
Welcome to Mingxing Jewelry. We are a long-established trader of precious stone.
Let me see. Ah, some nice jewelry you've got here. Maybe... What do you think, traveler? See anything that suits my style? I trust your judgment.
Ah, you're interested in souvenirs. If you're struggling to decide, you might want to consider getting some jade. You can't go wrong with a nice jade pendant. They're an elegant addition to your look, whatever your age or gender. If you're looking for a specific design, we can make it to your specifications. It does take some time to fulfill an order, however. High quality...
Oh, that's a pity. I'm just visiting and I won't be in town for very long. So as much as it pains me to do...
No worries at all, sir. If you're looking for something off the shelf, why not go and see Mr. Shurto at the Jade Mystery? He also deals in jade and precious stones. Exactly. But on that note, there's no risk in purchasing a piece of jade that's already been cut. But you could lose... I won't say any more, as I don't want my fellow vendors to think I'm bad-mouthing them. It's only human nature to spend a little when you're on a trip. But don't be too hasty to part with your... The Ministry of Civil Affairs takes everyone's economic well-being very seriously.
I think that's sound advice wherever you go into that.
Welcome! Looking for uncut stones or pre-cut jade? We've got...
Uncut stones. Ah yes, we were just briefed on that. Let's take a look at the pre-cut jade.
I believe I detect a quiet but distinct tone of apprehension in your words. Feel free to peruse at your leisure. I think you'll find that everything I do here is entirely above board and Sure, you can bet on jade and lose if you're unlucky, but my terms are clear and transparent, and
Sounds perfectly reasonable. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much the vendor is charging.
Yes, exactly. I'm glad you understand. Although your peculiar phrasing at the end. Anyway, betting on jade is what it is. Feel free to try your luck, but if you can't afford to lose, then it's not for you. I'll leave you to browse at your own pace now while I deal with other potential.
Amber-colored jade would probably make for a good souvenir. Why not? This is a quirky little place. Somehow, I'm inclined to entertain him for a bit. Well, if you're not interested, then I guess we'll...
Ahoy there, Captain! Fancy.
What, a poor sailor like me? You...
Hey! Keep your voice down. Can't you...
I mean, you want the full list? Captain Kaya! What,
Oh, just taking a short trip with my friend.
Yes, it's been a...
Anywhere you'd recommend I visit?
Let me think. Wanmin Restaurant's always a pretty good bet. Chef Mao's daughter is a skilled chef, and their prices are very reasonable. And, speaking of my wife, she won't let me forget what a great help you've been to us before.
Your wife? Ah, yes.
Very well, thank you. Very well. Anyway, I've got something I need to do down at the South Wharf.
All right. See you. Ah, I finally remembered who that was.
I see. So you went through that whole conversation with no idea who you were talking to. Old Wu's usually quite the chatterbox, so it's very unusual for him to just take off mid-conversation. How exactly do you two know each other anyway?
An educated guess. Yes, it's pretty straightforward, honestly. The captain was making a delivery to Mondstadt when his ship sprang a leak. He overexerted himself fixing it and keeping the cargo dry, and ended up past...
Well, it still seems strange to me.
Nada de pelear.
He's hardly the... His eldest was once playing on that... I'm just surprised...
Well, stubborn I can believe.
Someone drilled a hole in it. His line of work isn't easy. The poor competition is fierce. Anyway, I digress. We merchants protect our goods like our own...
I am an upstanding member of the Knights of Favonius.
Since you asked about recommendations earlier, you're here from Mondstadt, yes? If memory serves, they're just about to retell the tale of Bravebeard the Valiant from the top. Why not pay them a visit?
Huh. Sounds interesting enough. So this is the...
We meet again! What a coincidence! Twice in one day. Oh, that did...
Wu, weren't you just at Wanwen Bookhouse buying a book for your daughter? What's this?
Shh, just leave it be, Aunt John. There's no need to I take it that you two aren't from around these parts. I'm a caravan guard by trade, and meeting people from all over the world is one of the main perks of the job.
Oh, seems like the tea house is the place to be. Did you manage to get something for your daughter just now, Captain Wu?
Yes, thank you. If it weren't for you, Captain Kaya, she might not have even made it into this world.
I'm so lost, Wu. What's the story?
Sabes lo mejor que mañana es viernes.com. Hombre, a mí sí me gusta leerlo, si no, macho. Además que así decides bien, porque si no estás dándole vueltas todo el rato a lo mismo. Pues la de Faruzan me ha gustado, porque he sabido mucho más de ella de lo que sabía, me ha caído mejor. No sabía de ella prácticamente nada, y con su encuentro la he conocido bastante más. Y me ha caído mejor la Sumilla.
Your wife's originally from Mondstadt, isn't she? Did you run into Captain Kai?
The latter. Oh, this is so humiliating. Anyway, back when my wife was pregnant, we were taking a trip to Mondstadt to visit her parents this one time.
Oh, that sounds awful. Were either of you hurt?
I mean, he's still here, and he's still got all his limbs, so they can't have roughed him up.
Yes, he did. Thankfully, he heard my wife crying for... My wife was injured and quite shaken up by the ordeal. So, he took...
So, what happened to you?
Huh? What did you jump in the water for? You know they can still get you.
No, that's not... I did...
They did what? Did they have a weird fetish or something? Stripping a sailor naked and throwing him into the water. It's not like you were going to drown. So...
The treasure hoarders always move in groups, and fighting back when you're outnumbered isn't usually an option. It's no surprise that they quickly...
Captain Kaya, please, there's no need for you to try to save face for me like this. Yet, despite that, I somehow only... They tossed me into the water to humiliate me, and to use it as leverage to get my wife to pay up. What I'd intended was to pretend to drown, then sneak back onto shore while they weren't looking, and find a way to rescue... That was before Captain Kaya appeared out of nowhere and saved the day. But God knows what they did with my clothes. I couldn't find them anywhere. By the time I gave up looking for them, you were most of the way to the winery, so I had to run after you.
Outrageous!
So, what happened next?
I made it to the winery, but the maids noticed me first. And they, after my wife recovered consciousness, she had to have a long talk with the young lord to explain everything.
Oh, whoa. I'm so...
Ugh, good luck living that one down.
Trust me, I know. My wife never...
I'm sorry, Captain. I wasn't intending to share that story.
It's fine. It's my own fault for thinking I could sweep it under the carpet and forget about it. I don't know if I can ever repay you. Still, it won't stop me from trying. You and your friend are here to catch the storyteller. In fact, they do serve some food here, too, but it's not the best. Okay, let me run and get some fruit to...
I wonder how much Fanaria caught of that. Old Wu really has no filter, does he?
Oh, poor Wu. Oh, gosh. I'm so sorry. It's just... Oh, poor Wu. Oh, gosh. I'm so sorry. It's just...
He really didn't have to share all the details of that story. But since he didn't seem to mind, I wasn't about to stop him. I did actually forget at first. But once he brought... D-Luke thought some pervert was harassing the maids. He charged straight out the door, great sword in hand and raring... So many people owe me favors nowadays. It's hard to keep track of them all. I really should go check my... Hey, you didn't think I was being serious, did you? I just helped the guy out on a couple of occasions because I happened to be in the right...
I'm back with fruit. Please, help yourselves,
Thank you.
Oh, don't mention it. It's just a few fruits, nothing extravagant. Once my new pharmaceutical business takes off and I have Mora to spare, I'll get you.
Pharmaceutical business? So you...
Shipping's impossible work nowadays. There's too much competition in the market. I'm going to become a partner of Boo Boo Pharmacy and provide funding for a brand new medication. It's specially formulated to treat seasonal joint and limb pain. If you didn't know, it's a very common health complaint among sailors. I've suffered from it myself, which is why I know that a lot of people stand. It's a good cause and a stable source of income. Whichever way you look at it, it's a step up from the...
That's impressive, Wu. I wouldn't have thought you had the connections for something like that. So is...
Oh no, not Dr. Baiju. Actually, it was his master, Dr. He gave me a few of his traditionally formulated bone-strengthening pills when he saw me suffering from my leg pains one day.
Dr. Baiju's master?
Yeah. I told him I'd be enthusiastically recommending his medicine to the other guys at the docks. And after some hesitation, he said that he shouldn't really be handing out free prescriptions since, and I quote,
but I got chatting with Dr. Baiju recently when the Secure Transport Agency did a delivery for Boo Boo Pharmacy.
Huh? Why would he say something like that?
Captain Wu, where did...
Just out on the street? I know that sounds dubious, but this is an
Hold on a second. I just remembered something. My nephew-in-law met a medicine seller not too long ago, too. He spent a lot of Mora on it, but when he brought it to Boo Boo Pharmacy, Herbalist Gui took one look and told him he'd bought nothing but regular painkillers. This Bai Fudzu you met, did he buy any...
He did.
If I may, Captain Wu, there's a lot of Mora involved here. It seems like it would be worth asking this Dr. Baiju about his master, just to say...
You're right, Captain Kaya. A quick trip to Boo Boo Pharmacy, and I can get Dr. Baiju to...
He left in a hurry. He must be stressed out of his mind right now.
Hey, let him deal with this, okay? No point in you stressing yourself out, too. Fraud or not, it's up to Captain... I'm no Dark Knight hero. Or a martial arts hero, for that matter. And wait, where are you? Now that I think about it, I can see you having a secret double life as a martial arts hero here in Liyue. Either way, Liyue has its own rules and regulations. Best to let the Ministry of Civil Affairs deal with this in the proper... We came here to enjoy ourselves, remember?
It is said that the sky's the limit for the aspirational soul. But alas, for the woes of the world are... Yet fate fortuitous found him...
Is that all? Oh, I was hoping to hear... It was all right. I suppose the hero always has to sacrifice himself to save others, and it does make for some good
Oh, I see the show is over. Yeah, I saw Dr. Baiju. Looks like it was...
Then what are you waiting for? Don't just stand there. You need to report this to the Ministry of Civil Affairs.
Hold on. Let's not lose our cool. Get your story straight first, so you can give them a clear and detailed account.
Well, I'd arranged to meet him at the Yunsheng Tea House once I've withdrawn the next sum of Mora.
Okay, so you've got another meeting lined up.
I've got no one to blame but myself for this. I can't believe I was so gullible. I guess the world isn't made for naive... Young man, you're a good person, and I'm touched by your words of comfort. The consequences are mine alone to bear. At my age, I'm sure I should be comforting the young with words of wisdom rather than the...
It's obvious, isn't it? He needs to report the case to the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Come with me.
Join the Adventurers Guild. You'll have a blast.
I am quite curious. How does our chivalrous martial arts hero intend to come to Captain Wu's rescue? There are countless victims of injustice in the world. We can't try to help each and every one of them, can we? Oh, I'm surprised. I didn't know you thought of me as someone who helps other people unconditionally. I'm genuinely flattered. But we both know that I'm not that kind of person, really. Your logic is very straightforward, but I like how you think. So I'll indulge your... Captain Wu, how would you...
I'm sorry?
Let's say, hypothetically speaking, I found a way to recover your Mora that would leave the man who defrauded you feeling... If it could be done, and the only cost was owing...
What exactly are you getting at?
The Traveler here is adamant that you should ask me for another favor. Personally, I blame the storyteller. After hearing the inspiring...
Captain Kaya? Young man?
All right. All right, then it's settled. Per our brave hero's plan... Ah, you're here. Good. I'll head up. You've got nothing to worry about. As long as this lucky coin's in my hands, it'll do as it's told. Before I toss the coin, I'll get our guy to bet heads or tails. Then it's your turn to bet. Now remember, if I touch my chin, you bet heads. If I touch my forehead, you go for tails.
Hello. Are you waiting for someone? As long as you follow the rules of the tea house, you're welcome.
From the way you describe it, Liyue does sound like an attractive... All that awaits me back in Mondstadt is a horde of insufferable sycophants. Truly tedious.
I understand. For one as ambitious as yourself, Mr.
What are you doing? It's common courtesy to introduce yourself. Can't you see we got here first? They're running out of tables, huh? Looks like this location's getting too small for them. Very well.
So, my friend, what's your name?
Here is the tea that you ordered.
Ugh, this tea is... Mr. Bai, this has been a most pleasant and insightful conversation. I consider it good fortune that I encountered such a refined
Yes, good fortune indeed. In that case, I must thank you for...
You there. I'll get yours too. Oh, you can't tell? My family's lived in Mondstadt for generations. I got bored sitting... The sights of Liyue Harbor are rather spectacular. I've half a mind to buy a waterfront property here so I can come vacationing. That would be quite nice. If the family would spare me a little loose change, I could even invest in an antique shop or two so I have something to do during the day. And the point of life is to enjoy yourself.
Mr. Rich, just to clarify, that's quite a large sum of Mora as far as the
The name's Albert. Surname Rich. But only the servants in the house address me as Mr. Rich. Now that we're so well acquainted, Mr. Bai, please just...
Albert does have a nice ring to it. It is my
You flatter me. What say you to acting as my guide during my time in Liyue? I'll pay you handsomely, of course. Naturally,
No need, my good friend. I shan't be so vulgar as to take your Mora. We're both men of character. To join a noble gentleman on his travels is a rare opportunity. Please, let me drop...
You there. You're welcome to join us if you want. Which clan did you say you were with? The Hoo-Ha clan or something? Goo-Ha, huh? Strange choice of name. Gotta say, I've been in Liyue...
Yes, well, there are many martial arts clans and factions in Liyue.
Ha, fair enough. Still, weird name. Seriously, though, what kind of skills do you guys train anyway? It's all for show, right? I saw some people performing a few tricks down at the wharf. I already told the server to put it on my tab. Don't bother getting her to split the bill. It'll only complicate things.
Young man, there's no need to take things so seriously. Why don't you loosen up?
Are you trying to make a point by throwing my generosity back in my face? All right, then. Well,
please, my friends, let's not get so worked up. Yinchang Tea House is no venue for a duel. We'll all get... You young people have hot tempers, I understand that. But there's no need to come to blows over a few words taken to heart when there are...
Did I hear that right? So you'll only pay for yourself if you win, but I'll get the check for the three of us if you lose. It's not that I care about the Mora. After all, I offered to pay for everyone's drinks in the first place. No, what I find truly absurd is your refusal to play fair. I demand that you also pay for three if you win. Fine. You can have your apology if you win, but on one condition.
Well, as long as you're no longer raring to fight. Peace begets well.
Why don't you join us, Mr. Bai? Let's entertain this guy for a sec. We don't want him to think you're stingy.
But I wasn't.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Bai? Whose side are you on here?
Of course.
And anyway, it's no big deal if you win. It's just a few cups of tea after all, so you can just take it from...
all right then. I suppose it's not all that different from the dice gambling games I used to...
All right, now we're talking. Well, that should be simple enough. Here, I'll take this coin and ask the counter to draw a line on one side.
Young man, I can see that you haven't spent many years. I, too, only met this Mondstadt millionaire by complete chance today. But we're getting along just fine. I actually can't. In the real world, you've got to keep up appearances. There's no need to offend the rich. After all, if you keep them happy, you can probably make some more off of them, too. You young people are much...
Just so we're clear, let's say the marked side is heads, and the unmarked side is tails. Everyone has to pick a side before the coin toss. Oh, and no takebacks. We should also take turns tossing the coin.
Sounds fair to me. Why don't you...
All right, then, I'll start us off. Here we... Oh.
I suppose the choice is arbitrary since it's a 50...
Let me think. I'll also go with tails. What about you? Heads or tails?
Oh, darn, I won. Lucky me!
I won as well. Guess there might be a formal apology in the cards after all. I have a suggestion. If one of us loses twice in a row, they should get knocked out while the other two carry on playing to decide the winner. Otherwise, with 3 of us playing, it'll start to get... I flipped the coin last time, so why don't you go next? I don't want you blaming my coin-tossing skills if you guess...
Now just wait a second, my dear friends. Please let me do the second toss.
Oh? Anxious to take...
You are both young, and I've already seen your short tempers for myself. If Albert loses this round and this young man wins, you'll be tied. And before you know it, you'll be at each other's throats again. Well, that's not my only consideration either. You two may be too young to know this. In dice games, people use all sorts of methods to rig the game. Some even fit the dice with mechanisms that give them whichever result. If Albert wins the next round and you, young man, lose for the second time in a row, then the third round will just be a tiebreaker between him and me. And you won't get your apology to the Guhua clan. If that happens, only for you to then find out that the coin was rigged all along. A purely hypothetical scenario, of course, but one that I'm bringing up now to avoid any misunderstanding further down the road.
Very diligent of you indeed, Mr. Bai. Looks like I chose the right person.
A rigged coin will always be a little heavier than a normal coin, you see. This one seems perfectly normal to me, however. But...
What's your bet this time, Mr. Bai?
I'll stick with tails.
Tails, huh? Well, you seem to have a feel for this, so I guess I'll match your bet again this round. Tails it is. And you?
Well, my luck's still just about holding out. The 3 of us are now tied, so no one drops out. So
Well, here you go. What'll it be, Mr. Bai?
It's a tough decision.
That's what makes it fun, isn't it? Anyway, there's no need to stress.
You make a good point.
Okay, and now it's my turn to guess. Not that the outcome matters either way to me. I won't even notice the more's gone. Whatever. I'll take tails.
Why did it have to be heads? This whole thing started because you two got into a spat, and now I'm the one that has to foot the... What say you?
Sure, why not? I'm having fun. I can go for as many rounds as you want. What a miserly person.
But, Albert, all the fun of gambling is in the stakes and...
Oh, come on now. No need to walk on eggshells here. Let's keep it simple, shall we? If you guess right, I pick up the tab. But if you guess wrong, I'm afraid it's still on...
Sure. That's exactly...
Well, here's the coin. You can toss first.
I'll choose...
Wouldn't it defeat the whole purpose of betting if you guessed the same as me? This is a 2-person game now. Surely one of...
All right. It all comes down to luck, after all. Ooh, looks like Rex Lapis has smiled upon me today after all. Thank you for the tea, Albert.
Look at you getting so giddy over some chump change. It's like you've never gambled with real money before, my old man. That's a real rush, I'm telling you. This is nothing by comparison.
Well, in that case, would you care?
Sure. Let's up the stakes a little this time. Shall...
Oh, maybe that's a little on the...
What, 50,000? But that's just a single day's guide pay for...
All right. I'll bet...
Great, then I'll bet heads. No takebacks. Heads.
Tails. Oh, how unfortunate. I shouldn't have gotten greedy. After all, in the long run, gambling is always a losing game. 50,000 more. My goodness.
Totalmente. Nada pelear.
Albert, I'm terribly sorry, but as it happens, I forgot to bring my coin purse with me today. Could you perhaps take this 50,000?
Advance payment? Sorry, I'm afraid that's not my style. It'll have to be cash.
This day just getting better and better. Well, so be it. 50,000. Let me see what cash I have on me.
Ya ves.
Just 50,000? That's not what we agreed on.
Huh? What are you talking about? I think you'll find that our bet was for 50.
No, it wasn't. The amount was 1 million.
1 million? Are you insane? Come on now, Albert.
I'm being perfectly serious. I know what I said.
You're lying through your teeth. Hey, young man, you tell him. Huh? What the? I'm not deaf, you know. Oh, I see. You two. I never met either of you before today, and out of nowhere you suddenly roped me into betting over. Huh? Do you have any idea who you're Well, don't you try to celebrate just yet. You amateurs, do you really think that nobody else will have heard all the commotion we just made? Frauds! Frauds, I say! These two kids are trying...
How pathetic.
What is going on here? If you can't abide by our rules, you're not welcome at Genshin Tea House. I don't care what the issue is. You...
Wait, don't throw me out! These two con artists...
Well, let's take this somewhere else. I don't want any of you disturbing the other... Okay, you two. Care to explain yourselves?
Gladly. He's making up completely spurious claims. He won 250,000 from me, then another 800,000 from the both of us. Now he's refusing to pay up the measly 50,000 that he lost in the final round.
Okay, so after settling up, a total of 1 million mora should have changed hands. Sounds plausible enough.
Oh, it's a complete pack of lies! Hostess, if you don't believe me, ask anyone else in the tea house.
Sorry to interrupt you all, but you're witnesses to the situation here.
Oh, thank goodness you're finally here. What took you so long? That old guy's been bragging about the mora he's won so loudly, I'm surprised the whole street didn't hear him. I was about to report him to the Ministry of...
Leave me out of this. I want nothing to do with gamblers and scammers.
Our new owner laid down the law not too long ago. We turn a blind eye towards casual games of dice, but there is zero tolerance for any explicit gambling with real mora. Return any winnings to the party you took them from, and we'll say that none of this ever happened. Otherwise, I'll have to bring...
Why should I have to give them any mora? I don't have it.
Oh, but I think you do. 2 investments, was it? One of them to the tune of exactly 1 million, as it happens.
You... Wait.
Halberd! Fang! There's a gentleman here that
Please don't. I'll pick.
This was never your Mora to begin with. We'll be returning it to its right...
We can't have this discussion in front of the other customers. Please.
Este salón de té es de Yelan. No sé si lo sabías. Donde hemos jugado la apuesta
What did you think, Captain Wu? Could you hear clearly from your corner on the second floor?
Yes, everything.
Woo. This was your doing, along with that blonde one. And all the customers on that floor were in on it too, weren't they?
Es de Yelan.
I know where you live, and I know what you're what.
Who'd be scared of a crook like you? I'll take you on any day of the...
Well, let's see how long that false bravado...
Oh, look at that. He figured it out.
Don't you two get cocky either. Just...
My apologies for having to leave this question until you'd vacated the premises. But I couldn't have things asked. I noticed that all the guests on the second floor were present before you took your seats, then left almost immediately after you did. Would I be correct in saying you were looking to set this man up?
Wait, so you saw through it right away?
Under normal circumstances, we would never tolerate a scheme like this taking place on our grounds, as it risks... However, I understand that our owner holds the Traveler in high regard, and must have good reasons for their actions. Still, I would appreciate an explanation, if only so that I can...
As I thought. When you're operating on someone else's turf, you run the risk of Over to you, brave hero. You're the one with...
Okay, I understand the situation now. It goes without saying that I have no wish to stand in the way of your chivalrous deeds. I'll report everything you told me to our...
Well, Captain Wu, remember what I promised you? What do you think? Angry and frustrated enough for...
Excuse me, coming through. Yes, that's him all right. The one who scammed Captain...
Wait! Where's your evidence, And Wu, you've already recovered your Mora.
You can't talk your way out of this one. You're already suspected of defrauding multiple victims out of smaller amounts, and the combined total meets the threshold for a conviction. If it turns out you're guilty in this case too, does the plaintiff have any witnesses? If so, we'd really appreciate if they... You got tangled up in this too, huh? In that case, please come with me. Your witness statements will play a crucial... Don't worry, we won't take up too much of your time. And you...
Hey, keep your hands off me. I'll cooperate.
Thank you so much, the both of you.
Well, I have an idea. We originally came here to do some sightseeing.
Let me think. Now, where would I...
Sounds fun to me. Let's go.
Joder, yo pensé que ya saldría la foto. Madre mía. Vaya un controlado.
Well, this was certainly an eventful end to my trip. It wouldn't have been possible without you. Or my lucky coin, of course. Wouldn't be much of a lucky coin if it had. Besides, you still need some practice to master the technique, but luckily it decided to play nice and... a better question to ask might be, what do I do to make this coin happy to work with me and show me whichever... My answer would be that I tell the coin a joke every time I toss it into the air. If it finds my joke fun... Of course, this whole arrangement hinges on a pre-existing amount of trust between the two of us. I can't... Yeah, I was a little surprised when he unwittingly called out our trick coin. But it did. A good gambler always keeps their options open. You have to have... So when I went to the counter, I marked a regular coin as well as my trick one. That safely avoided any risk of him finding out about the trick coin. But hey, what does it matter? The fact that he made things a little more challenging only made it all the more exciting, especially listening to him warn us about the possibility of... As long as I chose the same bet as him, and you bet the opposite to me, it was always going to end up with him paying. Unless, of course, he'd had some... Then things would have gotten...
You two are genuinely the smartest people I've ever met. I'm no intellectual, so I would never have been able to come up with a plan like this. Even when you described it to me, I only understood parts of it. Well, I may not be the smartest guy around, but one thing I do know is that we were just ordinary acquaintances. You had no reason to help me as much as... If there's anything I can ever do for you in the future, anything at all.
No? You seem agitated. There are two kinds of people who owe me favors. One is my friends, and the other my informants. My informants have to fulfill whatever requests I make of them, no questions asked. Ah, and you're torn again. Too afraid to ask to be my friend, but also daunted by the danger. Well, it's okay, because I just thought of a fun and easy way to get a... This is the regular coin I prepared for the contingency plan when I was borrowing a pen from the bar. Not if it's heads, we're friends. But if it's tails, you're at my beck and call.
So, was it heads or tails?
What do you think? What does your heart tell you?
I understand now. You have my most sincere gratitude. No, that's a little too formal. What I'm trying to say is... Here, you're fishing...
Sumil soy. Joder, 3 de 5. Es que este ha sido larguísimo, ¿eh? Este ha sido larguísimo.
I'm surprised Klee still hasn't escaped. I taught her a few tricks just before I left. Kids will always have their moments of mischief. Well, now that all the gifts for the Knights of Favonius are with Jean, next up is... Ooh, how about we visit the Dawn Winery under the pretext of delivering souvenirs and try to score... D-Luke should be there tomorrow since he has business to deal with. But then there's nothing scheduled for the day after. What do you think? When should we go? Great. Then it's settled. Let's meet the day after tomorrow at the front entrance.
2 finales. A ver si este es corto. Si se alarga ya no hago más, ¿eh? Ya mañana Dios proveerá.
FP Anime. Dice, ¿qué te falta?
You're more punctual than I expected. Let's head inside.
Master Kaya? And the Traveler? Welcome!
Long time no see, Elzer.
Yes, it's been a while, hasn't it? So what brings you back to the winery this... Sorry.
No need to be so formal. I just returned from Sumeru and dropped by to see you all.
Ah, what a pity. Master Diluc went out to handle business last night and hasn't returned yet.
Never mind. The main thing is that you and Adeland are here. Oh, speaking of Adeland, where is...
She's taking some time off. She was busy cleaning yesterday and finally has a bit of time to herself.
Perfect. I brought some gifts for you both. Here, this belt buckle is for you.
My goodness, it's exquisite. Thank you, Master Kaya. Would you like anything to drink? We recently finished making a new batch of dandelion wine.
Well, what perfect timing.
Let me fetch a barrel and have someone deliver it to the Knights of Favonius headquarters for you.
Oh, I won't be needing an entire barrel. A couple of bottles will be more than sufficient.
Oh, Master Diluc might grumble, but he doesn't mean it. Anyway.
Much obliged. Then I'll have a glass of dandelion wine and a glass of cider lake for him, if you please.
The name is not that literal. It is a drink with virtually no alcoholic content, as Master Kai will be aware. I'll prepare them now. Please, wait a moment.
Strictly speaking, that's not entirely true.
Please, enjoy. Pleased you liked it. Looks like my bartending skills haven't...
How have you been recently? Is the winery's business doing well?
To tell you the truth, we've had our work cut out for us recently trying to fulfill some major orders. Things have only...
So, you've had no time off lately?
But with him being out on business for a few days, who would take care of business and the guests if I were to take time off? Maybe...
At least take half a day to see a doctor and make sure you're okay. If your condition worsens, Diluc will never...
You make a fair point.
If you're worried about having someone to handle the winery, why not leave it to me? I'm familiar enough with your responsibilities to cover for you for a while.
Master Kaya, Please, come back to the winery more often.
All right. No need for that kind of talk. Come on.
While I'm resting, I shall...
Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. Rest. Such great weather today. A calm breeze and delicious wine. Though, it's a pity this batch seems a bit bland. How about I go to the wine locker and fetch one from the reserve collection? Of course it's fine. I promised Elzer I'd help.
Sorry, I'm a little late to the welcome party, but I believe I just heard the words wine locker and reserve collection. Planning on pilfering a bottle of... The reserve collection is reserved for a reason, you know. You should at least run it past...
Oh, Adeland, surely you misheard. We were simply taking a walk around the house.
Bueno, me gusta.
I see. Anyway, what brings you and the...
We just returned from Sumeru. It's been a while, so I thought we might drop by and say... And perhaps enjoy a complimentary drink while we're here.
How could I object? We're simply happy that you've come back.
Oh, Adeland, I also brought some gifts for you all. This bottle of essential oil is for you. If you rub it on your hands when it gets cold...
Oh my! I can't believe you remembered something like that.
Of course I remember. You always took such good care of me when I fell sick as a child. In comparison...
You're all grown up now, and you don't get sick nearly as easily. You don't need me to look...
True. I don't get sick as much. But speaking of being looked after, when I was in Sumeru, I did...
Oh, are you hungry? Would you like to eat something? You too, traveler. Please tell me if there's any...
Well, now that you mention it, I do actually feel a bit
Steak?
Oh, yes. A nice steak would really...
Fragrant cedarwood grilled. Medium. Stewed vegetables on the side?
Yes, just like you always used to make.
My pleasure. Traveler, I'm sorry I'm not familiar with your preferences. Would you like to come with me? Grilling the steak over fragrant cedarwood infuses it with more flavor than pan-frying it. It's a favorite of Master Kai. Since using an open flame to grill indoors is somewhat inconvenient, we usually set up a grill out. I can offer you a satisfying salad, cold cut platter, and anything stewed. What would you prefer, traveler? Okay, right away. Master Kaya really likes stewed vegetables, but it takes the most time. So I'll start making that first, and then prepare your meal once that's... Of course! I looked after him and Master Diluc when they were... He wasn't always such a complicated character. He was a gentle child. Boys, huh? The gentle ones grow up to be wild, and the rambunctious ones become... At least that's my experience. If there's anything you don't understand about Master Kaya and his antics... His temperament has changed quite a lot over the years, but he still has a lot of the endearing qualities I remember. Kaya is much savvier and more mature than he used to be. Goodness knows he could be tricky to deal with. But when he answers your question with a question, stop and think carefully about what he wants you to believe. And don't be led on. As for not knowing what he's up to, that's because he loves making up a good cover story. But don't let him get to you too much. Do you know why it's called that? The name was coined by none other than They were adorable when they were young. One time, the wine... Master Diluc wasn't happy about that. And how did I find... The Captain Kaya of today never bats an eye when he lies. But he wasn't like that. Anyway, they were discovered by Master Crepus in the end. And he was furious. The wine cellar had over a dozen large wine barrels to scrub, and Master D... I'd originally planned to secretly finish off the work for him, but when I peeked inside, he and I finished scrubbing the remaining barrels. When Master Crepus saw that the bruises on Master Kaya's hands were even darker than those on Master Diluc's hands, Master Crepus wasn't stern by nature. So, to comfort Master Kaya, he mixed him a drink and added a few drops of... So you see... Kaya was a gentle child, and never one to boast about the things he did for other people. Sometimes, his friends have a special place in his heart. Even if Kaya's quite a smooth talker these days. But I can tell that his habit of quietly helping others hasn't changed. Ah, good. Okay, the stew is nearly ready, but the meat and the other dishes will need a moment. Please wait a...
drinking fine wine, eating Adeline's steak. Ah, now this is what I call a vacation. Oh? What has Adeline been telling you? So she told the good stories. Well, shucks.
Food's ready. I hope you're hungry. I made a little extra, given how long it's been since you were last here.
Oh, we never imagined there would be such a magnificent feast. You've really outdone yourself. Why don't you sit and eat with us this time?
If you keep chatting away, the food will get cold. I'll wait here. Please call me if you...
I'm afraid that just won't do, Adeline. I'm serious. We get together so... After all, I don't live here anymore, so I'm just a regular guest.
Since it's you, Master Kaya, I know that us sharing a meal is a sign of our close relationship, but this is technically against the rules for a maid. Traveler, given how petty Master Kaya can be, it must be hard for him to make friends. Does he have any friends in the Knights of Favonius?
See? I do have a way with people. And now I have...
Hello, everyone. Pardon me, but is this Dawn Winery?
Yo también.
I'm Guangzhe, a guard with the Secure Transport Agency under the Lear Communications Office. Here's my card.
No wonder Elzer felt so strongly about staying. He certainly wasn't kidding about how...
The pleasure is all mine. The Secure Transport Agency has worked with your fine establishment in the past, though we have only corresponded through letters.
Why don't we go inside to discuss the details? No doubt the conversation will flow better with some of our wines to taste.
Certainly, Master Kaya. Please wait a moment.
Joder. Yo digo, bueno, ahora la comida ya, foto feliz, familiar con la de bien. Madre mía, qué eventos más largos. Qué encuentro.
And how might I address you, sir, as well as your...
Just Kaya is fine. I'm standing in today for Elzer, who usually manages the wineries.
A pleasure to meet you as well. I'm not just here today to pay a visit. I actually have an invitation for Master... Our collaboration with Dawn Winery last year was quite successful, and I was curious if it's no trouble, please, also mention to Master D-Luke that our agency has expanded this year. So if the winery has any addition...
Master Kaya, the apple cider you requested.
Master? Wait. Pardon my foolishness, but
I'm Master Krepus's adopted son, and Master D-Luke's brother. However, as a serving captain with the Knights of Favonius, I am rarely at the winery.
My mistake. I apologize for not realizing earlier.
You may have misunderstood, Mr. Guangzhe. Though I am Master D-Luke's brother, I don't actually live at Dawn Winery. I'm also a guest here today. I'm merely here receiving guests due to Elzer being temporarily indisposed. But please, don't worry. I will be sure to extend your invitation to Master D-Luke.
Ya ves.
Thank you for your graciousness. I knew the Dawn Winery's wines were delicious, but I am only now discovering how wonderful the apple cider is. It has a clear and inviting fragrance.
Además, 60 son muchas protos. No son muchas en sí mismo, pero conseguir 60 en cofres te puedes morir. Con lo cual hay que agradecerlo y todo. Y están bien, a ver si los encuentros están bien. Lo que pasa es que, claro, meterte una tarde entera de encuentros no es divertido, pero a mí hacerlo así de vez en cuando no me disgusta. Pero ya la crítica, pues, te cansa, claro.
In addition to the apple cider, the winery has an extensive collection of reserve wines and liquors. I see you are also a Connor. Adeline, please fetch a bottle from the reserve collection.
As you wish, Master.
Thank you again for your most gracious hospitality. Today's trip was...
Please, it was a pleasure. Here's hoping we'll...
The guest has left, Master Kaya. It's no skin off my nose. Master Diluc may have it. All I really wanted to say is, you will always be a part of the Dawn Winery family. I have never considered you an outsider. No matter when, if you ever feel
I understand, Adeland. Oh, now this is a busy day.
Hello, everyone. I'm back.
Now that was fast. How are you feeling?
The doctor said there was nothing to worry about. I just need some rest. But on the way back, I met someone who was looking for Master Kaya.
Kaya! Shh! Klee's here to rescue you! Come on! Let's escape! Mr. Honorary Knight! Are you grounded with Kaya too?
Grounded? Yes, Albedo was saying something about that. Sumeru was fun, but it can't compare with Mondstadt. So here we are.
You two must have done something to make Jean mad, but that's okay. Kaya has rescued Klee loads of times before, so when Albedo told me you came back, I went and said sorry to Jean. Kaya, you're free now! We can go play together again!
Oh, if my memory serves me correct.
This is a fully qualified Knight of Favonius. Klee.
Hello, miss. I'm Klee. We're sorry. Please don't ground Kaya.
Es humillas, Klee.
What?
I really need to take Kaya and Mr. Honorary Knight away, so we can go find Albedo.
I see. Hello, Miss Klee. You needn't worry. Master Kaya's grounding is long.
See, Adeland, you don't need to worry about me. I have lots of...
A ver el que falta. Sí, es muy... Por eso estoy haciendo estas misiones Nightbot, porque quiero tirar por la segunda. Madre mía. A ver si no es muy largo este. Si es muy largo lo dejo a la mitad. Ya lo acabaré.
Dice, ya ni lo ves.
Sí. Que es lo que te digo, que así alguna vez en cuando está bien, pero claro, toda la tarde de encuentros a matacaballo, pues no. Y una legendaria por medio también, la de Baizu.
Look, Mondstadt's windmills. Ah, such a comfort. Now, as promised, according to the merchant I bought it from, mysterious spirits called Jinn often live in lamps like this. Merchants love to exaggerate to help make a sale, but it's still quite the pretty little lamp. I know you like rare things, so perhaps you can add this to your collection. You're welcome. I'm ready to head into the city now. You're free to join me, or you can make your
Y
own
ayer y
schedule.
antes de ayer, llevo toda la semana full con esta cuenta.
Anime. Dice, hoy si no has parado.
Te recuerdo todas las misiones de Melusinas que nos hicimos antes de ayer.
I could give everyone their souvenirs first, but I'm not sure whether I'm in the mood for... Maybe I'll take a breather first. But I know I'll only get bored sitting in my... I'm honored to have such a caring friend. Let's go to the plaza in front of the cathedral. We can listen to the bards playing or feed the pigeons. After so long in Sumeru, I've begun to miss that slow pace. There's no rush. We can take our... Port Ormos is always lively, even late into the night. People there go to bed much. Quite a stark contrast with Mondstadt. People pray and play music in the Cathedral Plaza during the day, but come nighttime? Good question. Life in Sumeru is never dull. Last time I was out drinking on the street at night, although I did learn later that that kind of thing is highly unusual even there. They taught me a lot of songs that they usually sing during feasts. It really was a fun night. But be the simple, honest folks like me, we don't need much to be content. Fair enough. Let's shelve that discussion for now. Have you ever had a chance to hear the cathedral choir before? Well, let's see if we can catch them today. Sister Grace is right there. Excuse me, Sister Grace. Does the church choir...
Oh, I'm so sorry. The hymn concert we...
Oh? What's the...
As you probably know, Captain Kaya, we've been trying to organize an amateur...
Ah, yes. I heard about that. I believe the plan was ultimately to have different choir...
Yes, exactly. Well, it turns out there are plenty of believers who are good singers and interested in joining a choir. But for some reason, the rehearsals are going terribly. I don't understand it. Everyone in the choir has a basic level of musical literacy, but they sound... Oh, maybe I'm just not musically gifted enough to give them the guidance they... Captain Kaya, I know you like listening to hymns.
Me? Music is far from my forte. But if you need some...
Thank you so much, Captain Kaya. Having some expert guidance will definitely...
I'm sure you've figured out who this expert is already. He has the best singing voice of any poet in Mondstadt, and understands poetry better than any other singer. Plus... Good day. Drinking alone? I hope you don't mind us joining you.
Hello, hello! Please, take a seat. We're all friends here.
Patton, one moonlit alley and an apple cider.
Ooh, excellent choices. Come on, let's have a toast and drain our glasses together. Here's to the time spent drinking with friends, which is more unforgettable than the drinks are delectable.
Como que el de Amazon.
Ever the poet, Professor Venti. A beautiful toast from the bard with the... Any new songs of yours we could listen to? There's a real dearth of quality entertainment at the moment. Speaking of which, I trust you've heard Sister
Of course! Though the format is a little on the formal side, they...
So you'd say you enjoy listening to hymns?
Let me think. Well, however it's expressed, as long as you can hear the singer's passion and joy in their voice, I consider it a phenomenal performance.
Passion and joy, huh? An intriguing perspective. By this logic...
Oh? And why is that?
Think about it. It's only because of his patient guidance and protection that the people of Mondstadt can now sing such beautiful... It must be quite satisfying for him to hear a joyful...
Yes, well, that's a beautiful image filled with hope. But actually, maybe Barbados... In principle, the hymns of the cathedral are dedicated to a god. But in reality, the audience are all ordinary people with...
If Sister Grace was able to see things that way...
Huh? Distressed? Ugh, she might be asking a bit too much. To be honest, if they have a natural talent for music, they should just be allowed to sing whatever they want. It'll all sound good. I'm pretty sure the first people to sing songs to the... Besides, he is the god of freedom. Surely he'd prefer to hear Mondstadters sing their hearts out however comes naturally to them.
Well, to each their own, I say.
More drinks?
Uh-oh.
Another bottle of apple cider for Venti, please, Patton. My treat.
Wow! Thanks, Kaya. You are one of the finest students ever to emerge from my fast-track love poetry class. I always did admire your enthusiasm and kindness. With the aid of this bottle, a humble bard's woes are whisked away on the...
Then this is probably the single most worthwhile alcohol purchase I've ever made. With your help, Sister Grace is a devout follower of the Animo Archon. Perhaps it's her depth of devotion that causes her to work.
Don't worry. Just wait a moment. I'll go find her. Right after I finish this cider. The next time you visit her, our sweet sister shall be sad no more.
No, estoy aquí.
Hello, Sister Grace.
Estoy aquí sumido.
How are the rehearsals going?
Captain Kaya, your bard friend has a few...
Fanciful in the sense of not worth adopting? Is that what you mean? Everyone in the choir loves to sing, but they're used to singing their favorites. Suddenly asking them to sing in perfect harmony like a church choir with years of experience is just too difficult. So, why ask them to adjust to the demands of those staid old church hymns when you could just create a new song?
Church choirs typically stick to traditional hymns. This is certainly an... What's stopping you from considering it, sister?
While I don't expect a recently established amateur choir to perform on par with our own church choir...
Is the Church of Favonius really such a stickler for tradition? Giving believers the chance to So Venti, do you think the Animo Archon would like to hear a new melody?
Of course! This was the wish of the people when New Mondstadt was first...
Okay, well let's see what our other friend thinks. Traveler, what are your thoughts? Another vote of confidence. Maybe there's hope for this idea yet.
Maybe it's just a generational thing, but... Oh, well...
Looks like we're all in favor then. So let's start preparing. Sister Grace, could we trouble you to inform the choir members?
Of course. I'll tell them now, and then we'll give this...
Should we find some people to help us compose the lyrics? If this is to be a new song of the people, then the more fresh ideas we have, the better.
Good idea. Let's split up and find some contributors, Traveler. Let me think. Since we're composing a song, we should try and recruit at least one person who understands music. Aha! I know. Sister Grace.
Given that the idea is to write a song dedicated...
Perfect.
I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart? I really want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me. love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart? I really want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me. My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart? My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart? Oh. Oh. Mm. Oh. Oh. Mm. My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart? My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. I really want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me. My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart? I really want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me. time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. Oh, oh, mm. I really want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me. I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart? I really want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me. Oh, oh, mm. My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. Oh, oh, mm. I really want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me. My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. I really want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me. My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. I really want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me. do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart? My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart? My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me. Oh, oh, My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. Oh, oh, I really want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me. Oh, oh, love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart? Oh, oh, mm. Oh, oh, mm. My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. Oh, oh, mm. I really want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me. Oh, oh, mm. love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart? Oh. Oh. Mm. My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. Oh. Oh. Mm. I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart? Oh. Oh. Mm. Oh. Oh. Mm. My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart? want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me. My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart? My time with the Spina has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all. I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart? I really want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me.